Quorum is present and that each member has been provided the material on our agenda today. And I would remind members who are present in the committee rooms to please remember to follow the guidelines of our attending physician and ensure you are wearing a mask at all times unless you are speaking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start our meeting. If you could join the ranking member and I in a prayer and a moment of silence. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before your throne of grace today as we mark on tomorrow 20 years since our great nation was attacked on 9/11. We lost precious lives. We come for you to thank you for the first responders that came, that saved lives, the firemen, police officers, our beloved military. Dear God, as you have been throughout history, you've gone into fire with those in need. The children in the fiery furnace, you were there when they threw them in. There was a third one there, and they said it looked like the Son of God. We are grateful for your arms of protection. And dear God, as we go forward, your humble servants, we dedicate to you our full attention and gratefulness to take care of our precious American people. And as you near, dear God, we need you. We continue to ask for you. And you have given us so many countless blessings. And we thank you for what you do each and every day. And for the families on this 20th year since we've had those attacks, please, dear God, as we recognize and honor those, please put your arms of protection and comfort and compassion around the wives, the children, the family members who gave that sacrifice. And dear God, as we look over into Afghanistan, we thank you for those 13 soldiers that gave their lives for the very people that they were there protecting. There's so much, dear God. Our hearts are overwhelmed and overflowing with thanks. And this prayer we say to you, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we say, amen. Now, if we could have a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. We have before us this morning for consideration, this afternoon rather, for consideration the Agriculture Committee's print, which includes recommendations to the Budget Committee pursuant to the budget reconciliation instructions provided in the fiscal year 2022 budget resolution S-Con Resolution 14. Now I'd like to remind members that only amendments germane to the subject matter before us today shall be in order. No motion or proposition on a subject different than that under consideration shall be submitted under the color of amendment. Members are reminded to please unmute yourselves when recognized to speak and to appear on the screen when you are called on to vote. Without objection, the chair may recess our committee subject to the call of the chair at any point during this meeting. And now I recognize myself for my own opening statement. I want to kind of go over, I think I had my page here. Did you? Oh, okay. Before us today is the consideration of a proposal to satisfy the committee's reconciliation structure and discuss the agriculture's provisions included in this monumental investment in the American people as we build back better. There will undoubtedly be vibrant debate over the substance of this package today, but put simply, our role today will be to discuss critical investments in agriculture research, rural development, renewable energy, and the ever-important national forest systems and land and private forest lands. As you see, our nation is now ravaged with these fires out west. It is historic, it is monumental, and we've got to make sure that we invest in ways in which to protect and enhance our forest lands. We have, and I want to point out some of the things here. First of all, we will be dealing with $7.75 billion in agriculture research and infrastructure. Other countries like China, and I want to make this point very clear. China is on the move. They are determined to replace the United States as the #1 agriculture system in the world. We cannot and we will not let that happen. In order for us to do this, we in the Agriculture Committee are making sure that our partners in agriculture, our farmers, our producers, those out there that we depend upon for food production, they're our #1 trade entity. We got to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it, China is outspending the United States on research investments, and that is why we've got this amount of money, $7.75 billion, and that will help us close the gap with China. We will also have $18 billion in rural job promoting investments to ensure that living in rural America or on tribal lands and our insular areas have access to clean water, reliable and efficient renewable energy as well. This funding will also support investments in renewable biofuels, infrastructure important to our farmers, and our fight against climate change, as well as flexible funding for rural community growth. We will also have $40 billion in investments in forestry programs to help combat these terrible forest fires and contribute to healthy and resilient forests. One thing I would like to address is the omission of conservation funding in the bill. Now, let me make one thing clear. Our team in our Agriculture Committee has been working diligently with the Congressional Budget Office on an additional $28 billion in conservation funding and climate-smart investments for our farmers and our ranchers. And I look forward to continuing to work to ensure that conservation funding is included when this package is taken up on the House floor. We got great work to do, and it's very important, and I appreciate you committee members being here, working with us, and making sure that we deliver for the American people. And now I'd like to recognize my friend, the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, our ranking member, for any opening remarks he would like to provide.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for that prayer that you led us in. And as we approach tomorrow, it's a solemn day, Patriots Day, as we remember the loss of and how our country and the world has changed 20 years ago on that anniversary. I am proud to share the foundation of faith with you, which I know you do. That said, it is with solemn regret that I find myself before another partisan, unvetted, secretive process like the one conducted by this committee in February. Mr. Chairman, I took you at your word when you committed to strengthen this committee's reputation and return our storied history of bipartisanship. And I believe we had changed course when, through your leadership, we were able to unanimously pass bills that would shrink the digital divide and provide disaster relief to those in peril. Unfortunately, here we are again, about to force through an incomplete bill written behind closed doors by Senator Stabenow and Speaker Pelosi without a single meeting of our members to review its contents, much less a public hearing. Now, we were given the bill text less than 24 hours before this meeting, just seconds before the general public received it. That's not how we do business. That is not the definition of regular order. Sadly, members on both sides of the aisle are being jammed. We're debating an incomplete bill with unknown implications for every single person that we each represent. And I ask each of my colleagues, are you comfortable with this process? Do you understand what we're voting on? Do you know the top line number? Almost certainly will almost certainly plummet, requiring significant cuts and changes to these proposals, which will be left to the Rules Committee or worse, the Senate. Now, we're missing nearly a third of this spending proposal, leaving the fate of the policies most important to rural America in the hands of a majority who has advocated to offset the spending on the backs of family farms. Mr. Chairman, during the first reconciliation, despite your opposition to any amendments, Republicans had an amendment that passed with Democrat support addressing timely disaster needs. It was later stripped out by your leadership, and I'm beginning to doubt the role of the Agriculture Committee under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi. While one supports the broader reconciliation package or not, this committee has been given an opportunity to remove its priorities forward. It's disappointing the few bipartisan and substantive issues that we've worked to advance this Congress, and I know that we're both very proud of, the rural broadband and the WIP Plus bills, are not in the bill before us today. It's rumored your leadership wants to play games with rural America by adding those provisions to a continuing resolution in an effort to force Republican members to vote for legislation that may also raise the debt ceiling. Are we here to do the people's work and fight for rural America, or are we here to silently accept marching orders and succumb to a partisan charades? Such a calculated ploy is outrageous, and I ask that you implore your leadership to not continue to hold rural America hostage with inside the Beltway games. Then there's the elephant in the room, tax provisions in the broader package that, while outside of our committee's jurisdiction, are at the heart of the communities, families, and industry that we are here to champion. If you travel the country like I do and hear from producers and farm families on the ground, they're terrified, as they should be. Hardworking men and women that feed, clothe, and power our nation and the world will be irreparably harmed if the president's ramped-up death tax is allowed to become law. American agriculture is in grave danger if this harmful, wrong-headed tax on farm families is enacted into law. Now, I thank my Democratic colleagues on the committee, including you, Mr. Chairman, who have been vocal in opposition to these misguided provisions and their impact on farm families. You're prudent to heed the growing call of frustration and fear from so many farmers and others who know how devastating this policy could be for their livelihoods. To all our members, do you feel comfortable today standing before your constituents and telling them the tax increases on farm families that many of you have opposed aren't a part of this broader package? I, for one, don't. And proceeding with today's markup with anything less than a guarantee from your leadership that these harmful tax proposals are indeed off the table is a de facto endorsement of them. Republicans will be offering motions to move consideration of the bill until a date when we have the full story, including a complete bill to actually vote on, and a promise that the president's tax platitudes and policies are removed from this process. Mr. Chairman, I remain hopeful that you'll reconsider this package and process through an open, transparent amendment process. That's the way the Agriculture Committee does great work together. That is not this process today. At the very least, I hope you'll lend your support to the various motions for reconsideration and join us in protecting the farmers, the ranchers, and the foresters who feed, clothe, and fuel this great nation. And with that, I yield back.
Yes, and I would like to thank the gentleman for his comments, and you're absolutely right. The great work that we did in our bipartisan collaboration for rural broadband, disaster aid, and let me just assure you that that is still on the table. We are working with it and in communications with both the Senate and the White House. The deal isn't done yet. But what we've got to do here today is do our part and get this moving out. Thank you very much for your nice comments regarding myself. Now, the chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record. The Agriculture Committee print pursuant to the budget reconciliation instructions for fiscal year 2022 is now laid before the committee, and without objection, the first reading of the text will be waived. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule X1, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting any amendment on which a recorded vote is ordered. The chair now will recognize our distinguished counsel for explanation of our bill.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and members of the committee. Before you for consideration is a measure pursuant to the reconciliation instructions provided in the fiscal year 2022 budget resolution, Senate Concurrent Resolution 14. This measure makes changes to laws within the jurisdiction of this committee to increase the deficit by not more than $89.1 billion for the period of fiscal years 2022 through 2031. The measure has 5 subtitles. Subtitle A covers general provisions, including definitions. Subtitle B covers forestry programs. Subtitle C covers rural development and energy programs. Subtitle D covers research in urban agriculture. And Subtitle E includes miscellaneous provisions. I will summarize those provisions. Subtitle A is the general provision subtitle that includes definitions. Subtitle B, forestry. Section 11001 of Subtitle B appropriates $10 billion for hazardous fuels reduction projects within the wildland-urban interface, $4 billion for hazardous fuels reduction outside the wildland-urban interface, $2 billion for certain vegetation management projects, $450 million for the Legacy Roads and Trails Program, $350 million for National Forest System land management planning and monitoring, $100 million for the maintenance of trails, $100 million for capital maintenance and improvements, and $100 million for the Chief of the Forest Service to conduct efficient and effective environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act. This section also appropriates $50 million to develop and carry out activities for the protection of older and mature forests on National Forest System land, in addition to completing an inventory of such forests. $50 million to develop and carry out activities for habitat maintenance and restoration, $50 million to carry out certain post-fire recovery, $50 million to develop and carry out non-lethal activities to reduce human-wildlife conflicts, and $2.25 billion for staffing, salaries, and other workforce needs to support the development of a civilian climate corps. Section 11002 appropriates $9 billion to award grants to support forest restoration and resilience projects on non-federal land, $1 billion to award grants to communities for wildfire protection, to purchase firefighting equipment, provide firefighter training, and increase the capacity to protect at-risk communities, $250 million to award grants to aid in the recovery and rehabilitation of burned areas, and $250 million to award grants to expand equitable outdoor access and promote tourism on non-federal forested land for members of underserved groups. The section also appropriates $250 million for the state fire assistance and volunteer fire assistance programs, and $250 million for the implementation of statewide forest resource strategies. Section 11002 also provides funding for competitive grant programs in the following amounts: $250 million to carry out certain climate mitigation or forest resilience practices, $250 million for grants to support the participation of underserved forest landowners in private markets for climate mitigation or forest resilience, $250 million for grants to support the participation of forest landowners who own less than 2,500 acres of forest land in emerging private markets for climate mitigation, and $500 million to provide grants to owners of private forest land to provide measurable increases in carbon sequestration and storage. This section provides funding for the Forest Inventory and Analysis Program in the following amounts: $50 million for certain collaborative partnerships, $50 million for activities and tactics to accelerate and expand existing research efforts, $100 million to carry out certain recommendations with respect to climate change, forest health, sustainable wood products, and increasing carbon storage, and $50 million to provide technology enhancements. This section also provides funding for the research mission area of the Forest Service in the following amounts: $50 million to accelerate and expand existing carbon stock research, $50 million to accelerate and expand climate and weather variability research, $50 million to accelerate and expand existing ecosystem, climate, and weather adaptation research, $50 million to assess carbon sequestration and storage, and $50 million to carry out greenhouse gas life cycle analyses of domestic wood products. This section also appropriates $50 million for the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, $100 million for the Wood Innovation Grant Program, $50 million for the Forest Health Monitoring Program, and $2.25 billion to be used for staffing, salaries, and other workforce needs and expenses to support the development of a civilian climate corps for carrying out projects on non-federal land through the Forest Service, state and private forestry mission area. Section 11003 appropriates $1.25 billion to provide competitive grants to eligible entities through the Forest Legacy Program to acquire land and interests in land that offers significant natural carbon sequestration benefits or contribute to the resilience of community infrastructure, local economies, or natural systems. $3 billion to provide multi-year programmatic competitive grants to eligible entities through Urban and Community Forestry Assistance Program, and $100 million to the acquisition of urban and community forests through the Community Forest and Open Space Program. Section 11004 provides a limitation that the funds made available under this subtitle are subject to the condition that the Secretary shall not enter into an agreement that is for a term extending past September 20th, 2031, and under which any payment could be outlaid or funds dispersed after September 30th, 2031, and shall not use other funds to satisfy obligations initially made under this subtitle. Subtitle C is the Rural Development and Energy subtitle. Section 12001 provides $40 million for the cost of direct loans and loan guarantees for the rural business development programs authorized under Section 310B, subsection A and subsection G of the Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act. Section 12002 provides $430 million for the costs of grants for rural water and wastewater programs, including for colonias and tribes under sections 306, 306C, and 306D of the Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act in insular areas and persistent poverty counties. Section 12003 provides $390 million for certain USDA rural development loan programs. This section requires that the Secretary make at least 6 months of payments on covered loans to the lender if the borrower has the opportunity to opt out of the payment. Section 12004 provides $200 million for the Rural Energy Savings Program under Section 6407 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002. The section requires the Secretary to make grants to eligible entities regarding energy saving program loans in an amount equal to not more than 5% of the loan amount at the election of the eligible entity. For eligible entities that make loans to qualified consumers in a persistent poverty county, the Secretary shall make grants of 10% in the case of grants. Section 12005 provides a total of $2.55 billion for the Rural Energy for America program, or REAP, established under Section 9007 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, $383.25 million of which will be for financial assistance for underutilized renewable energy technologies and technical assistance. This section also reduces the match requirement for grants awarded using funds provided under this section from 75% to 50%. Section 12006 provides $960 million to the Secretary to provide grants on a competitive basis to transportation fueling facilities and distribution facilities to install or upgrade fuel dispensers or pumps and related equipment, storage tank and system components, and other infrastructure required at a location for ethanol blends and biodiesel blends, and to build and retrofit distribution systems for ethanol blends, traditional and pipeline biodiesel terminal operations, and home and heating distribution centers or equivalent entities to blend biodiesel to carry ethanol and biodiesel. Section 12007 provides $9.7 billion to the Secretary to make grants and loans for certain electric cooperatives to purchase renewable energy or renewable energy systems, deploy renewable energy systems, or make energy efficiency improvements. This section also allows the Secretary to make grants for debt relief and other costs associated with terminating the use facilities with high greenhouse gas emissions and related transmission assets. In making grants and loans under this section, the Secretary shall prioritize applications that will achieve the greatest greenhouse gas emission reduction and that will otherwise aid disadvantaged communities. Section 12008 provides $3.5 billion to the Secretary to award rural prosperity development grants to partnerships between local or tribal governments in rural areas and nonprofit or for-profit organizations to conduct comprehensive rural development and pre-development activities, support organizational operating expenses related to the rural development activities, and implement planned rural development activities and projects. This section allows for a recipient of Rural Prosperity Development Grant to use up to 25% of the grant to satisfy federal matching requirements of other programs. This section also provides $370 million to the Secretary to make rural prosperity innovation grants to nonprofit corporations or institutions of higher education. These grants require a 20% non-federal match and may be used to support the grantee's activities related to development and pre-development planning aspects of rural development, organizational capacity building to support the rural development activities funded by the grant, and to support the activities conducted under a Rural Prosperity Development Grant. Section 12009 provides $545 million for administrative costs and salaries and expenses for the Rural Development Mission Area, as well as for research and data collection costs under Section 12008 of this subtitle. Subtitle D is the Research and Urban Agriculture subtitle. Section 13001 appropriates $250 million to the Agricultural Research Service to carry out agricultural research related to climate change, $45 million to the Economic Research Service to carry out economic analysis and economic agricultural research relating to climate change, $16 million to the Office of the Chief Economist to carry out economic analysis and economic research relating to climate change and environmental services markets, $40 million to the National Agricultural Statistics Service for data collection and research related to climate change, $540 million for the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research to carry out activities related to climate change, $380 million to the Office of the Chief Scientist to carry out advanced research and development relating to the climate through the Agriculture Advanced Research and Development Authority, and $5 million for agricultural climate research on biomass in accordance with Section 9008 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act 2002. This section also provides funding in the following amounts to the National Institute of Food and Agriculture to carry out agricultural education, extension, and research relating to climate change. $500 million for the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative. $500 million for the Sustainable Agriculture Research Education Program. $30 million for the Crop Protection Pest Management Competitive Grant Program. $20 million for the Agricultural Genome to Phenome Initiative. $200 million for the Organic Agriculture Research and Extension Initiative, $65 million for the Urban, Indoor, and Other Emerging Agricultural Production Research, Education, and Extension Initiative, $15 million for Centers of Excellence at 1890 institutions, $200 million for the Specialty Crop Research and Extension Initiative, $600 million for cooperative extension under the Smith-Liver Act, $126 million for cooperative extension at 1890 institutions, and $40 million for cooperative extension at 1994 institutions. This section provides $2.6645 billion for grants to agricultural research facilities under the Research Facilities Act. This section also provides $985.5 million to the Secretary for grants under the Research Facilities Act to minority-serving institutions, including 1890 institutions, 1994 institutions, Hispanic-serving institutions, and certain institutions of higher education in insular areas. This section provides $100 million to NIFA for research equipment grants. This section also provides $190 million for the scholarships for students at 1890 institution grant program. $50 million for grants to land-grant colleges and universities to support tribal students, and $50 million for the Higher Education Multicultural Scholars Program. This section provides $124 million to the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovation Production, and $14 million to the National Agricultural Statistics Service to conduct a study on urban agriculture that was required under Section 7212, subsection B of the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018. Subtitle E is the miscellaneous subtitle. Section 14001 of Subtitle E provides $5 million to the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Agriculture for audits, investigations, and other oversight activities for projects, activities carried out with funds made available to the department under this agricultural title. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. This measure will be considered on a subtitle by subtitle basis, and members may offer amendments on substitutes by subtitle basis. Amendments submitted in advance were emailed to members' offices last night and earlier today. Members will be responsible for having before them the text of any amendments. Members are reminded to please unmute yourselves and appear on the screen when you are called to vote. Now, before we begin, is there any member who would like to, at this time, speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman.
Yes,
Congressman, I would like to
who
speak
seeks
on the program.
recognition? Mr. Costa and Austin Scott, is that correct? I'm looking at the screen there.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Costa, you first, and then Austin and Scott.
well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for all of your efforts and work on this very important reconciliation portion that the Agriculture Committee has jurisdiction over. It's not easy, and these are challenging times, and it was good of you to note for the Lord's blessing on the 20th anniversary of those Americans who lost their lives and their families, and we should never, ever forget. As it relates to the measure before us today, this is, I think, important on behalf of American agriculture, as we all are aware. We see the impacts of climate change around our country as it relates to whether it be extreme droughts in the West or the horrific fires that have been impacting many states as well in the West. But the hurricanes that we see in the South and Southeast and all the way to the Northeast, clearly we have a role and responsibility to play. And so therefore, this legislation, I think, is important. While many of us have challenges with regards to the process, and I am one of those, it's important that we work together. I wish that our Republican colleagues were participating in a way that would, I think, provide a work product that was bipartisan, like the infrastructure package. But they've made their decisions. They made that in 2010 with the Affordable Health Care Act. I understand. This bill is not perfect, clearly. It does provide funding in many areas that I think are important to American agriculture. Let us remember, the food that we put on America's dinner table every night is a national security issue. And I hope the majority of Americans, after the impacts of the pandemic last year, when our complicated and complex food supply chain was turned upside down with the closure of schools and restaurants, understood, in fact, that it is a national security issue. And therefore, we need to compete, as you noted, with China in terms of research and development. This measure does that. It gives us an ability to maintain our competitive global impacts. Let me remind everyone that providing a resilient, sustainable food supply chain is the primary responsibility, I think, of this committee. The money provided for the Ag Innovation Forestry is needed, and I will continue to work with all my colleagues on this issue. I know Republicans have some amendments on this that are positive, although I don't think they're going to support the legislation at the end of the day, whether their amendments are accepted or not. But we need to make these investments. And the tax provisions that the ranking member noted, I am as concerned about and have led letters on this effort. One of the reasons why I and a group of people want to ensure to see what passes the Senate in reconciliation and what are the tax provisions that provide the pay-fors, depending upon how much in terms of the top line numbers are made. And that will ultimately determine my view on the total package. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how much time I have left. I don't see the clock here. I got a minute 42.
A minute.
Is it possible that our ledge analysis, a couple questions?
Pardon me, I didn't hear what you were saying, Jim.
Well, I see the time now. I've got 1 minute 26. So I was going to ask a couple questions of the analysis that was just written.
Okay, go right ahead. Counselor.
Yeah, with the staff person, on the breakdown of the definition for rural America, which is so important, and I know we're awaiting the conservation titles, but what is the definition of, and I know it's different in the ag code, that defines rural and counties throughout the country.
Council.
Could you repeat the question? I had trouble hearing.
The definition of rural, in the USDA Ag Code for qualification purposes of these funds. Can you answer that?
Of the funds in which section?
For rural America,
In the rural development section?
yes. And for the clean drinking water.
I will, if we could wait and let my co-counsel answer that, who handles rural development.
Hey, I'm running out of time here. I'd like an answer to that question before the end of the day. My other question is on the forestry efforts. We had a subcommittee hearing last year, and Subcommittee Member Spanberger has asked the question about the American Forestry Plan not having been updated in years. Does this take into account funding to update how we manage our forests better?
In which fund?
There's $40 billion for USFS, right, for forestry?
Yes, sir.
Well, is there provisions in there to determine how we update the forest management plan? It's estimated that we should be spending, the Secretary and I have spoken, $2 billion a year. Could you answer the question too, please?
I'll get you an answer to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And when we get to that rule section, Mr. Costa will go back and give you a proper definition of rural America.
Thank you so much for all your efforts, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're welcome. Now we'll hear from the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too appreciate your prayer. And I would remind also that in the book of Luke, we're advised that if one is going to build a tower, when they take time to estimate the cost and make sure that they had enough money to complete it before they started it. And I have a couple of basic questions before I have my comments, because we just got this bill a little while ago. My question really is the total spending in the bill $94 billion? Is that correct? $94 billion is the total spending in the legislation?
Hold on, Austin, I'll get you the right answer. Hand me that, Ann, would you? Okay. I think you're right at about 90 billion.
Okay. So of the 94 billion, am I correct then in that it is the Democrats' intent to move forward a piece of legislation that identifies 66 of the 94, but leaves 28 unidentified? Or is there more than the 28 that's not identified in how it would be spent in this?
No, we have that 28 number you mentioned is in conservation, which we're going to deal with in a bit. Let me get that exact number from Ann.
So there's 28 that's not identified. Is there any more that's not identified in here? Is all, in other words, is all of the 66 billion identified and how it's going to be spent?
Pretty clear in the explanation of the bill how all of the other parts of this will be spended.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman,
right now.
So you're saying that in 50 pages we have, there's 66 billion spelled out, and then there's another 28 billion that will be coming at a later date that the committee's not going to get to see or take action on until after the legislation's passed out of committee. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Also, Austin, you got to understand we're in a process where we got both the Senate and the House moving ahead on these, and so we're not dealing in concrete just yet.
Okay. But respectfully, did I hear the Legislative Council say that the deficit, that this piece of legislation, the cap on the increased deficit spending is $89.1 billion? I believe that's correct. He said 89.1 billion of this was increased deficit spending. Is that correct?
Council?
That's correct, Mr. Scott. The budget resolution instructed the Agriculture Committee to increase the deficit by not more than 89.1 billion.
Okay, so of the 94 billion, 89.1 billion is deficit spending. And my question is, as we talk about China and their $7.75 billion investment, if 89.1 billion of the 94 billion that we all expect, the Democrats are about to approve this legislation through the committee, 89.1 billion of the 94 billion is deficit. So 90 plus percent, really close to 95% of what you're about to appropriate is debt spending. How much of that is going to be financed through the Bank of China? And so, you know, at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have a motion to postpone until we can get some real answers on how the $89.1 billion deficit in the piece of legislation is actually going to be paid for, because it's just, and I've got friends on this call, it's just not honest to say that of the $89.1 billion deficit, that it's not going to lead to tax increases on farmers and small farms. I mean, we know the estate tax proposals from Bernie Sanders and the far left. We know the stepped up basis tax increases that are proposed by some of the Democrats, not saying Democrats on this committee, but you've got a $90 billion deficit hole if you pass this piece of legislation that you've got to fill, and we need to know how you intend to fill it before this thing becomes the law. And with that, I'll yield the remainder of my time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Now I will recognize for 5 minutes the gentle lady from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak as we look at this markup. I want to begin by stating that I have significant concerns about the fact that we are proceeding with this markup without the $28 billion detailed related to the conservation spending. I say that as the chair of the Conservation and Forestry Subcommittee. I say that as the person who advocated and in many cases introduced the legislation that ultimately will make up the conservation portion. But I believe deeply in the programs that we are putting forth with this proposal, and I would like to see the committee have the opportunity to actually vote on them and go through the markup process. It's important. I am proud of the fact that the Rural Energy for America Program Improvement Act that I introduced with my colleagues, Congressman David Valadao in the Senate, Senator Tina Smith, will be included. Through the REAP program, growers and producers receive financial assistance to help deploy clean energy systems and adopt energy efficiency measures without converting productive farmland. Over the last 6 years, REAP has leveraged more than $300 million in public investment to stimulate more than 10 times that amount in private investment, delivering more than $4 billion in energy efficiency and renewable energy products to rural America. Unfortunately, this program, the demand for it far outstrips the available funds, leaving many farmers unable to take advantage of the incentives provided by REAP. And that's why I am proud and excited that this component should be included ultimately in the bill that we are marking up in this committee, but unfortunately it is not yet there because of ongoing challenges, and it's not yet before us. I'm pleased that this bill should allow provisions from my legislation that would significantly expand REAP, reduce burdensome cost shares on farmers and producers, invest in new technologies through set-aside reserve funds, and give innovations like on-farm energy storage, small-scale wind, and digesters the chance to break through. I know this will be included, but the idea that we're marking it up without having the opportunity to see this particular piece, I think, is a challenge. I wish that we had delayed this mark until we had the full components ready for us to discuss at length. Earlier this Congress, I also introduced the Climate Stewardship Act, H.R. 2534, alongside Senator Cory Booker. This bill lays out a framework for a once-in-a-generation investment in climate-smart agriculture, forestry, and wetland management. And I'm proud to see that so many of the priorities from my bill will be reflected in what the Agriculture Committee puts forth in the reconciliation process. Chief among the creation. It was introduced in that bill, as well as with legislation I introduced alongside my colleague, Congressman Neguse. That bill is called the 21st Century Conservation Corps Act. As the next generation looks to tackle the climate crisis head on, we must invest in opportunities for Americans to acquire the skills they need to build a stronger and healthier planet. And additionally, a new CCC is a smart idea that would pay off for our economy, would create well-paying jobs, good-paying jobs in rural America, while nurturing a talent pool of American workers that can gain valuable expertise in conservation, restoration, resiliency, and more. And I am proud that we'll be including investments in climate-smart ag research. Farmers already feel the impact of the climate crisis. Studies consistently have shown that high risks that exist to crop yields from the impacts of the changing climate over the next century. Just on Tuesday, I was visiting with a farmer in our district, and he said when he first got married, got back from his honeymoon in time to harvest the crop. And now, as they approach anniversary after anniversary, what seemed like a good plan when they were initially getting married some 25 odd years ago means that he's now harvesting on his wedding anniversary. Farmers on the ground know the shift that we are seeing with climate change. And so I am proud that we will be moving forward with climate smart conservation and forestry practices. These practices will help the United States meet our climate goals and improve farmers and foresters' bottom line. And notably, the investments in this bill will make our rural economies through the USDA's Office of Rural Development will make investments that are important, especially when paired with the investments made through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, whether through our rural electric co-ops, roads and bridges, or the universal broadband internet investments. These investments demonstrate a commitment that when we say we want to build back better, we indeed mean it. I look forward to moving forward, discussing this bill, the amendments put forth today. And I look forward to having the chance to speak on any of the conservation-related proposals that will ultimately move as part of the ag component of the larger Build Back Better Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. And I also want to congratulate you. You're right, you put a lot of time and effort in this, speaking to me, and I do want you to know we didn't get everything you wanted, but we did get some of the pieces of what you've been working on, and you have made our bill a whole lot better, and I commend you on your long, tireless work with climate change. Now I would like to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McLeod, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And like has been mentioned, I do appreciate you taking the time to open us up in prayer today and to remember, of course, the events at this weekend highlights.
Follow up here from our conversation Wednesday, I guess it was, and lost track of time.
Gentlemen, please.
Mr.
Costa, mute yourself, my friend. Mute yourself. Go ahead, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thanks for starting us in such the right spirit today. I am very concerned about the process leading into this. Has been mentioned, it's been less than 24 hours since we've received this bill. We've heard before about having to pass a bill so we can read it. This is more like passing a bill so we can write it, which is very, very concerning. You mentioned at the beginning about China, and yet we would point out that this bill does more to make us dependent on China's rare earth minerals than it does to free us from them Also, the importance of us supporting the American people. It was mentioned this is a massive investment in the American people, when this is more of a bill to build bigger government. As a matter of fact, there's not a single provision in this bill that directly supports the American farmer. To be clear, that means no funding in this bill will directly contribute to putting meals on the table. Lower costs for food for people whose dollar is already stretched by inflation will not be seen or happen with this bill. A few weeks ago, we had a markup on a WIT Plus bill that would have authorized $8.5 billion in funding to cover disaster losses. Not only is this a priority for farmers in my district, but also many members on this committee also talked about the importance of WIT Plus. Today's bill approves no money for WIT Plus. Also want to point out the irony of this bill funding grant and loan programs with rural prosperity in their name. If rural prosperity is a priority, the majority wouldn't be trying to repeal stepped-up basis to pay for their $3.5 trillion package that I might add was passed on a procedural vote on the House floor as opposed to as a bill. Other proposed tax policies like raising the capital gains tax wouldn't be happening if rural communities were in fact a priority. Many of us on this committee know that the success of small business owners and farmers depend on these tax policies. In fact, Texas A&M conducted a study on the impact of repealing stepped-up basis. Of the farms the study looked at, eliminating stepped-up basis would grow each farm's tax liability by $726,000. A lot of Texans are scared of what's to come should stepped-up basis be repealed and the capital gains tax be raised. Long-held family farms and businesses would be forced to shut down. Heirs of family farms wouldn't want to be liable for the increased tax burden. They wouldn't be able to support their farm, nor would they want to track the appreciation of business property that has been held for generations. Since I've been on this committee, there's been a lot of talk of ways to invest in beginning and minority farmers. Tax policies that make owning a farm more expensive won't inspire people to build, to open, or to continue farming. I call on my colleagues across the aisle to consider this package and vote against this administration's tax proposals. I know some of you have already been on the record opposing these tax changes. I hope your vote will stand by your word. There are many ways we can support our farmers, but supporting this bill is not one. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cloud. Let me mention to you that I have been at the lead on this stepped-up basis situation, and this is why it is not in this bill. I also sent a letter to the White House to President Biden explaining just what you said, and it is my hope that we will not have it in there. It would be devastating, not just to our farmers, but to families out there, but beginning farmers, others who get that inheritance and have to pay that capital gains tax on in a way that is just not fair. So I want you to know that it is not in this bill, and it is my hope that it will not be in the final one as well. I will now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. As the chair of the House Agriculture Subcommittee on Commodity Exchanges, Energy, and Credit, I strongly support the rural development provisions in this legislation and would like to highlight the proposed Rural Partnership Program. The Rural Partnership Program is closely aligned to my bill, the Rebuild Rural America Act, legislation I introduced with several of my colleagues on this committee, including Congresswoman Bustos, Congresswoman Craig, and Congresswoman Spanberger. New York's 19th congressional district is the 8th most rural congressional district in the nation. And for too long, federal programs have left rural communities out in the cold. As we recover from COVID-19, rural communities need targeted resources to rebuild back better. The Rural Partnership Program outlined in this bill will provide nearly $4 billion in flexible use funding for rural communities and small towns. Similar to my Rebuild Rural America model, the Rural Partnership Program grant funding will empower rural communities, allowing them to use the money for locally tailored needs. This program will ensure rural communities, towns, and villages can address issues like food insecurity, high unemployment, or rural broadband access. It will allow local governments to rebuild fire stations, repave roads, replace sewer lines, and create programs to address issues like substance abuse. The program will also provide grants for nonprofits to help rural communities develop and implement regional revitalization plans. This type of technical assistance is critical to making sure rural communities have the resources they need to succeed. The Rural Partnership Program provides a down payment on the Rebuild Rural America Act and follows my bill's an innovative approach to delivering aid to our rural communities. I'm thankful to the folks in my district who've been outspoken and working hard with me to advocate for this type of assistance, and look forward to working with my colleagues to closely monitor and assist with the rollout of this program. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. And next we have Miss Michelle Fishback from Minnesota. You're now recognized, Ms. Fishback.
And I believe I am off mute. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. During August recess, we've been visiting across the district and visited many farms, and I hear about the challenges that they're facing. We've got a drought here in Minnesota, the workforce shortages, the overregulation, broadband internet access, and so much more. They have serious challenges, and those challenges require serious solutions. Unfortunately, the legislation before us today falls short of that. And we've received the bill material less than 24 hours ago, yet we're here and we're about to push through a $3.5 trillion spending without even public input. None of those stakeholder groups had the opportunity for input on this bill. This is opposite of transparent, and it's certainly not the way the American people should expect their government to function. Throughout this entire process, Democrats in both bodies have put together a bill without Republican input, and that is the exact opposite of good governance. Let me be blunt. This bill will raise taxes on family farms, further the labor shortages in rural Minnesota and in rural America, and significantly raise the national debt. It's a partisan tax and spending scheme that puts rural communities last. And those are just the provisions that we know about right now. We are in the midst of an economic crisis in this country, largely perpetuated by this administration's reckless policies. But even as the economic crisis continues to rage, the only solution Democrats have to offer is spend, spend, spend. The president continues to float complex tax proposals that are full of promises but empty on details. Even some of the Democrats on this committee have spoken out against them, just like you did, Mr. Chair. The most obvious example is President Biden's proposal to eliminate stepped-up basis, something that would have huge implications, and admittedly, many of the people on this committee do share that concern, as you do, Mr. Chair. They would have huge implications for family farms. Either the president doesn't understand, or worse, he doesn't care about the devastating financial impacts that tax will have on family farms. As we made the visits across the district during recess, it is one of the biggest issues that we are talked to about, that they say this will be devastating, this will hurt farmers, this will hurt farms, this will hurt rural Minnesota and rural America. This committee has a tradition of working together in the light of day, like we did on the broadband, like we did on WIT Plus, to pass thoughtful policy on behalf of America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. Yet, unfortunately, we are here today, and I can't support this legislation that runs completely counter to the principles of good governance. And I urge my colleagues to join me, and let's get to work on policy that will have true positive impacts on the people we represent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishback. And now I recognize the vice chair of our committee, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your leadership. The Build Back Better plan is a once-in-a-generation investment in America's future. This proposal represents a historic opportunity to focus federal investments in climate change mitigation, rural communities, forest restoration, and agricultural research and education. I'm also thrilled this proposal addresses the infrastructure needs of the land-grant universities, the 1890s. As you know, the 1890s are some of our largest and most impactful historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs. And for more than 125 years, the 1890 land-grant universities have provided essential research, education, public outreach, and economic development opportunities across our country. And yet these institutions continue to face major issues regarding state matching funds and insufficient infrastructure on campus to conduct cutting-edge agricultural research. Since the late 1990s, land-grant universities, including the 1890s, have received very little to no infrastructure funding. And as a result, these state agricultural research facilities face a huge backlog in deferred maintenance of at least $11.5 billion. If we're truly to meet the challenges and the opportunities of the 21st century, renovating and securing new facilities and equipment is absolutely crucial, which is why I appreciate Chairman Scott for working with my colleagues and you to address this concern. By providing funding to the Research Facilities Act, the 1890 land-grant universities, as well as the entire state agriculture research system of institutions, will be able to participate in cutting-edge agriculture and climate change research. Moreover, as vice chair of this committee, it is a priority of mine to make sure that these 1890 land-grant universities and minority-serving institutions, MSIs, continue to have the resources they need to unlock the potential of millions of students across the country. The more than $1 billion included in this proposal for MSIs, including funding for the 1890s Centers of Excellence, extension programs, and scholarships, will do just that. This funding will enable the 1890s and MSIs to continue to be a critical source of diversity in the food and agriculture sector and ensure that these institutions have equitable resources to continue delivering competitive research facilities and extension services. And with that said, Mr. Chairman, I am very proud to support this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it as well so that we can build back better together. Chairman Scott, as always, thank you for your leadership and your commitment to helping all of our schools and the 1890 land-grant universities and MSIs, and I yield back.
And thank you, Gentle Lady and Vice Chair Adams, and thank you for the wonderful leadership that you are providing, especially with our 1890s. And I just want you to know that we have money in here to cover those areas that you mentioned to get good research down to our 1890s, as well as we also have the $100 million for the 1890 scholarships covered in here as well, so that we will have that done. Also, while I'm on this, Ann has scheduled an October 21st vote. Is that correct, Ann? On the bill itself. And as you know, we have the bill, it's been introduced, and it will be called up now on October 21st. And we have the $100 million in there and the language that would make this scholarship program permanent. And I just want to thank my ranking member. I want to thank, I already go back with the gentleman from Texas, Mike, who worked with us in getting that done. Thank you. Now I will recognize, who do we have? Okay. The gentle lady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity. So as I toured the farms in my district earlier this month, I heard from many Missourians who were concerned about these proposed tax increases that could impact their businesses and their families. We also heard about the excessive Washington spending and skyrocketing inflation. I heard about the increased need for reliable rural broadband, how they can best keep their businesses operational and find people willing to work. But I did not hear we needed to go further in debt as a nation and pass a massive bill without even having one hearing. When the majority party refuses to operate in a bipartisan fashion, it doesn't just frustrate us here in Washington. It has a direct negative impact on our producers and our communities. And because of partisan politics, we're sitting here pretending to mark up a bill that Republicans received less than 24 hours ago that spends $66 billion without any input from the individuals that we on this committee support. So this bill is not only a disgraceful use of taxpayer dollars and a partisan wish list, it also will do more harm than good through the tax increases. Nearly every agricultural association has made clear that this administration's proposed tax increases would have devastating impacts on our farming families. And I have here letters from Missouri Farm Bureau, Missouri corn growers, Missouri soybean, and Missouri cattlemen highlighting these potential threats to them and the negative impacts. And I would like to submit these for the record. I applaud my colleagues. Thank you. And I applaud you, Mr. Chairman, for opposing these increases and others on this call on the other side of the aisle who also have listened to their constituents and have raised concerns about this issue. And I appreciate that letters have been written, but I would like more information on conversations. Have there been serious conversations with the Ways and Means Committee and with the Speaker on this? Because letters are nice, but this would be devastating to our rural communities and to our farm families. If any of these proposals go through, they cannot be in this proposal. And so I'm hopeful that you can provide more insights on this and that as a committee, we can stand together against any tax increases on our farm families. And I look forward to working with this committee in a bipartisan fashion to work for the agriculture industry and something that we all can support. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congress lady. And let me assure you, you mentioned, are there serious discussions on this stepped up business? Yes, there have been. As I said, I've written a letter. I think there are other members on the Democratic side who are providing leadership on it already. I certainly have talked with our leadership, and I'm not at privy to reveal any of these conversations. However, I just want you to know that this is very serious. I think we're in the hunt here, and hopefully we will be successful. But this is one issue, this stepped up business, you're right. It will be devastating, not only to our farmers, but to small businesses. I mean,
yes, I agree. And also that we cannot double the capital gains tax or reduce the estate tax threshold. So thank you for your support fighting these things alongside all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman
And
Neal.
now we will recognize,
With the Chairman Neal.
Miss Kim, is that Kim Schreier? Miss Kim Schreier from Washington. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am so glad that this bill includes significant funding for forest management and wildland firefighting, mitigation, and agricultural research. I want to quickly highlight a few of the provisions that will most benefit my constituents in Washington state. First, this bill makes a tremendous investment of $14 billion into hazardous fuel reduction, including $10 billion specifically set aside for the Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI. This is one of the largest investments ever made in wildfire mitigation. And hazardous fuels reduction, which includes mechanical thinning and prescribed burning, is desperately needed throughout the entire Western United States. Now, last year, a report from the Washington Department of Natural Resources identified 3 million acres of forest lands in my home state alone, nearly a quarter of which are in the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest in my district, as in need of restoration. And through active restoration and thinning, we can make our forests more resilient to drought, climate change, and pestilence. Prescribed fire, the practice of setting planned low-intensity fires overseen by professionals who can control the conditions on the ground, turns out to be one of the best ways to protect our communities from wildfire and restore forest health. Prescribed fires burn low to the ground, removing combustible debris from the packed forest floors, and along with mechanical thinning, this is one of our best weapons in fighting catastrophic wildfires, yet it's been horribly underutilized. That's why I introduced the National Prescribed Fire Act, a bipartisan bicameral bill that endorses the use of prescribed fire as an essential science-based strategy of reducing hazardous fuels to mitigate the worst effects of wildfire. And that's why I worked to include funding for prescribed fire along with mechanical thinning in this package. These practices will protect our forests. I'm especially glad that some of this will be dedicated to the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface. Places like Tully and Leavenworth, which is the highest risk of wildfire in the Pacific Northwest, were undeveloped. These areas were undeveloped 25 years ago, and now there's people living right up against the forest at high risk. And as our population expands to the WUI, we need to protect those areas. Relatedly, I am also thrilled that this program includes $1 billion for the Wood Innovation Grants Program. I'm hopeful this funding could be used in support of a small diameter mill in Chelan County. As my colleagues and I discussed at a recent Conservation of Forestry subcommittee hearing, a major challenge for removing fuels from overcrowded forests is the loss of small sawmills throughout the country. So developing a small diameter sawmill in Chelan County presents a unique opportunity to protect our forests and create family wage jobs. There is substantial momentum here and here locally and regionally to invest in this work. And so I encourage the USDA to work with Congress to use that funding in this way. I also want to highlight the investments in agricultural research. Modern ag research and education facilities serve as the backbone of our nation's cutting edge ag and food research. But research facilities face high deferred maintenance costs. For example, at Washington State University, Wenatchee Tree Fruit Research and Extension Center in my district, an aging plant growth facility that's well past its usual lifespan does not provide adequate quality control for high-level plant science. A new facility there is desperately needed and would cost $6 to $7 million. That is why my colleagues, including Representatives Panetta, Adams, and Plaskett, and I prioritized including investments in next generation ag research in this package. Frankly, each dollar invested in ag research provides strong returns to the economy. Lastly, I want to highlight the historic investment this bill makes in the Legacy Roads and Trails program. This is funding to improve or decommission forest roads and trails in areas where infrastructure is deteriorating. It's unique because it prioritizes water quality and watershed health with the goal of protecting American rivers and streams, endangered fish, and community water systems with targeted local products. It is results-oriented and collaborative, and only over half of the money used for fish passage and culverts comes from external partners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including those, for protecting our forest lands, and for including these forest packages in this package. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Shar. Now I will recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjarlais.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I got to admit, I'm a little bit disappointed or highly disappointed at the way this hearing is being conducted today. The House Agriculture Committee has a longstanding tradition of prioritizing input from America's farmers, ranchers, forest landowners, rural communities, et cetera, when crafting legislation impacting their livelihoods. This committee also has a long track record of bipartisanship with members collaborating across the aisle. Historically, legislation coming out of this committee included both Republican and Democrat priorities that were fine-tuned over thoughtful legislative process. While I may not have always agreed with the priorities of my colleagues across the aisle, I appreciated the sanctity of the process. Unfortunately, the reconciliation process has been anything but thoughtful or collaborative. There has been no stakeholder involvement or discourse with constituents on this tremendous amount of money included in the bill at a time when spending is truly out of control. The bill's price tag currently was $66 billion, and we just heard from you, Mr. Chairman, in your remarks that at some point in the future, Democrats will be jamming another $28 billion into the bill behind closed doors. This is not the way to legislate. It's absolutely unconscionable to spend this amount without having a single hearing or opportunity to conduct oversight by having USDA in to testify. In fact, Republicans received this bill's text less than 24 hours in advance of this markup, and we still have no idea what the tax implications are going to look like because Ways and Means won't release the remainder of their bill until next week. This has been a horribly rushed process that lacks any sort of transparency. And this is my 11th year on this committee, as some of my other colleagues who've already spoken, and 8 of those were in the majority. I don't ever recall a hearing process like the one we had in February or the one we're having today, where we're going to spend untold hours on really a cake that's already been baked. We're going to go through the motions. We're going to offer some thoughtful amendments. And I am encouraged to hear the ranking member of the Forestry Committee, Ms. Spanberger, even acknowledge that this process is rushed, it's not complete, it's not ready. And yet here we are today going through the motions to jam this into this reconciliation process that I think you're going to find Americans are going to reject. We see the inflation across the country. We see gas prices going up. We see food prices going up. And we've just spent an incredible amount of money combating COVID. And now here we are sitting here today, irresponsibly looking at $100 billion or $90 billion that we haven't really fully discussed. And there's going to be amendments today. So maybe some folks across the aisle will remember what this committee is about, remember how it's supposed to function and operate. And we can postpone this until we know what's actually going to be in this markup and in this bill that's supposed to come before the committee. So I urge my colleagues across the aisle to think this through, think about the future of America, think about the debt we're going into, and let's do this in the thoughtful tradition of the House Agricultural Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Desjardins. And now I will recognize Ms. Craig, the gentlelady from Minnesota. 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. I know we've got a lot to get through today, so I'm going to be very brief. Let me just reinforce to the committee, and you already know this, Mr. Chairman, leadership already knows this. I remain extremely concerned about any change in the stepped up basis. With that said, I know that there are some really critically important items in the legislation that we're going to mark up here today that are going to help my family farmers, and they're going to help rural communities all over this country. I just want to highlight 3 very quickly that we'll be discussing today that'll move the needle for Minnesota's family farmers and those in particular in the 2nd Congressional District of Minnesota. First, the nearly $1 billion investment in biofuels infrastructure will go a long way in expanding markets for family farms and increase the availability of biofuels for this nation's consumers. As I've said a number of times before, I think biofuels are an incredibly important part of our effort to reduce carbon emissions across our transportation sector, and they're a tremendous opportunity for markets for our family farmers. Second, the $4 billion investment in the Rural Partnership Program will help rural communities in my district and across the country create new opportunities and spur job growth. Third, the $2.5 billion investment in the Rural Energy for America program will help folks make investments in renewable energy systems that will provide significant cost savings in the long run and help fight climate change. Mr. Chairman, I've advocated for these actions on all three of these issues, as I know a number of my colleagues here today have on a bipartisan basis, and I really appreciate their inclusion in the text being considered by the committee. And with that, I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Craig. And now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really did appreciate your beginning prayer and recognizing the 13 soldiers that gave their life for this great country of ours. I want to appreciate also the fact that you and Ranking Member Thompson for giving me the opportunity. Like many of my fellow colleagues, I'm incredibly frustrated with the process that has gotten us here today. To this point, I've been pleased. You know, we've done some really good work up to this point. I've been really pleased with the many things we've been able to accomplish together for this year. The bipartisan passage of measures to predict and provide disaster relief for thousands of farmers, ranchers in rural America. For our bipartisan efforts to deploy broadband across Indiana and America in our rural communities. And to work on both sides of these topics, fully embodied this collaborative spirit that we've known for and promised to be a tremendous benefit to the American people. Given the historic price tag for this measure, it is especially concerning to watch the majority's hasty and partisan development of this package with little regard for the Americans who will be directly affected by these policies. Prior to the 2018 Farm Bill, Republican leadership held over 100 public meetings that included members on both sides of the aisle. Democrats' plan today provides changes to funding for Farm Bill programs with no input from Republicans, no public hearings or discussions, and practically no other input from stakeholders. It is my hope that we can correct the course of our committee away from the mainstream partisan issues and refocus our attention on providing leadership for rural America in areas like climate change, agriculture research, and protecting our nation's food supply chain. As we begin further consideration of this package before us today, it is my sincere hope that all of you, regardless of where you are and what party you may be associated with, will fully consider the changes to this package that I and many of my colleagues have proposed in a good faith effort to improve the bill as is, does little to make changes needed for the department and for improving farm policy. Americans deserve a thorough, transparent, and collaborative process for legislation of this scale. I urge my colleagues to return to the normal order and restore the committee's reputation of bipartisan to support America hardworking farmers and ranchers. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. And I just want to comment on some of the things you've said. This committee is very proud of the hard work we've done together in a bipartisan way. And I want members, it's because of you that we were able to accomplish the disaster aid. We did that together, Democrats and Republicans. The climate change, we did that as Democrats and Republicans. Our 1890 scholarship program, we did that as Republicans and Democrats. And you've heard Democrat after Democrat already on this committee who are fighting as hard as Republicans against stepped up. Now, we can win this step up battle, and we got to do it in a bipartisan way. I'm taking the message to the White House, to our leadership. We can win this, but we got to do it together. And I'm going to stand up for this committee on the work that we are doing and have done. It's been historic, and we've done it in a bipartisan way. And I'm proud of the work that my ranking member and I have done on keeping this as a strong bipartisan agriculture committee. Thank you very much. And now, who's next? Ms. Pingree, gentlelady from Maine, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm looking forward to going through this markup, so I will try to keep my remarks brief, but I appreciate being able to be here today. I just want to say I think there are some really good things in this markup that we're doing, and I'm so pleased to be able to be a part of it. I'm particularly pleased about the climate-focused research that's going to support things like on-the-farm renewable energy, which is so important to many of our farmers. I'm glad to see we're making long overdue investments in our research infrastructure and our land-grant university. I'm particularly pleased in the investment in innovative wood products, which brings more green jobs to my state of Maine. And some of the family forest provisions in there that will help family forest and small forest owners to sequester more carbon and be able to have those new revenue streams. I am disappointed, and I know this has been already brought up, that we're not considering investments in the USDA voluntary conservation programs. I know how important theirs are, particularly programs like CSP, which is such an important tool for farmers to engage as partners in our climate change efforts. Programs that help sequester more carbon in the soil and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. It's really important that we work with farmers on this and support the work that they're doing. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to fund these programs where the demand greatly exceeds the funding that we currently have available. This funding today will help us to address many of those funding shortfalls that our farmers across the country desperately need. And it will give us a chance to give them more on-the-ground technical support that they also are asking us for every day and desperately need. I do appreciate that the chairman has already talked about his commitment to ensuring that these investments are included in our final bill. And I'll look forward to working with him and everyone else on the committee on that. So with that, I'll yield back and look forward to doing the markup. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Finstra, you're represented for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. Always remember, God is always in control. We always have to remember that. And I just want to put things in perspective just a little bit. Our state of Iowa budget is $9 billion, or just under that, about $8.5 billion thereabouts. This bill is $3.5 trillion. This morning, I got to speak to about 200 university students talking about economics and accounting. And it got brought up of all our unfunded liabilities, like Social Security and stuff like that. And one student brought it up just simply saying, how can you pass a $3.5 trillion bill when we have all these unfunded liabilities? And it shivered. It put shivers in my spine of saying, these kids are on the hook. They're on the hook for all this spending. And it's scary. It's scary to think about where we're headed as a country when we go down these paths. And this, I look at this bill itself. I mean, the bill, I regret to say it, but it's a debacle. I mean, we have no idea of the tax increases. We have no idea where the $28 billion is going to go to. I mean, we in generalities know, but we haven't seen the text. You know, my real concern is what it's doing to the family farmers. You know, the taxes, the crushing regulations, the breaking of promises that we made to farmers. You know, farmers had enough. My district ranks #1 virtually in all farming aspects in the country. We are the breadbasket to the world, the economic engine of our nation. And I'm here fighting for our farming community. I see what's happening. We talked about stepped up in basis, which is effectively a supercharged death tax. Thank you, Chairman, for going to bat on that. But there's more. That's just one piece of the pie. The administration also is calling for changes to tax known as 1031 like-kind exchange, right? Very similar to stepped up in basis. But what this does is when somebody's passing on property or when you're updating your farm equipment, that you don't have to pay that extra tax. And it sounds like that's going to be part of this bill. Democrat leaders are turning a blind eye to the negative effects of all these hidden taxes and these men and women who feed the world. They should not have to foot the bill for this reckless spending. They're also looking at implementing burdensome regulations that I'm just fearful of. Administrator Reagan recently announced that EPA will be looking at changing the waters of the U.S. rules. Return to WOTUS, which allowed the federal government to regulate 97% of Iowa's land. But it didn't stop there. Biden broke his promise to promote biofuels. He said that many times. Biofuels were completely left out of this bill, providing billions for subsidies for coastal elites that drive Teslas and Priuses or whatever it might be. In June, I spoke on the floor about this, about the burdens that are on our farm families. My in-laws are one of them. We feel it. We have real issues, everyone. We have real issues that we need to deal with. We have anti-competitive behavior in the cattle market. We have the remaining competition of China. We have to develop stronger export markets. We need to prepare for the upcoming farm bill. Instead, we're here considering a bill that will solely benefit families on the East and West Coast and those leaving the families in the heartland of America behind. Our farmers, people deserve better. And this $3.5 trillion is just absolutely crushing to my kids and the kids I talked to today. Thanks, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now I recognize Mr. Garbertall from California. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for bringing this important package of transformational investments before our committee, which will greatly, no doubt, improve the lives of Americans, including the residents of the Central Coast that I represent. Our Central Coast community has felt the impacts of the climate crisis in a multitude of ways. More severe droughts, increased frequency of heat waves, and record-setting year-round wildfires. The Build Back Better plan includes timely investments in climate-smart agriculture and research that aim to mitigate climate change while supporting the producers and farmers that feed us across the country. Universities and agricultural research facilities are key implementers of climate and innovation research. Investments in these institutions will help America advance our global competitiveness and ensure we are equipped for the future. The Build Back Better plan also makes critical investments that help our rural economies build economic resiliency, advance renewable energy, and support job growth. I urge my colleagues to support this bill in a bipartisan fashion, which will provide a vital support system for our ag producers, create good paying jobs, fight climate change, and fund agricultural education and research, both in my district and across our country. Finally, I would like to reaffirm my support for the nearly $35 billion investment in children nutrition programs being considered by the Education and Labor Committee today, which would ensure that 9 million more children will have access to health-focused nutrition programs. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And now I recognize Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Look, I just have to say that this second reconciliation package to me is just a big spending sham. And it's going to contribute more to the war on agriculture that's being waged by the Biden administration and the Democrat Party. And it's going to be as blunt as that. You look at these tax provisions, and Congressman Feenstra brought up other issues, but the stepped up in basis is really a killer. And, I don't know why anybody thinks it's a good idea to leverage on these family farmers who are going generation to generation and say, let's come up with a bunch of extra tax that you can't pay and then force them to sell out in order to, just pay the taxes to the IRS, and then the farm is lost. And I got to tell you, when that happens, you get smaller and smaller farmers selling out to bigger and bigger farmers. And bigger farmers aren't bad, but it means fewer people working the land and holding the land, fewer people living in our rural communities, fewer people shopping in our main streets, fewer people going to our schools. It puts enormous pressure on rural America. And why the heck the majority party would go along with something like that, I don't know. I mean, most farmers get it. There's going to be death and taxes in this world, but it shouldn't be in that order. I mean, even Senator Baucus from Montana, former Senator Baucus, was the head of the Finance Committee in the Senate for many years. He's written a column and he said, look, they did this, eliminated stepped up in basis a while back in the 70s. They did it again in 2010. And both times it was quickly repealed because it was so devastating against family farmers and small businesses and others that it just couldn't stand. So I have a sneaking suspicion that the end result of this process, that's going to be in there along with very bad other tax policies. And so for that, we should oppose the bill on its face. It's part of the war on agriculture. And since we didn't have a hearing to talk to the farm groups and others about how despicable this provision is, I'd like to submit for the record a list of 40 farm groups and the letter that they provided that talks about the dangers of stepped up in basis, if that's made in order, Mr. Chairman.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Yes.
Second of all, another issue that contributes to the war on agriculture that's in this overall bill are the provisions on climate change. These are very disastrous provisions that are going to take us from U.S. energy independence and an all of the above energy strategy and move us to dependence on our adversaries, no less, and very high cost energy policies. If you're looking out for the farmer, that's not good. I've never had a farmer or farm group or agribusiness come up to me in First District, Minnesota and say, please increase my fuel cost, increase my electricity cost, make it all less reliable. Make sure my fertilizer costs more so my production costs go up and I get hit on the bottom line. I don't know of anybody who thinks that's a good idea, but that's exactly what's going to happen with the Democrats' climate change agenda. It hasn't been thought out, it's not feasible, and it's really anti-American when you look at it on its face. Removing us from fossil fuels, where we have low-cost energy production, especially in electricity and fuel, and moving us, for instance, to renewables. I have no problems with ethanol, but I tell my friends in the ethanol industry, I don't know how much ethanol is blended into an electric vehicle. You got to get back to me on that one. I don't think too much. But if you're going to move us to wind and solar and decommission coal and natural gas and nuclear, that's going to make the grid unreliable. That's going to drive up costs. And then on top of that, in this bill, you're looking at going ahead and subsidizing, mandating, and everything else the use of electric vehicles and having these charging stations and all of that, not ready for prime time, not even in demand by the consumers. And you know what you're going to do when you go to wind, solar, and electric vehicles? You take us from U.S. energy independence, where we don't have a worry in the world, and you're going to move us to dependence mostly on China, because China has the rare earth materials that are needed. They cornered the market in many respects, the cobalt, the lithium, even the copper and other things that we need for these 1,000-pound batteries in these cars. And we are going to depend on China for our energy production and our vehicles. That makes no sense, depending on the communist Chinese. Why would we do that? What patriotic American would ever say that's in the interest of the United States? I certainly wouldn't. I think it should be rejected. Again, it hasn't been thought through. They need to revisit all this and do it in an orderly fashion that makes sense, that the economy and the market will dictate. So lastly, I just think this is a bad step that we're moving in with this reconciliation bill. Terrible bill we can't afford, and it contributes to the war on agriculture, which is higher taxes, more regulations, like Waters of the United States, which is coming down the road, higher cost energy, and on trade, I don't know. The administration who knows what they're going to do with China and others and that. So for that and other reasons, I recommend a no vote. Thanks for your time.
Yes, thank you. And now I recognize Mr. Panetta from California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move a strike last word. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this opportunity and, of course, your leadership on this very, very important legislation that deals with two areas in particular that are very important to us here, especially on the Central Coast of California. Ag research and, of course, dealing with our wildfires. As co-chair of the Ag Research Caucus with my good friend Rodney Davis, I have fought for more robust investments in agriculture research from my very first day in Congress. And as you and many of this committee and in Congress actually know where I come from, the salad bowl of the world, agriculture is the #1 industry in my district. And today, the farmers and the farm workers I proudly represent are literally on the front lines of dealing with climate change. As I said, they are consistently dealing with the issues and the effects of the change in climate, and are consistently dealing with the more frequent and intense wildfires, including the damaging smoke taint, as well as the more devastating and prolonged droughts. But we can't just focus on providing relief after disaster strikes. We have to be more proactive and make sure our families, our farmers are more resilient and ready to fight for their future. That's why we need to increase investments in programs like the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, AFRI, which is our nation's leading competitive grants program for ag sciences. This bill, I'm glad to say, includes a $500 million investment in AFRI funding and research that needs to get into the hands of our researchers and scientists who are working directly with producers in my district and all across this country to make sure our ag industry can be a part of our climate solution. Now, this bill also includes $380 million for the Agricultural Advanced Research and Development Authority, a program that Rep. Davis and I have been fighting to fund since AGARDA was first authorized in the 2018 Farm Bill. With $380 million, we can bolster AGARDA and invest in the type of high-risk, high-reward research that we need to have to be competitive in the 21st century. Now, this bill includes a $200 million investment in two programs that many of us on this community, Democrats and Republicans on this committee, have long supported: the Organic Research Extension Initiative, OREI, and the Specialty Crop Research Initiative, SCRI. Now, I represent a lot of specialty crop growers, and many of them grow organic or are transitioning to organic or grow both organic and conventional agriculture. And I'm absolutely thrilled to see that these programs receive funding in our bill, because I know that research will make its way back to the producers in my district, who are not only working to feed communities around the world, but also working to develop new tools and strategies for sustainable agriculture and to become even better stewards of our land. Now, being from the American West and considering what we are going through, not just in our fire season, but yes, fire years, I also want to highlight the $40 billion investment in forestry. Last year, my district was ravaged by fire, and this year is already proving to be another devastating fire year for California. So it gives me hope to know that this bill includes funding for hazardous fuels treatment in the wildland-urban interface, forest restoration and resilience grants, vegetation management, and funding for a state fire assistance and volunteer fire assistance programs. So, Mr. Chairman, from funding to ag research to funding to prevent, not just suppress forest fires, this legislation supports the people in my district on the Central Coast, but it also supports our agriculture all across our country. And that is why I look forward to continuing to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Panetta. Now I recognize Mr. Johnson from South Dakota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I suspect some of you know that when I came to Congress, a spot on the Agriculture Committee was my top priority. I was committed to working on good policy in a bipartisan way. That's how I'm wired. And that's what this committee did, as much as any committee in the House. I am concerned, Mr. Chairman, that things have changed. Today's markup is a startling example of that. We're about to pass $90 billion in spending without a single legislative hearing, oversight hearing, outreach meeting, or listening session to gain input on these proposals. Now, I want to provide a little context of that. And so let us recall that for the 2018 Farm Bill, a legislative package that had about as much agricultural spending as the bill that is before us, this committee hosted almost 100 hearings and listening sessions with real debate, real bipartisan debate to fine-tune the policy. For this bill, though, the majority has engaged in zero effort to find common ground or to build bipartisan compromise. I think we all realize we are a closely divided nation. Speaker Pelosi has a 4-vote margin. The Senate is literally 50-50. In that kind of a political landscape, I think Americans could be forgiven for expecting that our efforts would attempt to balance that close divide, that we would thread a needle between the half of us on the right and the half of us on the left. This bill does not do that, and I don't think any reasonable person could argue otherwise. I would close, Mr. Chairman, by noting this, and it is a source of great sadness to me. Our work on this massive bill is made all the more disappointing because it has caused this committee to neglect its other critically important responsibilities. Now, there are a number of examples, but let me highlight just one important one. Mandatory price reporting has already been extended by a year, and it expires at the end of this month. Let me say that again. Mandatory price reporting expires at the end of this month. Yet here we sit focused on massive new spending instead of focusing on transparency and accountability in the livestock markets. That is an area where ostensibly there is broad bipartisan support and agreement on what needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that we can do better. And so I would just suggest that we could put aside for a while this rushed reconciliation package and instead focus on doing our work on important topics like mandatory price reporting, which again expires at the end of this month. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate that. And now I recognize the gentle lady from Iowa, Miss Axney. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, for the committee's important work on this legislation. And certainly, I believe that the Build Back Better Act will do so much for our country, and really states like mine benefit the most, quite honestly. We're going to see huge opportunity and support for research within our institutions, get broadband out across this country, make sure that we have health care that people can afford in rural America. $1 billion, thank you, Mr. Chair, in making sure that we extend biofuels across this country. I really appreciate that. And I'm very grateful for you for the 2 pieces of legislation of mine that have been included in this. The Build Back Better Act includes 2 pieces, the Biofuels Infrastructure Reinvestment Act and the Rural Loan Aid Act. And so these 2 have been such a huge priority for me. Of course, with our biofuels infrastructure, we're going to be able to sell higher blends of biofuels, resulting in more demand for our corn and soybean farmers, and certainly more opportunity for jobs in our rural communities, and obviously more reduction in carbon emissions in our transportation sector. And then I've also led the effort to provide loan relief to rural loan recipients. The Rural Equal Aid Act was my first bill in this Congress, and it would extend the same loan relief that the folks who got the SBA loans through the PPP program, the folks in the USDA loans will receive the same type of relief. We wanted to make sure that we were on parity in our rural communities as opposed to just urban businesses getting loan relief during COVID. And this is very critical to increase opportunity and to invest in our rural communities. The main streets of these rural communities are literally no less deserving of federal relief efforts that have been implemented. And so I'm so thrilled that you've included this as well as my biofuels legislation so that we can help farmers have more success across this country. So I thank the chairman for working with me to include these important provisions in the Build Back Better Act. I look forward to its passage. I think that this is a huge opportunity for agriculture, To sit here and listen to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle call this a war on agriculture, this really shocks me when I see what is being put in here that really will change the face of opportunity for farmers in my district and in rural communities across this land. Thank you so much, Chairman, for including my pieces.
Thank you, Ms. Axney. And now I recognize Ms. Kat Kamak of Florida for 5 minutes.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent, excellent. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson, for the opportunity to speak here today. You know, I was in Manhattan yesterday at the site of the World Trade Towers with my colleagues from the Homeland Security Committee, where we had a field hearing about where we find ourselves 20 years later, post 9/11. Are we safer today than we were 20 years ago? Now, sadly, the experts across the board, from NYPD to DHS and everyone in between, including members of Congress, we all said no. And as we face this massive markup with more unknowns than knowns, I want to remind my colleagues that food security is national security. And I would encourage everyone to think about that as we proceed today. Now, I have to say that given the short notice and the fly-by-nature process that we are seeing right now, the clearly deliberate manner in which this markup has come about to ensure zero input from Republicans, zero input from industry experts, or heck, even rural America. I've had calls here today with many of the representatives from major commodities and organizations who have had zero input. I'm surprised that we're even given the chance to try and address the many issues within the measure before us. Given the fact that we have heard from both Republicans and Democrats that have all expressed frustration and a little bit of disappointment in the markup here today, given that fact, I'm hard pressed to believe that what we are doing here today is little more than a charade. Everyone knows that the future of our nation's agriculture is on the line. We know the stakes. And everyone knows the importance of bearing the hatchet and coming together, regardless of what letter is next to your name, to find constructive solutions that help support and strengthen our nation's producers through an unprecedented time. But I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing people come together. If that were the case, there would be Republican input in this process. So yet, despite an established record of bipartisanship on disaster relief and rural broadband, the majority made the conscious decision to reduce this important moment to a partisan exercise. Let's call it for what it is. There has been no transparency, no oversight, no remote interest in feedback from the majority, much less the farmers themselves who will be affected by this boondoggle. I can tell you that representing a majority agriculture district.
All right.
The language before us does nothing to address out-of-control spending or on the welfare programs carried out by this administration that has only grown dependence and ended decades of accountability and transparency. Why? Why is the majority so opposed to transparency and accountability? Why? This legislation does nothing to improve the farm programs that so many of our producers now rely upon. And what's worse, this reconciliation process is paving the way for a tax overhaul that risks destroying the American family farm as we know it. We've heard that there will be quote unquote carve-outs and exemptions for farmers, but has this administration, this majority, had any respect to even explain what those exemptions are? No. What the administration and the majority failed to grasp is the critical nature of American agriculture and the need for its continued survival. The majority's budget reconciliation process has done one thing. It has thrown American agriculture into yet another sea of uncertainty. The last thing that the very people who are keeping food on Americans' tables need is another uncertainty to contend with. The taxes destroying our family farms, the overburdensome regulations of heavy-handed bureaucrats in Washington, market fluctuations, trade issues, China, everyday weather. The one certain thing that our farmers are learning to deal with now is uncertainty. So why are we unnecessarily adding to that? I look forward to speaking on the amendments that I am offering here today and hope that we can restore some semblance of bipartisan nature back to this committee that we have carefully cultivated over the last few months. But I want to remind my Democrat colleagues that every single one of our constituents needs safe, affordable, and accessible food. Destroying the very families that provide that food to our constituents is a direct attack on those constituents. It is not enough for our Democrat colleagues simply say that they're disappointed in the process and then turn around and vote for it. Words aren't enough. Our farmers deserve better, so let's do better. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Carmack. And now I recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Thompson. Like many of my colleagues, I'm very frustrated with the process being used to bring this $3.5 trillion budget blueprint through reconciliation. You know, we lose track and we lose perspective. $3.5 trillion, y'all, is more than $10,000 per American. $10,000 per American we're in the process of jamming through. As many of you know, reconciliation was created in 1974 to reduce the national deficit through a simple majority vote. The idea was that through reconciliation, elected leaders would put aside political differences and instruct congressional committees on how to best prioritize the country's spending for the next year. Since January of this year, the majority party has instead used reconciliation to pass the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan and now this $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, both passing on party lines. Several weeks ago, I voted no to this budget blueprint because it's dangerous for America. This is the largest tax and spend measure in American history, adding trillions to our already $30 trillion national debt. It includes damaging taxes, which I've offered some amendments on today, and those taxes will fall largely on the shoulders of middle-income families, small businesses, and our family farms. I proudly represent the big first district of Kansas. We have 63 counties. I've done 63 town halls this summer. I did a town hall in every single county. And repeatedly, the out of control spending and what this bill will do to our taxes continue to come up over and over and over again. A few weeks ago, and as I've traveled around discussing what's going on, I assured people in the big first of Kansas that the vote on the blueprint was not the final passage of the eventual budget that we're going to see coming from this reconciliation process. I said that to them with the hopes that we could put differences aside and determine the next best steps for America. It's clear today from the text we received only 24 hours before today's markup that this will not be the case. We're not going to hear from Americans on their priorities or even from my colleagues on the matter prior to this full committee markup. When we fail to put legislation through the proper House procedure, we end up throwing money at our problems rather than working to solve those problems well. Unfortunately, the losers today and in this process is agriculture, the country, and our future generations. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Next, we have Mr. Allen of Georgia. 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear you.
Wisconsin.
Oh, Mr. Allen of Georgia, you're recognized.
We're addressing
5
the
minutes.
audio issue. Sorry, everyone.
Can you hear me? Mr. Allen of Georgia, you're recognized. What room?
The room is muted on the Zoom.
Oh. Is the room muted?
It's fixed. Thank you.
Mr. Allen of Georgia, you're recognized. Did he?
He's muted. Mr. Allen is muted. We don't know if they can hear us. They should be able to hear us. Okay.
Mr. Allen, can you hear? Where is he?
He's top right.
Oh,
Need to take it off mute.
oh, he,
Looks like he's in the car.
oh, I see. Okay. Well, let's try him again. Mr. Allen of Georgia? All right, if we're going to move on, but if Mr. Allen, if someone gets word to him, we don't want to miss anyone, we will. Oh, he's back?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, my thing wouldn't unmute here.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Allen, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
All right, so just a second. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of discussion today about the markup, and I will have to say, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We hear you clear. Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, I got two markups going, and apparently they're doing it in all these committees. But anyway, I just had to get my concerns voiced about this whole process. We spent yesterday in the Education and Labor Committee marking up, their part of this, and now we're in the Agriculture Committee, and I'm sure all the other committees are working on this, and it's like this is an emergency action. I don't understand that. In fact, this whole administration came out of the gate and with a lot of regulatory reform and other things. We see what that's doing to inflation, to the economy, and to everything else that's going on in the country. And all of the administration's actions thus far have turned into a crisis. I mean, each and every one of them. And what I see in this piece of legislation is no different. Right now our country's having to deal with all these crises. We've got inflation, we've got uncertainty, and frankly, from the standpoint of rural America, we don't produce carbon in rural America. We need carbon to grow our trees and our plants and everything else. The whole principle behind this is it just astounds me that the party in control of this House doesn't seem to understand or care how this massive increase in spending will impact the very constituents that we claim to represent. But if we continue this rate of spending, it will lead to increased inflation, as I mentioned before. And this is not the time to increase spending. Additionally, we're going to, additionally, when are we going to have oversight on the money we've distributed the past 1.5 years? We have provided the USDA over $141 billion for COVID relief, and there has been virtually zero oversight or hearings to investigate how these programs work and whether they need modifications or reform. As Chairman, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, the bills we're marking today, it doesn't even include the $28 billion of the total account, as Mr. Austin Scott brought up. So somewhere between now and the day when the full budget reconciliation package is brought to the floor of the House for a vote, the majority party will have to add around, will have to add this $28 billion. What's that going to look like? The entire markup today is dysfunctional, and it's a sad state of affairs. And I hope desperately that we might return to true regular order sometime in the near future. And that's the privilege I've had of serving on the Ag Committee. And I would hope we would return to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, hearing no further discussion, we now will move to subtitle A.
Chairman,
Je-
Mr. Chairman, this is
Who seeks?
this is Austin Scott, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move to postpone consideration of the committee print until September 20th, 21, Mr. Chairman. We were given the text of this bill less than 24 hours in advance, only seconds before it was released to the general public. This bill spends a tremendous amount of money and will have a tremendous impact on every aspect of agriculture, our food supply, and it deserves candidly the consideration that can only happen when the members of Congress are in Washington, D.C. So, Mr. Chair, I move to postpone to September 20th consideration of the committee print so that we as the members of Congress can do our job, and that is review this legislation, make sure that it does not increase taxes or the deficit, and then move forward with a vote at that time.
Mr. Chair, I move to table the motion.
I figured y'all.
The vote is on tabling the motion to postpone. All in favor will say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a question of consideration.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 The ayes have it and the motion is tabled.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a question of consideration.
Gentleman is recognized.
For all the, basically, it really is alarming that members of this committee are being jammed by considering a significant spending bill. It's just out of character of the House Agriculture Committee, and it has been for the 13 years I've had the privilege and honor of serving on this committee. We're considering a significant spending bill without the ability to even vet the need and the purpose of this legislation. It really is unconscionable that the committee is considering this package knowing that nearly $25 billion in this committee's jurisdiction is going to be added without our consideration. You're asking us to vote on a bill where a third of it is undefined. There's no world where that makes sense. Certainly not within the world of the House Agriculture Committee. We're asking for what was being asked for with Mr. Scott was some additional time just so that we could actually do this in a proper way of knowing what that $25 billion in our jurisdiction on how it would be added. It really is it's also a dereliction of our duty as members of the Agriculture Committee continue this markup without the full knowledge of the tax pay-fors, which by all accounts, and I think there's a consensus, it'd be interesting if, it seems like the folks I've heard from in their general comments, Republicans and Democrats have significant concerns of that, how it would be devastating to farm families. Transparency is not a partisan issue. In fact, many of my Democrat colleagues in this committee have called for the release of the tax pay-fors impacting farm families before this process should move forward. So I'm confident there is and I know that there's a bipartisan agreement on the need to delay this process. This isn't just for the sake of the delay, Mr. Chairman. This so we can know what's in this broader bill, what else in our jurisdiction will be tacked on, and ultimately do the work of this committee with integrity and transparency.
Well, the gentleman raises the question of consideration, which is not debatable. The question is, does the committee wish to consider the committee print? All of those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the consideration is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Yeah, they're just going to be obnoxious.
A recorded vote has been asked. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Comer votes yes.
comment? How is always recorded? Mr. Chairman, how is? What are Mr. Owens? How's Mr. Owens recorded?
I didn't understand that. Who's calling and what was the question?
Yeah, would you give me?
Okay, members, unmute yourselves until we're ready to vote. And now I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Who's my vote? My vote is yes.
Chairman votes yay. Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger. Ms. Spanberger. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes. Mr. Delgado.
Yes.
Mr. Delgado votes yes. Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr.
This is the chair. As we are moving, the room is not clear. We're not getting there's some electronic issue, and we're going to call for a recess for 10 minutes until we can get everything clear. We're getting a feedback. Is that correct? All right. So we will stand adjourned for how much? A recess.
The sound is fine. The sound is fine.
For 10 minutes, we will have a recess so we can get it straight. Thank you. 10 minutes. Is that
Recess
what
is
you
to
need?
make sure.
Yeah.
All right.
They just need to restart the system.
The sound is
Audio check. Okay. Mic check.
Audio check, 1300. Audio check, 1300.
Confirming audio check.
Okay. Okay. Now, meeting will come back to order. And the clerk can now resume calling where we left off due to the feedback in the room. What happened, ladies and gentlemen, was, as it was informed to me, the mic in the room interfered with the mic of our clerk, Miss Sandman. And now we've gotten that corrected. So we are now resuming the recorded vote as to where we left off. And I think that was the last vote was the ranking member's vote, I believe. Is that correct?
No, we were on Mr. Sablon.
Mr. Sablon?
Yes.
Okay. And so we will pick up after that, and please continue calling the roll.
Okay. Mr. Sablon.
Mr. Sablon, can you hear?
Ms. Custer.
Yes.
Ms. Custer votes yes.
All right.
Ms. Bustos.
Yes.
Ms. Bustos votes yes. Mr. Maloney.
Sean Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney votes yes.
Mr. Maloney votes yes. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes yes.
Ms. Plaskett votes yes. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran, yes.
Mr. O'Halloran votes yes. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes yes.
Mr. Carbajal votes yes. Mr. Khanna.
Yes.
Mr. Khanna votes yes. Mr. Lawson.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson votes yes. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes yes.
Mr. Correa votes yes. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes yes.
Ms. Craig votes yes. Mr. Harder.
Yes.
Mr. Harder votes yes. Ms. Saxney.
Axney votes yes.
Mrs. Saxney votes yes. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes yes.
Ms. Schreier votes yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, for 22 ayes, 7 noes.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes yes. Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop votes yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson votes no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Austin Scott.
Mr. Austin Scott votes no.
Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins.
No.
Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mrs. Hartzler.
No.
Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes
Sorry.
no. Mr. Davis.
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon.
No.
Mr. Bacon,
Bacon votes no.
Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird.
How is Mr. Allen recorded?
Mr. Allen, you were not recorded. How do you vote?
No.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Mr. Hagedorn.
Hagedorn votes no.
Yes.
Mr. Hagedorn votes no. Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs votes no.
Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Cloud.
Cloud votes no.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Mann.
Mann votes no.
Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra votes no.
Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mrs. Fishbach.
Fishbach votes no.
Mrs. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. Spanberger. Ms. Spanberger.
We got 2 meetings going here.
Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Panetta.
Aye.
Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Costa, you're recorded as yay.
Thank you.
How's Adams recorded?
Ms. Adams, you're also recorded as yay.
Thank you.
How's Mr. Bishop recorded?
Mr. Bishop, you're recorded as yay.
Baird, no.
Mr. Baird votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran, how am I recorded?
Mr. O'Halloran, you're recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Clerk, how is Allen recorded?
Mr. Allen, you were recorded as no.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, this is Ms. Craig. Could I just verify how I'm recorded, please?
Ms. Craig, you are recorded as yay.
Thank you.
This is Sablon. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Salam, we did not have you recorded. Did you wish to record a vote?
Is this a motion to postpone?
No, sir. This is the question of consideration offered by the ranking member.
So I vote no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush, you are recorded as yay.
May I change my vote, please, Sablon? Sorry.
Mr. Sablon, how do you wish to be recorded?
Yay. Yeah,
Mr. Sablon votes yay.
Okay. Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? And have all members voted? Clerk, which members have not been voted?
Mr. Chairman, the only member not recorded at this point is Ms. Spanberger of Virginia.
Okay. Now the clerk shall report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas were 26, the nays were 24.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to the next part of business, which is, Madam Assistant, we're now moved to. Okay, hearing no further discussion, we now will move on to Subtitle A, General Provisions. Without objection, this section will be considered as read. Now, are there any members who have any amendments to Subtitle A? No amendments. Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to Subtitle B, which is Forestry. Do members have any amendments to Subtitle B? If, yes, ranking member?
I have an amendment.
It strikes the underlying provision and adds broadband and.
Okay.
Okay. Ranking Member Thompson, you have, you're offering an amendment?
I am.
The
Chairman,
clerk-
it's amendment number 35.
All right. The clerk will report the title of that amendment.
Amendment number 35, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recommend a distinguished ranking member, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of their amendment.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And basically, this is an amendment that is already in on at least 2 occasions. The content of it has been supported by every member of this Agriculture Committee, both Republicans and Democrats. If I was to summarize it, it basically strikes the subtitles A through E and inserts agriculture disaster assistance and rural broadband, both of which were voice voted out of the committee. Obviously, this summer, the Agriculture Committee approved 2 bipartisan pieces of legislation, one on July 14th, the other on July 27th, and broadband and WIP Plus disaster assistance, which were both omitted from the Democrats' reconciliation bill, despite being obviously priorities of, I believe, every member on this committee. This committee started out on a terrible foot in February. The historically bipartisan Agriculture Committee convened the 117th Congress with a bipartisan markup of the reconciliation legislation. And during that markup, Chairman, Chairman Scott, you claimed time and time again that it was not how we wanted to run this committee. And true to your word, over the summer, we've been able to work together to craft legislation supporting producers impacted by disaster, as well as authorizing programs to deliver rural broadband connectivity to bridge that digital divide in rural America. Now, I was optimistic that we had put the partisanship behind us. Unfortunately, I was wrong, and we're back to considering another bloated spending package that not only will increase the size of the federal debt and was written in secret by Democratic leadership, it ignores the priorities that we put forward as a committee. It's no way to run a committee, this committee. The amendment before us would strike all of these partisan provisions crafted in secret and will place them with the two pieces of legislation that's actually been vetted with stakeholders, marked up in this committee, and unanimously approved by members on both sides of the aisle. Now, I don't need to extol the merits of these provisions. After all, everyone in this room supported them. But now is the perfect opportunity to actually get them enacted. Will this committee carry on the tradition of bipartisanship and deliver real assistance to rural America, or were the markups this summer just empty promises and theater? And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
At this time, does any other member seek to recognition to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Busto.
Ms. Bustos, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was proud to be able to work with you, Mr. Chairman, and also the ranking member, and to support both the disaster bill and the rural broadband bill. We've demonstrated broad support for this legislation, and the chairman has been actively working to advance them through separate mechanisms. The Biden administration just this week sent a request to Congress to consider including funding for WIP for 2020, and for 2021 in the continuing resolution. The chairman has committed to working to include our disaster legislation in the continuing resolutions or another funding vehicle this fall, and to work with leadership to bring our committee passed broadband legislation to the House floor for a vote. So let's be clear here. All of the members of this committee are committed to enacting critical disaster legislation and investing in rural broadband expansion. There are opportunities for us to enact these key policies through other vehicles. This amendment is designed to undermine the passage of the underlying bill and the entire Build Back Better package. So I urge my colleagues to see this amendment for exactly what it is, an attempt to undermine our efforts here today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize, I believe, Ms. Hartzler, is that right? Ms. Hartzler, 5 minutes. Give me this.
No, I'm sorry. I did not want to speak on this right now, so yield back.
Chairman, this is Austin
Okay,
Scott.
we'll move to Austin Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that if we want to show support for these issues, what Ranking Member Thompson has put there is a great opportunity for us to, put the vote behind what we say we're in favor of. It's good legislation that's passed in a very bipartisan manner, been worked on by every member of the committee, unlike this piece of legislation that we have here. It doesn't increase the debt or the deficit the way the piece of legislation that we received 24 hours ago does. It candidly would actually help a significant portion of the people in this country and not saddle the next generation with tremendous sums of debt as what has been presented less than 24 hours before gives us. And so I would suggest that if we pass this amendment, that would give us a couple of weeks to actually read the legislation that's before us. I not only want to read the legislation, I want to read the instructions on the legislation and have the opportunity to see what the instructions were in the $89.1 billion increase in the deficit that is being authorized by what is about to it could be stopped right now. We could vote for Mr. Thompson's amendment and we could stop this monstrosity that's the $89.1 billion. It's an increase in the deficit. And my question, Mr. Chairman, with the $89.1 billion increase in the deficit, could anybody tell me what the actual deficit would be? Because the $89.1 billion is in addition to a deficit that already exists. So if a staff member could tell me what the total deficit what this package allows the total deficit to go to, I would appreciate that.
Excuse me, Austin, we were trying to get something else clear. Could you repeat that question? So
Right. And so the language, it's not actually in the committee print, but the language in the instructions, as I understand it, and that's one of the reasons that the not giving us the legislation in a timely manner is such a problem for us. The language in the instruction allows an $89.1 billion increase in the deficit over anything that's already been passed. And so my question is, if the language passes without Mr. Thompson's amendment, since the current language would increase the deficit by $89.1 billion, what is the total deficit that there would be if we don't pass Mr. Thompson's amendment? Because Mr. Thompson's amendment does not increase the deficit. So what is the existing deficit prior to the $89.1 billion deficit that's being authorized by this piece of legislation?
first of all, the amendment that ranking member is offering does not amend the subtitle that currently is under consideration. And what we would need to do, if
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
clear.
if I could, point of inquiry.
Yeah.
I mean, even in my statement, I said it was amending titles A through F. So it certainly amends whatever title that we're on at this point. Yeah, and my amendment would modify A through F, A, B, C, D, E, and F. At least they were, so B was, yeah.
So, Mr. Richardson, thank you for,
Would not this, if your amendment would disavow the entire bill and replace it with this?
And I was very specific about that in my statement. So it would be inclusive of whatever title that we're actually on, if it's Title B or Title A. So.
And so your amendment is designed to disrupt the flow that we have in terms of the totality of the bill.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would point out we have no flow until we actually mark up a bill.
I
And
understand.
we're in the process of marking this bill up, and we're in the process of amendments of the bill. And my amendment that I put out there, and it was pretty straightforward, it wasn't deceiving at all, was to strike the provisions in titles A through F and replace it with the great bipartisan work that we've done on disaster relief and rural broadband.
We are already, and we're also working as a part of the budget reconciliation process with an understanding of the inclusion of many of the features of this bill that, if your amendment was passing, would eliminate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you might have made promises to somebody else, leadership. My commitment is to this committee process in regular order. We're not doing anything until we work our way through this process in regular order of marking up the bill. So, I appreciate the fact that you are now asking for comments from our other members on the amendment that I put forward.
Hey, Mr. Chairman Scott, I did try to reclaim my time, but I won't go long. I think that what Mr. Thompson has offered is something that we have all voted for and all supported. We can come back to DC on the 20th. We can have an honest and serious discussion about the other parts of this legislation. But I candidly am very concerned about the $89.1 billion deficit that seems to be the Democrats are on track to pass today without any committee discussion that actually occurs in Washington, D.C. where it is taken more seriously. We've got people that it looks like are at the beach right now, where we can have honest debate about what we're doing to the future generation. With that, I yield.
Well, also, you got to understand that this is a part of the totality of the bill, and the Budget Committee itself has determined that those numbers are correct, and I can appreciate your frustration, but right now that is out of our jurisdiction.
Mr. Chairman, we are the United States Congress, and the public deserves better than to have members sitting at the beach, having to be called on a cell phone to come back and vote, and then actually not knowing which way they're voting until someone else calls them and tells them, hey, by the way, you voted the wrong way. So love you, respect you, but the American citizens deserve better. This is $89.1 billion in deficit spending, and we should be in Washington, D.C. having a serious debate over these issues.
I understand the
Mr. Chairman.
frustration. Just a minute. I understand the frustration, the objectives of my Republican colleagues. I respect their opinions on this, but we're moving ahead with a process and a procedure that is very much being led and being operated in conjunction with the Budget Committee. This is a budget reconciliation. And the numbers that some of you have raised are there and under consideration to us, given, and we have to work together with other committees in reconciliation. So the amendment that you have may be well intended, but it abuses the process. Now, does any other member seek recognition? Let me just say now.
On what basis?
Committee, I have been very fair, patient with your time. Let me see, Mr. Scott, if there are others that would like to comment at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Rick Allen from Georgia,
yes,
you're
sir.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me see if I can understand what is going on here. Now, we have an amendment at the desk that provides for a bipartisan, non-deficit spending piece of legislation. I would think we could all agree that that's what we want. And what you have and what you're proposing is highly partisan and deficit spending. Plus, we don't, at this time, know, we've already marked up this amendment. We already know what is contained in it. We have no idea what's in this, Pelosi's legislation that she's trying to implement through the Ag Committee. But the bottom line is either we're going to work together or we're not. And I understood and I've heard comments from the other side that said they want, they wish we could work together on this thing. Well, this is the way we work together. It looks black and white to me. And then we pass this amendment in a bipartisan way. And then if we want to, once we get the rest of the package put together, then we are risk. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Scott, Austin Scott, is that we should be in Washington talking about this issue. And we shouldn't have multiple markups at the same. I'm voting in education and labor right now, trying to understand what's going on in the Ag Committee. It's almost impossible. So,
Mr. Chair, point of order. This is Congresswoman Plaskett.
Yes, Ms. Plaskett.
Mr. Chair, you are such a gentleman, but under point of order, this is absolutely out of order by my Republican colleagues, this discussion, this extraneous, strained, false narrative of crying about a process that they created when we did the Farm Bill not 2 Congresses ago. If we can get to, I believe that there is a motion for a vote. Let's vote and let's move on. And they can stop their theatrics and let's get this done. The same way they got it done when they were in the majority and rammed the Farm Bill down our throats.
Mr. Chairman, Dusty Johnson from South Dakota.
Mr. Acosta
There's a
is
motion
next.
on the floor for a
Hold
vote.
on.
Let's call the vote.
Mr. Chairman, Dusty Johnson is seeking to be recognized. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Johnson is seeking to be recognized.
Let me, hold on a second. We asked for that personal order. That is done. Mr. Allen had 3 minutes left on his remarks, and then next is Mr. Acosta. Are you complete, Mr. Allen, and we can move to Acosta?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right. Mr. Acosta, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very clear, and I said it on the outset. I'd hoped that our colleagues would participate in reconciliation, but they've made that clear that's not the case. So I understand there are amendments that, to varying degrees have merit. Certainly, some in the past in different forms we've supported. But I think that it's very clear that what we're attempting to do is to do our work as a part of the reconciliation. I made it very clear that I'm not going to vote for anything that the Senate doesn't pass the Senate. And so I'm very concerned about the issue on revenues, as the chairman is, as I think everybody on this committee is, to protect family farms. I'm a 3rd-generation family farmer. So I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that and all legislation that we're dealing with, whether it's the reconciliation process or other bipartisan pieces of legislation, are always a work in progress. That's what we're doing right now. Let's take these amendments straight up as they come. People are certainly members of this committee provided to speak their view on each separate amendment, and then we call the vote. And so this amendment's very clear that Mr. Thompson's put before us. And I think we don't understand what the purpose of that amendment is. I don't think it needs to be explained to anybody. We all understand. We just differ. We have a different opinion, which is part of what democratic government's all about. So we express our differences by our vote. So I have stated my point of order, and I think we need to proceed on a fashion that allows us to hear all of these amendments that have been put forward by the end of the day. I yield back the balance of my time.
We're speaking on the amendment, and I think I made clear that with all due respect to the ranking member, this is indeed a poison pill that would just destroy the reconciliation movement we're moving in conjunction with the Budget Committee. Remember, this is a budget reconciliation, and the amounts of money, all of that was put together, and they have done their job as far as the Budget Committee is concerned. And unfortunately, the ranking member's amendment would be a poison pill. It would take the place of this overall Budget Committee. Now I would recognize Mr. LaMaffa. California. Mr. LaMaffa.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree, you always are a gentleman in the way you conduct the hearings. But we do have some serious issues here. And I want to pick up on what Mr. Scott was saying about it wouldn't be that tough for us to get back to DC and do this work on the 22nd or 20th or whatever. Probably not on Flying Day on the 20th, but we really need to take a lot more consideration on this. I've got some very important additions to the forest title. Right here's the first blue day we've had in a long time. We've burned daily about an area about the size of Washington, D.C. amongst the various fires in here in Northern California. And so far, we've burned an area about the size of Delaware. cumulatively here in Northern California as well. So I hope we can bear back down and have a serious discussion. And if it's appropriate, I'd like to go ahead and talk about one of my amendments on Part B here, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
We will get to your amendment in order, and but
Okay,
we're
thank you,
talking
sir.
about Mr. Thompson's amendment, but we will hear your amendment.
Okay, thank you, sir. I yield back.
Johnson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. And I want to start by acknowledging, I think, the very straightforward and clear and fair way that Mr. Costa described the process. I mean, we know who's in the majority and we understand who's in the minority, and we'll fight a little bit, but I do think being straightforward and honest about those things is appropriate. I would contrast his style from the comments by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands who made the comparison to the Farm Bill. And I like a good piece of revisionist history as much as the next guy or gal. But let's be clear that over more than 2 years, this Agricultural Committee engaged in more than 100 field hearings, more than 100 hearings of other kinds on the merits of the Farm Bill. And I get it, the minority, the Democrats at that time might not have agreed with everything that was in the majority's Farm Bill, but let's not allege for a moment, for the tiniest portion of a second, that the process that we are undergoing today, the rushed process, the jammed process, in any way examines what Chairman Conway and Ranking Member Peterson did in the 2 years that led up to the 2018 Farm Bill, which I would remind the committee ultimately at the end of the line passed with more Democrat and more Republican votes in the House than any other farm bill in the history of the country. Mr. Chairman, I doubt that will be the case with this reconciliation.
Is any other member wish to speak? Amendment. Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the amendment. Is that correct? Members are reminded to unmute themselves and appear on the screen when they are called to vote. So now we vote on the amendment. Are all minds clear? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed by saying no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments in Subtitle B? Hearing none? Hearing none. Subtitle B is now closed. Now we will move to Subtitle C, Rural Development and Energy.
Mr. Chairman,
No
I was
seeks
trying to get-
recognition.
Thank you, sir. I was punching the buttons here on getting back on Section B. May we continue on that for a moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lamafa,
Yes, sir.
did
Thank
you want to be heard?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I have-
Okay,
I have
you're
amendment
recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
5 minutes.
Amendment number 21 in the Subtitle B. And I just wanted, again, I kind of alluded to it here in our previous comments, but we think, the forestry provisions we're looking at, additional funding is going to be helpful. The West has great need. And though that there is $40 billion in there for forestry, which is a substantial number, there's multiple provisions we need to get in place for Forest Service to actually be able to get off the dime and get moving.
thought he said.
If Forest Service, for example, as provided, has to go into rulemaking, that will take 2 years of process to go through rulemaking before any work can go out on this project. As I mentioned, the West is burning down. An area the size of Delaware has burned in Northern California, myself and Mr. McClintock and Mr. Huffman's districts, just in the last month and a half or two. So we need treatment now. We need forest management. We need thinning. We need all manner. And post-fire, we need salvage. And I know that's a scary word for a lot of people, but we have a bunch of dead ghost trees out there that are going to be the next source of fire, next source of fuel. And so we can't be afraid of taking the salvage timber out and doing something positive with it. So if we continue to delay like this, we're going to continue to see the people's asset ruined and the air quality. It's not just wrecking this neighborhood here, but the smoke plume is going back all through the Midwest and hitting the East Coast under the right conditions. You've had healthy, non-healthy air days in places like Baltimore from fires happening on the West Coast. So, for example, in the current plans, there's restrictions on salvage tree removal. We need to get these salvage trees out. So there's just more and more restrictions that the Forest Service would have to jump through that makes the whole thing unworkable. So as we see ourselves burning down, we have to free them up to get the work done. In the 2018 Farm Bill, we offered numerous amendments on that and got a little bit of it done, but it should be obvious to anybody that we have a problem that needs a much more strenuous effort in getting after these the conditions that cause wildfire. I mean, my town of Paradise, 85 people lost their lives because of a rapidly moving fire through so much dry fuel. So what I've incorporated in this amendment is myself and Mr. Johnson's bill, my Restore Act and his Fire Act, and funding them both to the tune of $5 billion, $1 billion and $4 billion respectively, would give the Forest Service authority to perform their landscape maintenance and the treatments at a scale that will actually be effective and meaningful over the period of time. So we need more active management. If we don't, we're just going to keep doing what we do here and spend horrendous amounts of money on fire suppression. I've got at least 3 towns that have already, one burned down completely this year, another one partly, and another one a smaller portion. And there's 2 more being threatened right now. The town of Old Station, listen to the name. All right. We have to do better. And the town of Callahan could burn anytime. I know you never heard of them, but they matter to these people. It's not just South Lake Tahoe. It matters in this neighborhood. So let's move forward on something that will fund and enable the Forest Service to move more quickly than what we have in the past. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the consideration of my amendment number 21, and I'll yield back.
Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Thompson.
Unless you have a Democrat that wants to speak first.
You're recognized, ranking member.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank my friend from California, Ms. Lamoffa, for offering this very important amendment, very timely. I also thank you for your hard work on behalf of our forested communities around the nation. Though the Forest Service clearly in need of significantly more funding to combat fire, I agree with you that the forestry provisions of this legislation are counterproductive and will do little to help us get a handle on the wildfire crisis. Funding should be focused on hazardous fuel reduction and active management, using all of our tools in the toolbox. However, this legislation has so many restrictions that it makes all the forestry provisions unworkable. The focus on non-commercial projects while discouraging commercial doesn't make sense and all but eliminates potential projects and acres where treatments are greatly needed. Forest Service has identified down to the acre where treatments are needed, but we can't limit funding to non-commercial and specific wildland urban interface projects. We also can't prohibit salvage within the post-fire recovery funding, as this bill does. Where and when it makes sense, we should be encouraging salvage sales after a fire. Additionally, I have a great concern that most of this funding will be delayed with a variety of provisions in the bill that are new to the Forest Service. The agency will have to go through rulemaking to implement them. While this will take years to do, and quite frankly, the Western United States is burning up now. I'd like to echo Mr. Lamoffa's comments on the 2018 Farm Bill H.R. 2 contained a variety of thoughtful forestry provisions to help the Forest Service to more actively manage and treat the lands that we know are at great risk of fire. I'd also like to mention that the landscape scale authorities in this amendment have been vetted by the Forest Service and are contained in the Bipartisan Emergency Wildfire and Public Safety Act of 2020, led in the House by Mr. Panetta and Mr. LaMaffa. Unless we provide the Forest Service with the authorization they need and the targeted funding for fuels reduction and restoration, we're not going to be able to reduce the wildfire threat and support these rural forest communities. This amendment does what this bill needs by simplifying the appropriations to the Forest Service and focusing on where the needs are, management and fuels reduction. And Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment is a great example of the perils of the process of this budget reconciliation bill, somewhat undefined because there's $25 billion we don't know where will be spent. If this was the farm bill, and quite frankly, this is big enough, the amount of money we're talking about, it could have been the farm bill minus a few minor provisions. We would have had, this is the kind of things that would have been included in it because these are things that we know that we need to do. With that, I support the gentleman's amendment and yield back, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
From California, Mr. Costa, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as Mr. LaMaffa knows, I supported his efforts on those amendments back in 2018, and we made progress, and I think we're continuing to. I mean, frankly, I think he and I both agree that the U.S. Forest Service for several decades now has not kept up with appropriate management of our forestry practices. And I think there is bipartisan support for that. And while I agree with many of the comments that Congressmember LaMaffa and Thompson made, I'm not going to vote for this amendment. I've had a number of conversations with Secretary Vilsack that we need to, as you said, do better. We need to up our game. And I've spoken with Subcommittee Chair woman Spanberger about the importance of coming out here and providing the necessary oversight to deal with these changes that we're looking at. Clearly, the devastating Dixie Fire that has taken place this year in northeastern California and other subsequent fires in all parts of our state, as they have been for several years now, have been devastating. We had the Creek Fire here last year. And so it calls upon us to all work together. And while I won't vote for the amendment today, I think that it's very important that we provide the proper oversight if we are able to reach an agreement on this reconciliation package. And then with the funding that's there to make sure it's spent in ways that we think is appropriate using all the forest management tools in our forest toolbox. And we've got material here that is usable in other forms. The Secretary of Agriculture and I discussed that. He agrees with that. And we really have to change our whole approach toward managing our forests for future generations to come, and especially with the seasonal changes occurring as a result of climate change and other factors. This is something we must do to ensure that our forests regain the health they need. So I think there's a lot of agreement here, and I pledge a willingness to continue to work with you, my friend, Congressman LaMaffa, and every member of this committee, and I think the subcommittee chair. I want her to come out here and hold a workshop, and we could, in Northern California or wherever would be most appropriate, and working with the state of California and other states that are very aggressively attempting to do a better job than we have done. But clearly, this is one of the highest priorities that I think this committee will be voting on as this part of the reconciliation package. And let's keep your amendments in mind as we go further down the road to see how we can make them implemented in a fashion that I think achieves the goals that you want to achieve. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. And now I recognize a distinguished lady from Washington State, Ms. Kim Schreier. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on this amendment. And in particular, I'd like to say that I completely agree with the sentiment of Representative LaMalfa's amendment, and in fact, all the other amendments that he has offered to this bill. I've really enjoyed working with him on forest health issues and wildfire prevention, and I look forward to continuing to work together on wildfire issues. We absolutely need more federal support for forest management, firefighter pay and benefits, and also suppression. However, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment because this bill already makes historic investments to mitigate the impact of catastrophic wildfires. It appropriates $14 billion for forest thinning and prescribed fire, $250 million for state and volunteer firefighter assistant grants to help rural communities suppress fires, and $100 million to support investments in innovative wood products like something called wood straw, made by Forest Concepts in my district, that can be used for post-fire restoration, stabilization of hillsides, allowing seeds to germinate that will stabilize those hillsides. I also want to note that the president called for the establishment of a civilian climate corps for exactly the reasons Mr. LaMalfa's amendment is intended to support. And the CCC will work to conserve and restore public lands, increase reforestation, and address the changing climate by mitigating the outbreak and impact of wildfire. So the Corps will create jobs in rural areas, improve forest health, and cutting these provisions of the bill is really counterproductive to the goals that we all share. So I support the concepts, but urge my colleagues to oppose the amendments, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schreier. And is there any other member who wish to speak on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on the amendment by Mr. LaMalfa. Members are reminded to please unmute yourselves and appear on the screen when you are called to vote. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
all right.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Those-
Mr. Hawthorne.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote on.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. And now we will move to subtitle C, rules.
Mr. Chairman, I still have a couple more in B, please.
Pardon?
Mr. Chairman, I still have a couple more items in Title B, please.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman, I did offer instructions that there were amendments in Title B.
Yeah, but we've closed it. We approved.
But we said Mr. LaMalfa, we would recognize him.
All right.
Well, it's not like the
Deal.
room's been working great.
Yeah, that's true too.
Don't
So,
hold the
you
members
wanna
responsible for the
get it
technology.
going?
That's why we need
Let's go
everybody in
ahead
the
and
room when
take
we do
them.
this stuff.
I mean, everyone's welcome in the room.
Well, let's go ahead and include anybody else that wants to. All right.
Ask him how many he would like.
Now, let's get something clear here. Twice I've closed Section B, or had to go back to Mr. LaMalfa, because respectfully I had mentioned to him, and I closed it, but then I came back and honored Mr. LaMalfa. Now, I hear there are others that have amendments for Section B. Oh.
Mr. Chairman?
Surely you were given 24 hours notice on this, right?
Yeah. So, Mr. LaMalfa, it was not one amendment you had others.
Yes, sir. I mean, respectfully,
How
I would
many
say the way-
how many additional amendments do you have before we can move to Section C?
Okay, I thought you
Oh,
had
we-
them on a list, but I have,
No, we didn't, and I thought you had one. Okay, let's move as securely as we can.
Thank
We
you.
have several sections to get to, and we need to move as soon as we can to rural development. This is extraordinarily important. Our rural communities are definitely, I want to hurry up and get to them. So after
I'm
Mr.
happy to do that.
LaMarfa, this section will be closed. There's nobody else that has amendments for Section B. All right, correct.
All right.
Except Mr. LaMarfa, and you have two. Okay, Mr. LaMarfa, please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, I'm anxious to get onto the rural development as well. If we had less stuff burning down around here, we wouldn't need quite as much rural development in my neighborhood. But that all said, I have Amendment 22, and then after that, 23 and 24, and I will move rapidly. So 22, this merely, this seeks to amend $500 million to restoration for post-fire areas. So what hasn't been emphasized in the current bill is that we have a giant problem with the landscape of where the damage has been done. And so in my area, this amount of money would be at least a down payment on the amount of work we've had just in Northern California and mine and a couple other members' districts for the restoration is going to be needed immediately post-fire when we have the amount of ash and erosion that we're going to see. That's going to, as soon as the rainy season, it will come again, there will be a rainy season, that will wash all of that material into, in my area, part of the Feather River watershed. And the Feather River watershed is the primary one for the California State Water Project, which delivers about 70% of the water to 25 million Californians and all up and down the state. So this is a significant issue of post-fire on any fire. But here we need to look at the size of what this watershed means for California's water supply and the immediate need to get in there and do erosion control measures, such as removing some of the hazardous materials up there and putting in place erosion control straw and other measures that help to stabilize the ash and the ground there. And this could include seeding of grasses that would be able to help stabilize the soil. It's extremely important because this isn't just a local zone here. It's not just my district. It affects the whole state when we're talking 1.5 million acres with a few fires combined of about 2 million, in the watershed. So my amendment will direct funding to restoration work, including soil stabilization, the logging of the trees that need to be salvaged and removed from the area. Again, it's not a dirty word, removing dead trees. The salvage work is extremely important to restore the land, to restore the soil, get the thing growing again is something we would like. So replanting and vegetation are all important parts of that whole strategy, and we need it pretty desperately. So that's why I offer this amendment, and I would seek the aye votes of my colleagues. And I appreciate the bipartisan conversations we've had in the past and some of that work, some really, really good colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I hope we can find that spirit here. Thank you. I'll get back.
Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
Ms. Spanberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. While I appreciate the premise of this amendment, this bill already provides $250 million in grants for the recovery and rehabilitation of burned out areas. In addition, there's more than $50 million allocated for post-fire recovery plans. Additionally, the bipartisan infrastructure bill Congress intends to pass, along with, separate from this bill that we're considering right now, would actually remove the cap on the Reforestation Trust Fund, making greater reforestation efforts possible. So separate, I do hope that Mr. LaMalfa will vote for that piece of legislation. This is a provision that will be vitally important. Notably, certainly as we see the heart-wrenching, disastrous wildfires across the West, it is important that we note that striking the Civilian Conservation Corps in order to combat wildfires is actually completely backwards. As my colleague from Washington State, Ms. Schreier, mentioned, the CCC, as designed in this bill and in my Climate Stewardship Act, is actually designed to build a workforce that can help build resilience across our forest land, strengthen our rural workforce and our economies, and ultimately work in prevention of the types of forest fires that we are so frequently reacting to. I support so much of what Mr. LaMalfa's amendments are trying to achieve, but in fact, they are already being achieved through the text of this bill, through the Civilian Conservation Corps, and certainly through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which Congress will be taking up separately. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
May I be re-recognized, Mr. Chairman?
Who? Mr. LaMalfa.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized, and I'll yield to my friend, Mr.
All right.
California.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Just a quick note on that. If we think that $50 million on the size and scope of what we have in the western states here, I mean, you show me how we're going to replant one tree for less than $5 per tree. We need 200 trees per acre to have a stand that will, after 10 years, be something that we can find is viable. And you multiply that by just 1 million acres, you have a number that's about $1 billion right there to try and redo one fire, the landscape of one fire. So I went conservative on this, seeking 500 million to at least kickstart some of the work that's going to be done on a costly per acre. It's going to, how do you do this for less than $1,000 per acre? Somebody show me that. And the amount of money that we're putting towards that in this bill, although you're grateful for what you get, the scope of this is much bigger than what we're talking about in this legislation here today. And shifting this to the professionals that can be doing the work rather than training new people to go out and, they can help, and we love volunteers. But if we're going to take this serious, we got to put some money behind it. And we've not done it for 40 years since basically environmental movement has clamped down on the Forest Service doing the work. So I am just frustrated that we're not looking at really what the size and scope of the cost and the vast acreage we're talking about. And this is with all due respect to my great colleague, Ms. Spanberger, who I enjoy working with and hope to do a lot with, maybe out here pretty soon. So we have an enormous amount of work to do if the federal government is going to continue to be in charge and try and have some semblance of maintaining this land. And I appreciate the time. I go back.
Thank you, Mr. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, this is Congresswoman Pingree.
Yes, Ms. Pingree, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Chairwoman Spanberger.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pingree. Just to follow up, we're not limiting it to $50 million that's allocated just for post-fire. I'll point the gentleman from California back to the Reforestation Trust Fund as part of the separate bipartisan infrastructure bill, literally removing the cap, recognizing that prevention, that reforestation is an element of prevention to fight additional and future wildfires is so incredibly important. So I hope all who intend to support Mr. LaMalfa's amendment here will keep that in mind when that separate bill comes before the House floor in 2 weeks' time. Separately, I'd note that the Replant Act, which Mr. LaMalfa and I are both original co-sponsors of, a bill led by Mr. Panetta, is getting exactly at this need to ensure that we are investing in protecting our forest land, contending with forest fires, not just after they occur, but making real investments in reforestation to avoid future fires. And then notably, the professional workforce that we need throughout the West, that is the purpose of the Civilian Conservation Corps. These are not volunteers. It's a professionalized workforce, a training mechanism as well to ensure that we have a professional workforce that can work in resiliency and in conservation across the rolling hills of Virginia and throughout the forest lands of the West, contending with issues related, everything from soup to nuts with conservation and with wildfire prevention and forest management. And with that, I thank the gentlewoman from Maine for yielding her time, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Does any other member seek recognition? Hearing no further conversations, the question is on the amendments. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Mr.
is
Chairman,
not
I
agreed
request a
to.
recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments to Subtitle B?
Mr. Chairman, I have number
Yes.
23.
All right. Mr. Lamalfa, you're
Okay,
recognized.
thanks. Thank you again, sir. I appreciate it. We've had a lot of conversation about firefighter pay, and that has really become so painfully evident that it's not working out as it is here. We're understaffed. Each fire requires a shift of personnel from one to the other. Some got moved away from my Dixie Fire down to Tahoe, understandably, and now we need them to move back to take care of two other fires, as well as the remnants of Dixie, where we're barely holding off from a couple of towns, as I mentioned. So this amendment would shift the $2.25 billion from the second section of the civilian climate chore and put it into the staffing retention we need in the U.S. Forest Service and growing that staff for these professionals so that they will have the additional personnel they need and also the incentive to stay there. They're underpaid compared to our state firefighters, and there's a lot of other professions they could go into that would be a lot less dangerous and a lot less hard work, sleeping on the ground and in the fire and the smoke and all that. And it will help address their health needs and all the good things you would get from that you need for the workforce. Indeed, they're so overextended right now with what we've seen this fire season, and it's not going to get better in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years because the fuel loads we have in the western states and our already arid climate are, the firefighters themselves are telling me they're incredible. The incredible amount of fuel and the level of dryness it's receiving from this drought period we're in is just, it's setting records for them. So if we want to make sure there's enough funding available for doing that, we need to have the number of firefighters to help do the job. We need the funding for it with the professionals that we keep losing to other entities that they pay better. We're not going to get ahead of this problem at all. We're going to continue farther behind, and the cost of suppression just keeps skyrocketing as well. The U.S. Forest Service has seen its budget flip upside down on the amount of money that used to go for the good green work and planning work and all the things in the so-called off season, and now it's mostly the vast majority is fire suppression. To not as great of a result we'd hope to. So I think rather than shifting into a new program under the Civilian Climate Corps, let's put it into the practices that we know would work if we have the personnel and the retention of them that we could have with better pay and a little better conditions for them. So I ask your aye vote on Amendment 23 to help our firefighters, the Forest Service, to have a better way for them to be able to stay in this occupation that I think they come from out of love for the forest and the love of the adventure they want to do. But they ought to be compensated for it. I appreciate that, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. This is Spanberger from Virginia.
Okay. Technically, Ms. Spanberger, you've had your 5 minutes. Allow me to.
Mr. Chairman?
Just a minute. Hold on.
Mr. Chairman,
Go
this
ahead,
is for a
Ms.
second
Spanberger.
amendment.
My mistake. My mistake.
Thank
We're on another amendment. You're perfectly recognized, Ms. Spanberger, for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I understand the mistake. I feel as though I've been talking a bit recently. And on this issue, I am just very fired up. And while I absolutely appreciate the intention of the gentleman's amendment, I would like to remind members of this committee that the Biden administration has made an announcement to raise wildland firefighter pay for more than 3,500 wildland firefighters. That's an important element when we're talking about the pay of the vital work that these firefighters do. That's important to note that that's already in process. In addition, and I know we're here to talk about the Build Back Better Act. In addition, it's important to note that the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Congress will be considering in just a couple weeks provides increases to firefighter salaries, and it allows for another 1,000 part-time employees to convert into full-time employees to perform more hazardous full treatments on the ground. That's another reason why I'm super excited to cast my vote in favor of that separate bill. And so for all those who intend to support this amendment, I draw your attention to that because it's such an important element, and I hope you'll consider it when you cast your vote in 2 weeks' time. Further, this amendment again strikes the funding for the Civilian Conservation Corps, and this critical funding, in fact, the element that is for the state and private forest funding would give under the CCC would give state forestry agencies the resources that they need to partner with local communities and NGOs, creating thousands of jobs, restoring millions of acres, rebuilding vital infrastructure that's really critical to economic recovery and the restoration of that forest land. And by striking funding to the CCC, we in fact would be striking all of those benefits that go to local communities. So with that, I urge members of the committee to vote no on this amendment. And I will be reminding all of you about the fantastic provisions of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that we'll be voting on soon for those who are so incredibly concerned with wages and opportunities to ensure that we can fully fight fires across our Western United States. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Does any other member wish to be recognized on Mr. LaMalfa's amendment number 2? Hearing no further conversation, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote on that amendment, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments to subtitle B?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Vicky Hartzler.
Mr.
Ms. Vicky Hartzler and Mr. Doug LaMalfa.
Okay. Miss, do we get finished with Ms.?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Okay,
my final...
why don't we yield to the lady, Ms. Hartzler, and then we will come back to your third and final amendment. I'm
Thank you.
praying.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 2 amendment.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Hartzler.
Oh, thank you. My amendment ensures that the provisions directing the development and funding for the Civilian Climate Corps provision are removed from the bill. The bill provides $4.5 billion for this very vague development of the Civilian Climate Corps. And we already have in the USDA, the Job Corps, Civilian Conservation Centers, which we have over 24 civilian conservation centers where young people can learn about conservation and careers and get an education that way. And when we have 10.5 million jobs available right now in our country, I think we should be better off encouraging our young people to take the jobs that are available or to go to college and major in a degree like forestry, rather than spending more tax dollars on a new program when there's something that's already very, very similar. And so rather than start up a brand new program, we should support the program that's there. And we should encourage young people to take advantage of jobs that are available in their community and the career fields that will help them develop those skills they need for forestry. So with that, I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make some remarks if you don't have a Democrat go next.
Yes, you're recognized, the ranking member.
Thank you. I want to thank Representative Hartzler for a fiscally responsible amendment. I'm obviously an advocate for career and technical education, vocational training. However, I don't understand why the House Agriculture is creating a new multi-billion program that we have never vetted. This program seems very duplicative of the Forest Service's Job Corps program that the Forest Service operates collaboratively with the Department of Labor. We can't afford duplication. And through the Job Corps, young adults may earn a high school diploma, earn a vocational certification over 30 trades, and earn careers in conservation, forestry, and wildlife firefighting. Well, I hope this committee can agree that we should appropriate resources in the current initiatives. The adoption of this amendment quite frankly, doesn't interfere with your budget reconciliation. It just assigns a priority to where we should go. I mean, the Job Corps is having future silviculturists. And the one failure I've seen with the Forest Service is we don't have enough people with those types of professional skills to manage forests. A lot of our forest supervisors do not have that kind of a critical background. And the Job Corps is a feeder system to do that. Creating a new bureaucracy and a duplicative program, it just doesn't make sense. But I yield back.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. This is Spanberger from Virginia.
Ms. Spanberger, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, currently there is no civilian conservation corps, and the urgency of the climate crisis really requires that we come up with a new level of ambition and creativity for how to address it. The next generation is looking to us. In fact, today is actually my daughter's 13th birthday, and among the things that we so frequently talk about in our home is the climate crisis that we are leaving to our children. And as the next generation is looking at us to see how is it that we in fact are tackling this challenge head on, we have to invest in opportunities for Americans to acquire the skills needed to actually be able to continue engaging, build a stronger, healthier planet, employ forest conservation practices, learn resiliency practices for our forest land, and establishing a civilian conservation or climate corps will provide the national service opportunities to a new generation and help power our economic recovery. You know, notably at a time where we have divisions across our community, the fact that we could unite Americans around a common cause and a mission, put thousands of Americans to work rebuilding crumbling infrastructure on our public lands, some of which date back, in fact, to the original Civilian Conservation Corps. It's so incredibly important. Across Virginia, some of our most incredible parks and hiking lands and trails were, in fact, put in place by the original Civilian Conservation Corps. And in this moment, we need to focus on nurturing a talent pool of American workers that can gain valuable expertise, give of themselves, and focus on conservation, restoration, resiliency, and more. That's in fact why I introduced the Climate Stewardship Act. We need to invest in our communities. We need to make investments in the sorts of challenges that some of my colleagues have mentioned. It's about prevention. It's about resiliency. And the long-term economic costs of doing nothing, the long-term economic costs of not investing are great. and the long-term national security implications of pretending as though this crisis is not upon us is a horrible, horrible reality that far too many are willing to pass on to our children and our grandchildren. And so it's with enthusiasm, excitement, and purpose that I am so proud to support the need to create a civilian conservation corps so that we can put Americans to work, build this incredibly focused and talented workforce, and truly make an investment, not only in the forest land that is burning and the communities that need to be reforested and the rolling hills of Virginia, but also an investment in our economy and in our national security long term. And with that, I urge everyone to oppose this amendment because striking the CCC from this bill would be a significant mistake for all of us and certainly for the generations to come. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Scott from Georgia, the other Mr. Scott.
The other Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Yeah, I don't want to take the whole time, but I would just say, burning money doesn't save forests, and this is not conservation. This is a civilian climate corps, whatever you want to call it, but this is not, this is not conservation. If this was conservation, it would have broad bipartisan support on the committee. With that, I'll yield.
All right, thank you. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the questions on the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves. And all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
Morelli votes no. Morelli votes no. Wyatt.
And
Wyatt votes no.
in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments to Section B?
One to go, Mr. Chairman. LaMalfa here.
All right. Mr. LaMalfa, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is number 24, also worn on the back of the great Willie Mays for a lot of years for the San Francisco Giants. So, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would also work to direct that $2.25 billion that was going for the Civilian Climate Corps instead be used for additional forest fire suppression activities. Now, why am I including it in this bill? Because to have our only shot be in the gigantic infrastructure bill, as it's called, I think would be leaving short what we're facing here in the West. That a bill that is going to have very difficult time. I don't want that to be our only shot here. So the emphasis here really needs to be on aggressive initial attack on fires, especially in the drought conditions we faced here in the arid West. Now, we haven't always seen the initial attack. We've had situations where they have monitored initial fires, whether it's lightning strikes or other causes, because they think it might be okay in a particular rocky, non-dense area. We've had at least 2 different situations where monitored fires, just here in the last couple months, have gotten away and become very, very large fires. So what we want to take this funding for, and as my colleague, the other Mr. Scott from Georgia was talking about, we have to be fiscally responsible here. Where are we going to get this funding unless we try and channel it here today through this committee in this process in Ag Committee? And so it's not an endless well here. So as our California firefighters are battling fire after huge fire and stretched to the limit, we have to put these resources in ahead of time so that we can have the, getting the air tankers. There's a constant frustration with getting contracts done for the equipment under what's known as the Viper program. The firefighters on the ground with its dozers and water trucks, and having the tankers. We had a 747 that went to waste this year because of the contracting difficulties. So if we could at least ahead of time, having these resources lined up, ready to go, and the funding for them, instead of a new program, the Civilian Climate Corps, let's put it back into the already almost tried and true entity that we have with the Forest Service and make it as strong as it can be, because it's been wanting for a lot of years in what its priorities should be, the funding it should be, and ultimately the results that we all want and Americans deserve with the Americans' asset. So we've already seen in the West, 5 million acres burned this year. 5 million acres. How many states do we want to make that the equivalent of 5 Delawares? You know, it needs to stop. And so I asked my colleagues to really please consider moving forward on legislation like on this amendment. So thank you. And I appreciate everybody's patience, but this is a passionate issue for us in the Western states, as we're not even halfway through the real fire season yet. We got a long ways to go. We have to set a course with Forest Service policy and Washington, D.C.'s prioritization of the lands it holds. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Lamont.
Mr. Chairman, Crawford here. Mr. Chairman, Crawford here.
Yes, you're recognized, Mr. Crawford.
Let me just make one point that my colleague from California made. If we had had an opportunity to actually do some hearings on this, I had some constituents in my district that were under contract to go out and fly some of those fire suppression missions, and those contracts were inexplicably terminated, and they called me to ask for help, and we're working on that now. But had we had an opportunity to have some hearings and discover some of the issues related to this, maybe we would have been in a better position to actually address this in a more meaningful way. I yield back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crawford. And you're right, we're all very concerned about what's happening in the West with these fires. And does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversations, the question is on this Amendment 4 from Mr. LaMancha. Members are reminded, of course, to unmute themselves and appear on the screen. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye on La Mancha.
Aye, the man from La Mancha.
Those opposed by saying no.
No.
No to the man.
No to La Mancha.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, with that request, a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, I can safely say there are no more amendments on Section B. Now, hearing none, we now will turn to Section C. So before I do that, let me close the subtitle on B. It's now closed. And now let us turn to Section C for our rural broadband.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman.
Congressman Randy
This is
Feaster, I have an amendment at the desk.
Isn't this the rural
Mr. Chairman, I think
development? Yeah, we want to get to that. So we're moving now, committee, into the subtitle C, Rural Development and Energy. Are there any amendments?
Chairman
Crawford,
Scott, Congressman
yes.
Randy
at the desk.
Feenstra, I have an amendment at the desk.
Who seeks recognition here first?
Congressman Randy Feenstra.
All right. Mr. Kingstrom from Iowa, you're recognized. Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
let
Chair-
me,
Mr.
let
Chairman,
me.
I have an amendment at
Wait,
the desk.
hold on 1 second. What did you say? Yes. Yes. Mr. Frinstra from Iowa has offered an amendment, and the clerk will report the title of the amendment. Fine.
Mr. Feenstra, what amendment are you offering?
Maybe number 13, number 13.
Amendment?
Excuse me, Mr.
Hello.
Hey, Reg, Tom.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Oh, my God. I've been
so
in the ring.
Mr. O'Halloran, you might want to mute that phone for a minute, sir. Oh, Mr. Baird?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I do have a,
I think first, clerk,
Crawford.
Crawford was first.
doesn't the clerk have to report now? Is that?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
clerk, 1 second. Madam Clerk, would you report?
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa. This is amendment number 13.
Thank you.
It's a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Crawford.
Mr. Chairman, are we not supposed to vote on each title prior to closing those out on the votes according to those titles that are rolled and recorded votes are requested?
We have rolled the votes until the end.
So we're not going by title?
Going by title, it has been made clear at the very beginning of each title that the votes will be rolled to the end. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my question was the same, and I honestly think, procedurally we're supposed to vote before the title's closed. You're the chair, but I would just ask council to make sure, but I do think procedurally we're supposed to vote before the title's closed.
Yeah, there's no question on the title. We vote at the end. Yeah, and I call for unanimous consent at the beginning, and no objection was raised. This is the way we've been doing it now. All right, let's move on. Clerk, you read the report. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Feenstra, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. We have learned that loosely defined renewable fuels legislation never benefits the biofuels industry. Court cases have repeatedly ruled against the implication that biofuels will be covered through the broad legislative text. The courts have made clear that they want specific language from Congress on issues like year-round sale of E15. My amendment does just that and provides certainty on the intent of Congress for the uses of biofuel infrastructure funding. It also gives clear direction on where we expect the industry to head. As the nation's #1 district for biofuels production, my constituents know firsthand the benefits of ethanol and biodiesel. This clean-burning, lower-cost fuel option bolsters many rural communities throughout our nation's heartland. The industry has a great story to tell. While the conversations for low-carbon fuel continue, farmers are prepared and eager to deliver a product that is ready for use every day of the year. And that's why I'm introducing this amendment, and I humbly ask for everyone's support. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Chairman, this is Ms. Craig from Minnesota.
Ms. Craig, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Representative Feenstra, I really appreciate you highlighting the issue of year-round sales of E15 and other higher blend biofuels. I appreciate your leadership and advocacy, especially in this space. And I sure wish I had as many corn ethanol facilities.
Miller votes aye.
You did. Ensuring the stability.
Oh, sorry, I'm on 2 committees. I'm trying to vote on both.
You're voting in the wrong committee.
Oh no. Oh dear. Okay.
You're in the labor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ensuring the stability for the biofuels market by codifying year-round sale of E15 and high blend biofuels is at the top of my priority list. And I appreciate all the bipartisan work that so many of us on this committee have done on this issue. on behalf of family farmers and producers. Rest assured that I'm working to get year-round sales of E15 included in legislation moving forward, using my position on the Energy and Commerce Committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction for RVP waivers under the Clean Air Act. It's vital that we resolve this issue for our family farmers and biofuels producers across the country, and I'm proud of the bipartisan support that my bill, the Year-Round Fuel Choice Act, has garnered so far. Representative Adrian Smith, who's the Republican co-lead, the Congressional Biofuels Caucus, and I will continue prioritizing moving forward through different pieces of legislation. However, Mr. Feenstra, I'm concerned that if this amendment is added to the underlying text, USDA's ability to implement the biofuels infrastructure program could be negatively impacted because the language would be in direct conflict with current provisions of the Clean Air Act related to RVP waivers. As you know, the DC Circuit Court has ruled definitively against EPA's ability to issue waivers for E15 and higher blends, which is where this conflict would arise. That's why it's so critical that we address the issue in the Committee of Jurisdiction as soon as possible. And it's why I'm committed to working with you and other bipartisan biofuels leaders on this committee to get it done before next summer. We just can't jeopardize this critical funding for the biofuels industry. And I do appreciate your passion around the issue, but because of all that, I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Does any other member wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Chairman. Yes, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Feenstra for offering his amendment. And while the Biden administration is looking to devastate the biofuels market, my opinion, stimulate China, stress our electric grid, and eventually overwhelm our landfills with hazardous materials by mandating every American drive electric vehicles. I know how important biofuels are to him, his district, and quite frankly, to the agriculture economy and many Americans across our nation. I support his amendment to ensure that the new infrastructure installed through this program is equipped to serve all Americans who are looking to make, sell, and purchase biofuels at any time of the year. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the questions on the amendment, members are reminded again to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposing the amendment say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded
Mr. Chairman,
vote.
I'd like to seek recognition.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to seek recognition. Bustos.
Mr. Bustos, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share my support for two specific provisions in this section. First, the Rural Partnership Program, and second, the Biofuels Infrastructure Program. The nearly $4 billion in Rural Partnership Program funding that's included in this bill will help local communities develop local solutions for local issues. Can't ask for anything more important than that. Rockford, Illinois, which is in the congressional district that I represent, has some of the highest rates of abandoned foreclosures in the entire nation. And the Rural Partnership Program could be utilized by nonprofits and local government in and around the Rockford area to help address the issue of abandoned homes by building up staff capacity, technical expertise, and trusted relationships throughout the community to help demolish and repurpose or renovate those homes. I'd also like to share my support for the Biofuels Infrastructure Program. This important provision will provide just shy of $1 billion in grants to fuel retailers so they can upgrade their underground storage tanks to handle higher blended ethanol. Biofuels represent a crucial market for our family farmers, especially across the Midwest, and they help drive down greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. This grant program will help make biofuels more available in the marketplace, and that's a goal that's shared by my legislation, the Next Generation Fuels Act, which I introduced with my Ag Committee colleagues, Representatives Axney, Fenstra, and Baird. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the Ag Committee staff for your work on this important legislation, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bustos, and also thank you for your leadership on the issue of biofuels. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Crawford, Arkansas.
Yes, Mr. Crawford, you're recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 3.
Mr. Crawford has offered an amendment. The clerk will now report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 3, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member Thompson as well. Today I'm offering an amendment to allow the USDA to establish a permanent line of credit for directly supporting the operational cost of rural utilities experiencing qualified revenue losses during an emergency, including the COVID-19 crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected us all, albeit in different ways. This is true especially when applied to our rural communities. Some communities have experienced little or no financial impact, while others have experienced significant losses. Last year, Congress acted through the Bipartisan CARES Act to enact enhanced unemployment benefits, issue $1,200 stimulus checks, and administer loans through the successful PPP program, which would assist all rural communities. However, instead of continuing to prolong this pandemic and slower economic recovery by passing more government-mandated benefits and handouts, we must look at the facts and determine how best to target and assist those who have been adversely affected by this pandemic. This amendment sets clear qualifications for banks to administer loans to rural utilities that need assistance the most, instead of wasteful one-size-fits-all spending. Additionally, this amendment will not just cover utilities' losses during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, but all similar future emergencies that profoundly affect rural communities and rural utility providers. By enhancing USDA Rural Utilities Services' existing tools to deploy during such covered emergencies by financing their utilities for essential services, rural communities can remain operational. Originally introduced this amendment as H.R. 1291, the Reinforcing Utility Restoration After Losses or Rural Act, I now urge support of my bill in the form of this amendment and yield back my time.
Does any other member wish to speak, be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I support Mr. Crawford's amendment. His work to ensure that vulnerable rural utility providers have the cash they need during emergencies to continue to operate. With the pandemic, floods, fires, and more, we've seen disasters that are amazingly destructive across rural communities. Mr. Crawford's amendment would ensure that essential rural service providers are able to navigate through a crisis while continuing to serve their customer. The amendment would ensure responsible lending, prevent bailouts, and encourage the right relief for the right people. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, ranking member. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Here.
this Representative Baird.
Yes, Representative Baird, you're recognized.
I have an amendment, number 20.
Right now, we are dealing with, we'll get to you momentarily. Does any other member wish to be recognized? It's Mr. French's amendment, yeah, number 3 by Mr. French. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford. Okay, hearing none, the question is now on his amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No.
Aye. Aye.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, with that, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments on subtitle C?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Representative Baird from Indiana.
Yes, Representative.
I'd like to offer amendment number 20 that deals with some of the innovative technologies that are available to help farmers and ranchers. One of those being the use of anaerobic methane digesters, which can convert food waste, and animal waste into fuel, and that drastically reduces farmers' reliance on fossil fuels and helping them utilize things that would otherwise go to waste.
Mr. Baird has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 20, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Baird, the sponsor of the amendment, for up to 5 minutes for an explanation on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's some innovative technologies out here that really are a benefit to farmers and ranchers and help them produce energy right on the farm. And one of those is the use of anaerobic methane digesters, which can convert food waste as well as animal waste into fuel. And that drastically reduces farmers' reliance on fossil fuels and helping them to utilize something that otherwise. Hello? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Baird.
Well, it would allow them to utilize something that would ordinarily go to waste. Unfortunately, the high cost of these digesters creates a significant barrier to the entry of many small and medium-sized farms that would benefit from this technology. My amendment specifies that anaerobic methane digesters be included as underutilized renewable energy technologies to receive funds under the Rural Energy for America program. High cost should not be a prohibitive factor in the fight against climate change, and this additional funding will ensure that American farmers have greater access to these technologies. So this amendment really just specifies anaerobic methane digesters to be included as underutilized renewable energy technologies for access to the funds under the Rural Energy for America program, REAP. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman. This is Spanberger from Virginia.
Yes, Ms. Spanberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. This amendment would actually modify the language included in my original bipartisan REAP Improvement Act of 2021 that would create a reserve fund for underutilized technologies within USDA's REAP program. High demand from farmers for grants and loans to support traditional clean energy like solar energy and energy efficiency modifications has made it very difficult for emerging technologies like methane digesters to receive funds under the program. This is something that we're aware of and something that we've worked on to improve in the REAP Improvement Act of 2021. This fund notably would help remedy these concerns by specifically designating $191 million over 10 years for technologies designated by the Secretary as underutilized. It is certainly my belief as the original author of this provision that this would include methane digesters. However, and this is a however, permanently affixing methane digesters as an underutilized technology would be a critical mistake. If we think just a decade ago at a point in time when we might have given solar the same designation, and now that is a resource that dominates the program, in fact, causing some of the challenges for those who wish to utilize it for methane digesters. So as technological innovations do occur and more farmers utilize different technologies, it's really important that our legislation be flexible enough to recognize that these changes are happening as they happen. I look forward to working with Mr. Baird and any other colleague that really wants to make sure that this bill is implemented correctly, that there are provisions made that would allow for farmers and producers to be able to utilize and benefit from the REAP program to the fullest extent. But that is not achieved by permanently getting rid of the flexibilities that currently exist in this bill. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversations, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, with that request, recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested for the proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Is there any other amendments on Subtitle C? Hearing none, Subtitle C is now closed. Now we turn our attention to Schedule Subtitle D, Research and Urban Agriculture. Are there any members that have any amendments to Subtitle D?
Chairman Scott,
Yes.
Congressman Feenstra here. I have an amendment at the desk. And it is number 11.
Mr. Finstra has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 11, amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Finstra of Iowa.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Finstra, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes for an explanation of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. My amendment includes contagious animal pathogens as eligible research for funding provided to the Agricultural Research Service. Animal pathogens such as African swine fever, avian influenza, and foot and mouth disease pose a significant threat to our nation's agricultural economy. As a leading district for livestock production, the livelihoods of many constituents in my area would be harmed by any animal disease and outbreak, and it would be tragic for the nation's food supply. In 2020, a study by the National Institute of Health concluded that changing climate patterns are affecting livestock health. It's important that we continue to provide funding for related research, ensuring that we have the necessary information to protect our livestock herds from these contagious pathogens. With that, I humbly ask for support of this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Jacobs, I have an amendment on the desk.
Mr. Jacob?
Finish this amendment before we start another amendment.
Oh, yes. We need to finish this one, and then we will go to the next one. Are there any members that wish to speak on Mr. Fintra's amendment? Hearing none, the question is on his amendment. Members are reminded. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized. Bustos?
You have an additional amendment.
Nope. Nope, I just want to speak out on this part of the bill.
Oh, yeah, fine. You're
Okay,
recognized,
I'll be
Ms.
brief, and it's
No, that's
complimentary.
fine. You're recognized for
All
5
right,
minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again want to thank you and the Ag Committee staff for for all of your work on this really transformational legislation. I'd like to specifically highlight the nearly $3 billion in investments in agricultural research that's included in this bill. This level of investment is crucial in our mission to outcompete China in the food and the ag sector. There are several of us on this call right now who have been in the middle of talking about China and its impact on America and how we can compete. But this will also meet critical climate goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That way, the USDA facilities all around the country, especially like the one in the congressional district that I serve, the Ag Lab in Peoria, they can continue to build on their leading edge research. And these are the type of investments in research and data that are also part of the America Grows Act, which I introduced alongside with my Ag Committee colleagues, Congresswoman Schreier and Congressman Panetta. Really proud of the legislation that we're working on today that will give rural America the tools that they need to help our whole nation prosper in the generations to come. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Vicious. Are there any other amendments on Subtitle D? Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Randy Feenstra, I have one more in Section D.
Yes, and I have one too, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That'll be very good. Who was first here? Mr. Fentra?
Randy Feenstra, number 12.
Okay,
number 12.
Mr. Fentra, you are recognized for, Mr. Fentra has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 12, amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Fentra, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. My amendment simply includes the study of biofuel conversion as eligible for funding for biomass research. The conversion of biomass into ethanol has resulted in a domestically produced energy supply that promotes a cleaner environment and provides economic opportunity. There is great innovation in this space. An example is a team from Iowa State and Ames Lab who are writing a software program called NW Chem that is working to provide an increase in the size of chemical systems that can develop new methods for converting biomass into biofuels. This is truly groundbreaking stuff. And as we explore ways to expand the use of biofuels, research investment will be a light to the best path forward. I urge the committee colleagues here to please support this amendment. And I just want to say, I'm getting the feeling this is obviously a hyper-partisan bill right now. But you know what? In all due respect to each one of us, when we have good amendments, I think we should collaborate and work together. And I humbly ask for everyone's support on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there any other member who wishes to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further requests, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
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 Aye.
I looked at this the other day.
In the
I thought
opinion of the
there
chair,
may be-
the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
There may be a way
Madam,
that.
Mr. Chair,
get
request
that
unanimous
out of
consent,
this.
or ask for recorded vote.
Please check your,
How?
whoever that is, would, thank you. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments on Subtitle D?
Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
I have an amendment on the desk, amendment number 9.
Mr. Jacobs has offered an amendment number 9. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 9, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Jacobs of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Jacobs, who is the sponsor of the amendment. 5 minutes to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would increase research to stop the spread of the spotted lanternfly, an invasive species that has spread throughout the Northeast and is quickly spreading into the Midwest and the South. The spotted lanternfly is a pest that feeds on fruit and trees and has had an especially pronounced impact on grapes and hops in New York, many of which are used for making wine and beer. The species is especially prevalent in Pennsylvania and New York, but has spread to Ohio, Virginia, and Vermont. My amendment would direct some of the $250 million allocated to the Agricultural Research Service for the purpose of studying climate issues toward research to figure out how to eliminate or minimize the spread of this species and its effects on the environment. The USDA should ensure they are adequately prioritizing immediate threats to American growers and the downstream industries they supply. The spotted lanternfly poses such a threat, which is why I have introduced this amendment. Before I conclude, I'll comment on the process for this package, Mr. Chairman. Going after the spotted lanternfly is a bipartisan priority. I've been glad to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I'll set aside the wisdom of the $3.5 trillion package for the moment and focus in on the fact that something like this amendment has to be added to the bill at the last minute. Yet another example of how putting this bill together has not been a good process. We shouldn't have to scramble to include this clear and established priority in the bill in fewer than 24 hours. I wish the committee had studied and evaluated the needs that exist in our agriculture communities or solicited input from members before releasing the bill. I hope that we will stick to the bipartisan tradition of this committee and do better in the future. In closing, I urge members to support my amendment and yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Does any other member wish to speak on Mr. Jacobs' amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, ranking member.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Jacobs for introducing this important amendment. The spotted lanternfly was first found in North America in my home state of Pennsylvania in 2014, and since then has spread to surrounding states. This continued spread is concerning as the spotted lanternfly has the potential to destroy our forests and certainly our crops, grapes, orchards, and specifically hardwoods as well. The economic impact can be devastating. According to a recent study from Penn State, the spotted lanternfly could cost just the state of Pennsylvania $324 million annually in economic impacts. This is an urgent need and one that is worthy for inclusion in this package. Scientists with USDA Agricultural Research Service and at many of our land-grant universities have been conducting research on this invasive species, but more work remains to ensure that it doesn't spread any further. This amendment would add research to eliminate or minimize the spread of spotted lanternfly to the list of agriculture research related to climate change that ARS should focus on. This research is important and much needed to ensure that this invasive species does not continue to harm our environment or our economy, and I urge all my colleagues to support Mr. Jacobs' amendment to ensure our producers and foresters have the tools they need to combat this spotted lanternfly.
Thank you, ranking member. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the question is...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who's speaking? Mr. Desjardins, you're recognized.
Are we speaking on this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, well, I have an amendment. I'll wait. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get right to yours after we complete this one. Is there any other member wish to speak on Mr. Jacobs' amendment? Okay, here no further conversation. The question is now on his amendment. And all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
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 In the,
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm voting.
in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has requested further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Please, members, make sure you're muted because it comes through loud and clear when you're not being activated to speak. Are there any other amendments on Subtitle D? Any other?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 32.
Mr. Allen.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Allen has an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk report the title of the amendment?
Amendment number 32, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, the co-sponsor, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes of his bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my concern is the impact of this increased funding regarding climate change research on our ag community. You know, we now have a war on fossil fuel, which has affected a lot of states. Agriculture is the largest industry in my district. It's the largest industry in the state of Georgia. And I don't want a war on agriculture. As I've explained before in this committee, I believe that the American farmer is our nation's greatest conservationist. If the majority party truly would like to make a difference in climate change and carbon sequestration, let's turn our focus on urban America. Do you know that urban dwellers as a whole are responsible for more than 3/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions in the world? This is why rural America is carbon negative. With our country's debt nearing $29 trillion, now is not the time for this kind of increased spending. I strongly disapprove of this bill and this reconciliation process, and in particular, these increases in spending on climate change research with regard to this committee. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Allen. Does any other member wish to be recognized at this time? Hearing no further conversation, the question is on Mr. Allen's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, with that, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments on Subtitle D?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ms. Desjardins, I have an amendment.
Several have been speaking. Who first here? Mr. Desjardins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment
what is your number?
Number 27.
All right. Mr. DeLay has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment number 27, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee.
Now, Mr. Desjardins, let me make an important consideration and correction on your bill. We are still now on Subtitle D. And as explained earlier, members have to offer amendment at the proper time in that. And I apologize, I should have been aware of that. But let me continue now for those amendments in section D.
May I
and,
inquire
we'll get
when
back.
would be the appropriate time? My understanding from the committee was that this could be offered at any point throughout the subtitles.
Okay, well, we will take that after we proceed with the others in the appropriate area of the subtitle. Because
Okay, if the staff can get my staff and correct what we were told earlier, that would be great.
Well, yeah, and your amendment sort of deals with the whole bill at the end, and that
Okay.
is where we will take it up, all right?
All right,
Now,
thank you, sir.
Any other amendments on subtitle D?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who's recognized?
Representative Baird from Indiana.
Yes,
And,
Representative Bear. You have an amendment on subtitle D?
Yes, sir.
What number is that?
5.
5?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Baird has offered an amendment. Clerk, would you please report the title of the amendment?
Amendment number 5, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana.
Thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Baird, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes for him to explain his amendment.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
all finally finished the educational labor.
I think, Mr. Allen, you need to be muted. Go ahead, Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2018 Farm Bill established AGARDA as the authority to develop important technologies and research tools that will play a crucial role in the future of food and agriculture, and yet are unlikely to be undertaken by private industry. In the committee print funds, AGARDA for the first time it specifies that these funds should be used solely for advanced research related to climate. My amendment expands its scope by adding the qualified products or projects as defined by the 2018 Farm Bill to the list of eligible research. We can all agree that advanced research into climate change is important, but so too is research into biological threats like African swine fever and new technologies that can make crop production more efficient, to name just a few. We have a responsibility to honor the intent of AGARDA as outlined in a bipartisan farm bill to properly fund research and development that helps shield American farmers and ranchers from biological threats and support the work they do to produce food, fuel, fiber, and a growing population. I urge support for this common sense amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Yes. Who?
Representative Kamak.
Yes, Ms. Kamak, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be recognized for 5 minutes. With that, I would like to offer my support for the gentleman from Indiana's amendment to open up this funding to projects and products other than climate change. My home state of Florida is famous for its specialty crops, whether it's strawberries or blueberries, watermelons, yellow squash, we have got it here. And I know that our growers, our producers have been incredibly strained for several years under the nearly impossible pressure that the labor shortages have presented. Now, I've heard from way too many producers in my district, as well as up and down the state, about the dire need to find new options and opportunities for our producers to solve the serious labor challenges that we face today and will continue to face in the future. This amendment helps ensure a continued focus on research programs like those at my own district's University of Florida that we can maybe use for labor mechanization and automation that will one day provide answers to the persistent labor issues that we all face in our congressional districts, regardless of party affiliation. I'm proud to support this amendment and think that this will be a tremendous asset to our growers nationally and to solve some of the labor challenges that we have seen for years. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Baird's amendment? Hearing no further conversations, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested for the proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments on Schedule D? All right, going once, going twice. Hearing no more. Is there? Okay. Subtitle D is now closed. And now we go to subtitle E, which is miscellaneous. Do members have any amendments to subtitle E?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Randy Feenstra, I have an amendment at the desk, number 38.
Okay, and this is Mr. Petrie?
Feenstra.
Oh, Kingstra. All right, Mr. Kingstra. Mr. Kingstra has offered an amendment. The clerk now will report the title and number of the amendment.
Committee amendment number 38.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Bustos, you're recognized.
No.
Pardon me, getting this information right on time. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
This is amendment number 38, amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
Fincher, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. Constituents in rural America, like Iowa's 4th District, are concerned about the Biden administration and the Democratic administration of proposed changes to the tax policies that we talked about earlier today, such as stepped up in basis, like-kind exchange, and others. Changes the law on these tax policies would vitally harm my rural communities and the rural communities in the Midwest and bring an end to many generationally owned farm family businesses. President Biden has repeatedly promised that he won't raise taxes on people making less than $400,000, claiming that these individuals, and I quote, won't see one single penny in additional federal tax. Throughout his campaign and since his inauguration, Biden has made this promise very clear. Secretary Vilsack also wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed a few days ago that there are special protections built into the plan for family businesses and farms. Unfortunately, these protections have not yet been disclosed, right? We don't know, leaving much of us in uncertain terms and leaving our rural farms in very uncertainty. While it's my hope that President Biden keeps these promises along with the Democrats, it is important for me to have a mechanism in place that guarantees this commitment will be upheld. Therefore, the amendment I'm proposing freezes all funds until this title of the Secretary of Agriculture certifies that no farmer with an income below $400,000 will have their taxes increased because of the tax increase in this act. If this qualified taxpayer presents evidence of an increased tax burden caused by this act, the amendment requires the Secretary to pay them back. While the administration has created a lot of uncertainty for farmers and rural communities in our district, this amendment provides constituents the confidence that their taxes and government regulations will not keep them from operating their family businesses. And it also will set up that the promise was made and the promise delivered. So I humbly ask for support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman. This
Yes,
is,
Ms.
Sherry
Bustos.
Bustos. I make a point of order as the amendment is not germane.
Thank you, Ms. Bustos. I will come back to you. The time of your point will be at the end after we get to the discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
We will come back to you, Ms. Bustos. Ranking member, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, time and time again, members of the agriculture industry have sounded the alarm over several proposed tax changes in this reconciliation package. But the administration and its cheerleaders, including our own Secretary of Agriculture, have routinely dismissed those concerns as unfounded, as though agriculture producers are just too dumb to understand tax policy. The administration has routinely promised an exemption to make sure farmers don't pay higher taxes, but they have steadfastly refused to offer a single scrap of technical explanation about how this exemption could work or would work, and despite the extraordinary complexity we all know that it would entail. Even as we are marking this legislation up, despite all the pleas of all the members of this committee, we're still afforded no details about how these taxes, which we are enabling with this piece of legislation, would work in practice. Mr. Chairman, you've raised the alarm, I've raised the alarm. Dozens of our fellow committee members on both sides of the dais have raised the alarm to the deafening silence of this administration. Now, I want to credit Mr. Feenstra here for thinking outside the box on how to ensure that the administration lives up to the commitments it has made to us, that these massive tax increases, none of which we've been able to evaluate yet, will not decimate our nation's agriculture communities. Now members can claim all they want that the administration has promised to protect farmers. But as we know from our time here, that doesn't mean anything until the ink is dry. This amendment should be called the Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is amendment, because that's exactly what it does. It requires the administration to live up to the commitments it has made to the ag community, full stop. And I urge us all to adopt this common sense amendment. I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition to
Chairman,
speak on the amendment?
Scott.
Yes, who's seeking recognition?
This is Representative Scott.
Representative Scott, you're recognized.
I think I understand what's going on here. That the Democrats are going to vote for this legislation and say, we didn't vote to raise taxes, you're just going to let somebody else do it in the form of changes at the IRS and other things. Kind of the same way Joe Biden says he didn't mandate vaccines. He's just going to let OSHA do it through rule and regulation changes. The bill as it's drafted, has an $89.1 billion deficit, and it spends about $94 billion, even though we don't know where about $28 billion of that is actually going. I'm a little baffled, candidly, that members of Congress would actually run for this job and then pass a piece of legislation under orders from Speaker Pelosi and Joe Biden that's contrary to the promises that you've made back home and not stand up for the people. Every Democrat on this committee, I guarantee you, has said that they're opposed to increasing the federal estate taxes, especially on farmers. You're opposed to the capital gains tax increases, especially on farmers. But you know as well as I do, if you pass this piece of legislation and you pass reconciliation, that it's going to lead to the tax increases on the farmers. Representative Fenster's done a good job here of putting language together. The chairman clearly has the ability to rule it in order and allow us to vote on it. And Mr. Chair, I would just ask that you allow the vote on it and let us, as the ranking member said, put your money where your mouth is. Stand up for the people you represent or the party that you represent.
Is there any other member that wishes to seek recognition? No further consideration on the amendment at this point. Let us turn to the point of order that Ms. Bustos has raised.
Thank you,
I'd
Mr.
like to
Chairman.
comment on the point of order also.
Ms. Bustos, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated before, I make a point of order that the amendment is not germane because they introduced tax jurisdiction where it does not exist in our print. That's the rationale on this. And with that, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bustos. The chairman is prepared to rule.
Mr. Chair, before you rule, I'd like to make one comment. This is my amendment, if I could.
Mr. Feenstra, this is not appropriate time. Mr. Feenstra would like to talk on the point of order. Mr. Feenstra.
Is that okay?
There's no harm in it.
All right, Mr. Finstra, you're recognized for a point of order.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to object to what Congresswoman Bustos is saying. If you look at the bill and the bill draft, it completely ties into what we're doing with this bill. This amendment is clearly germane. I've been through these fights, for 12 years in the Iowa Senate. I know what germaneness is. I know how this all plays out. And I tell you what, if you want to go down that path, then this is highly political. And I'd be ashamed. I'd be absolutely ashamed if we go down this path tonight and take this amendment down on a germaneness issue. Thank you. That's my point. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Allen, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, since, obviously this is not the committee of jurisdiction on the tax issue, wouldn't it be wise that we would allow the Ways and Means to determine exactly what the tax implications of this reconciliation are going to be in that committee? And then we'll know how to address the needs of our of rural America once we see what what they're going to do to us. I think we got the cart before the horse here. I think it's unwise for us to vote, particularly members who have who made these commitments and promises in their district to protect our farmers and protect their their ability to generationally pass those farms along to the next generation. And then say, well, sorry about that. The Ways and Means Committee, they said that, well, we're going to double the inheritance tax. So I think we need to wait and look and see what Ways and Means is going to do with this, and or any other committee that would be doing tax. And then there are a lot. We're talking about the inheritance tax here, but there are a lot of other hidden taxes in this thing that are going to hit the family farm. And so I think we need to let all that kind of see what happens there, and then we'll know how to react in this committee on how to protect this critical industry that's of national security interest. And so that's what I would recommend that we do, and that's why I would support this amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen. But our jurisdiction, mine as chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I've been asked.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes.
one quick note on the point of order. I think the point of order is out of place because what this does, simple read, it allows the Agriculture Committee to direct the Secretary of Agriculture. When has that never not been within our jurisdiction? The fact that that we're questioning and essentially legislating, shutting down our lines of communications on some really critical issues for our farmers. So I just think that the the point of order was not timely.
Well, the issue here is that first of all, the Secretary of Agriculture does not levy taxes. That's number one. Secondly, the point of order was on the question of germaneness. And the chairman here, myself, I have said that I would rule.
And if there's a point of order, you should rule if it was done properly. But in every committee meeting I've ever been in, a point of order is reserved at the time that the amendment is introduced, and that's not what I recall that happened here. The debate this was introduced after the debate had started, so.
She did it at the beginning.
Yeah, she
That's
did.
correct,
She
Mr.
didn't
Chair, I
insist on
did.
her point of order.
Yes. And we reserved the point of order. And
Mr. Chairman.
So the chairman is going to rule on this so that we can move ahead. And my ruling on it is that I find the amendment is not germane to the subject matter before us.
And Chairman, I
Let
humbly and respectfully appeal the ruling of the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the appeal of the ruling.
Mr. Chairman.
The question is now on the motion to table the appeal of my, as chairman's ruling. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
Oh.
No.
Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, Fishbach has an amendment.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chairman.
Mr. Chair.
The clerk shall now call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye. Mr. Costa.
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger.
Aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
Aye.
Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon. Ms. Custer.
Aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Bustos.
Aye.
Ms. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett. Mr. O'Halloran.
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
Aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Lawson.
Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes yes.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. Axney.
Aye.
Mrs. Axney votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Panetta.
Aye.
Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Scott.
Ma'am, is this a motion to overturn the ruling of the chair?
This is the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Okay, I vote no.
Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford? Mr. Desjardins?
No.
Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler?
No.
Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. Davis?
LaMalfa, no. LaMalfa, no.
LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon?
Bacon is no.
Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird?
No.
Mr. Baird votes no. Mr. Hagedorn?
Hagedorn votes no.
Mr. Hagedorn votes no. Mr. Jacobs?
Jacobs, no.
Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Balderson?
Balderson, no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Cloud?
No.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Mann?
Mann votes no.
Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra votes no.
Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller?
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamek?
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamek votes no. Mrs. Fishbach?
Fishbach votes no.
Mrs. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Letlow?
Letlow votes no.
Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes yes. Delgado votes yes.
Mr. Delgado votes yes. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon? Mr. Khanna?
I'm sorry, this is Congressman Delgado. Is that recorded as yes?
Yes, sir, you're recorded as yes.
Thank you.
Crawford here. How am I recorded?
Mr. Crawford, you are not recorded.
I'm a no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Kana,
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Spanberger, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Davis, you are not recorded.
I'll be a no, please.
Madam Clerk, this is Ms. Craig. Can you tell me how I'm recorded?
Ms. Craig, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Madam
How
Clerk,
about, what do you have?
O'Halloran, how am I recorded?
Mr. Halloran, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
This is McGovern. How am I voted? How am I recorded?
Mr. McGovern, you are recorded as aye.
Can you tell me what you have for Mrs. Hayes?
Mrs. Hayes, you are recorded as aye.
I'm sorry?
You are recorded as aye, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would it be okay if you reminded us to mute if you're not speaking? I hear a news report in the background.
You're absolutely correct. Please mute your phones when you're not speaking.
How's Adams recorded?
Ms. Adams, you're recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Madam,
Axney recorded, please?
Mrs. Axney, you're recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Ms. Clerk, how is Congressman Lawson recorded?
Mr. Lawson is recorded as no.
Mr. Saban?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded.
Mr. Lacana?
Mr. Kana is not recorded.
Mr. Sean Maloney?
Mr. Maloney is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, how is Mr. Bishop recorded?
Mr. Bishop, you're recorded as yay.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded? Pingree?
Ms. Pingree, you're recorded as yay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Kim Schreier.
Ms. Schreier, you are recorded as yay.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Mr. Chair, am I recorded as yes? This is Kim Schreier.
Yes, ma'am, you are recorded as yes.
Great, thank you.
This is Sablon. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Sablon, you are not currently recorded.
And so I would vote yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush, you are recorded as yes.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded? This is Congresswoman Custer.
Ms. Custer, you are recorded as yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get that. This is Mr. Rush. Would you please slowly tell me how I'm recorded?
Mr. Rush, you are recorded as yes.
Thank you.
Did we, I may have asked that, but Mr. Sean Maloney, how did he vote?
Mr. Maloney is not recorded.
Okay. And Mr. Khanna is not recorded, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Lawson, correct?
Mr. Lawson is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, could you remind me how I'm recorded?
May I ask who's speaking, please?
Yes, absolutely. This is Spanberger from Virginia.
Oh, Ms. Spanberger, how is she recorded?
Ms. Spanberger is recorded as yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Correa here. How am I recorded?
Correa.
Mr. Correa is recorded as yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kelly, Mississippi. I make a motion, we close the vote.
I second. Representative Kamak seconds. My goodness.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to table the motion.
It's at the discretion of the chair.
The delay tactics are getting old. Come on now.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
Motion to to table the motion.
I know. Yeah.
Second that motion, Mr. Chairman, table.
That's what we're voting.
Mr. Chair, how can we get the report on the vote currently, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, how was Mr. Khanna recorded?
Could you answer that, correct?
Mr. Khanna is not recorded.
I'd like to vote yes.
Mr. Khanna votes yes.
Is that it?
No, we did it. That's it.
All right. Okay. Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? How did I vote? I would think I voted
Mr. Chairman, you
yes.
voted yes.
All right. I tell you, it is.
Mr. Chairman, how did I vote? Can you?
King? Please mute. Who? Mr. Harder.
Mr. Harder. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Harder, how do you vote?
Mr. Harder is recorded as yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can you please remind me of how did I vote? Can somebody please check that for Representative Axney, please?
Mrs. Axney, you're recorded as yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a point of order just to ask if you have a sense of the schedule and how late we intend to go tonight?
Are going to go until.
How late do you expect our votes will be tonight?
We're going to go until we get finished tonight. Now,
Or in the morning?
No, I think that we should be able to get through tonight. I
Thank you,
am
Mr.
praying and hoping that we can get through tonight and remain sane and wonderful and happy and thrilling that we're here doing great work. All right, where are we now?
Mr. Chairman, what's the vote tally?
Right now, I believe we calling where that we're receiving messages that we have a member or some members that are trying to vote, but have become their system is bogged down or something. And I'm willing to give them just a few minutes, and then if we can't, then we just have to close it out where it is. Nothing?
Can't make this shit up.
And Mr. Chairman, what is the vote tally?
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, the vote's not closed, so I don't want to know what the tally is.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, now would be a perfect time as we wait for them to be, for you to give us one of your great prayers at this moment.
Well, I will tell you.
Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie.
Thou shalt not lie. Twitter
Well,
loved it.
believe you me, I am praying now like I've never prayed before. And I hope the good Lord will send me
We do have a preacher on, don't we?
a wonderful.
Mr. Chair, isn't it correct that when the Republicans were in charge, they kept the Medicare Part
I
D
know,
vote
but
over 3
I'm
hours?
getting message of friends where if you were in this shape, call, and they got staff
Amen.
calling that, and it's got to be the voice of the member, and their phone system has gone down, and they're trying to get to where they can voice.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one.
You know that we need a yes vote on this?
Tom, you're on blast there.
Can we move?
You literally can't make this stuff up.
You literally can't.
Chairman, is there anything from the parliamentarian?
Y'all are lighting Twitter
All
up.
right. Well, maybe we do.
I'm submitting this for Saturday Night Live.
I tell you what, this is worth the price of admission. I know. I can't.
Well, all I'm saying is that I'm trying to be, I have tried to be a member's chairman here, and I got members' staff calling, trying to get them on the phone. They got a system where they're either in the car or they're somewhere where they can't, the voice can't get around, and
it's a good example of why we should all be in DC to do this kind of thing.
Right, Mr. Chairman. That's a good example of why we should be in DC doing our jobs, not at the beach drinking pina coladas.
You're
Come
right.
to DC.
Yeah,
Happy
you're
to.
right.
Happy to schedule the hearing up there.
I agree with
could
you,
be
and
here.
Happy to.
The chairman's
Ranking
there.
Member Thompson and I
Happy to.
tried to
Where
get
are you?
members here. Catherine,
I'm right here in DC.
Yeah, I'm
in
here in
my
my
office.
office. I've been working all day with my constituents.
Chairman, we.
Good for you.
Chairman, it's a member's responsibility to be in a position to vote.
Patience is a virtue, but exceptional delay is an abuse. Especially when you got to get a chance to vote on this again if we.
no, that's my
table-
motivation, Ranking
If the
Member.
table's
is
set aside,
I'm trying to
we're gonna
show
vote on this
compassion
amendment again.
to members
We
who
got a
are
lot of work
calling,
ahead of
their
us,
staff
this
are
evening.
calling trying to get their member. Now they're 2
I'm happy
minutes
for their
from a
staff, but the
phone.
members should have been on like everyone else is.
Finally, all right, here he is now. Sean Maloney,
What's the vote?
how are you? Yeah. Sean Maloney, you're recognized. Thank you.
We can't see him.
He's there.
Have
you
it's
all
my
got it?
understanding, there you go.
Chairman, Mr. Maloney votes yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there was one other was trying to get here, Mr. Lawson. Can somebody, is that? All right, well. Okay. Is there any other member wanting to vote or wishing to vote, waiting to vote? I want to be clear. If not, we'll close this down.
Mr. Speaker, I
yes.
just heard from Al Lawson. He wants to change his vote, but he said he can't call in for some reason. If we could have maybe an IT person get in touch with him. He's having problems.
I know, that's what I was just sharing with the ranking member.
Chairman, I think his line's busy. He's got Speaker Pelosi on it, I bet.
Well, I would say, I guess what I'm hearing is that we just
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lawson is having computer problems.
You know,
Mr. Lawson
How was I recorded?
Oh, my God.
He's trying to get into the system.
Mr. Chairman, Ro Khanna is on the line.
Okay, can we get, is he there now where he can vote with his voice?
Can you?
Yes, I vote yes.
Mr. Khanna is recorded as yes.
Can I FaceTime you, Hal?
Yes.
All right. So, okay, he has technical, I mean, these people are having technical difficulties. Is there a way your voice can get on?
Mr. Chairman, this is Alma Adams. I just got him. He's on my FaceTime. You can see his face. He can talk and cast his vote.
Who is that? Who is that, Miss Ed?
This is Al Lawson on the phone. Mr. Lawson, speak up.
All right, I recognize Mr.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
You wanted to correct your vote, is that correct? You voted no?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
do this procedure.
Yes.
How is
This
he?
procedure. This is not normal.
Yes.
Look, folks,
Now we're proxy voting in committee.
we're,
Yeah.
You can see him and you can hear him, and that's the
Ma'am.
requirement.
So,
I'm
I'm gonna,
rules for a reason.
I don't know.
Just back up.
I'm gonna go ahead on
Okay.
and
You do?
close the vote and let's move
Okay, he's
the
gonna have his
chips
computer
fall
on in
where they
1 minute, he
may.
says. He's having
Mr.
a
Chair, I have
problem.
no objection to waiting for Mr. Lawson to hook up to his computer.
Right, he said 1 minute he should be on, so.
Who has their TV on really loud?
Try to tell members, this is critical. You gotta
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
apologize, right?
Okay, we have to be able to see you too, Al. Can you try to get your video on?
We're almost there.
He
Okay.
made a mistake.
We're waiting for you. There you go, I see you.
Chairman,
All right,
my vote is yes.
all right. Clerk, did you get that?
Off no on I for Mr. Lawson.
All right. Well, that's it, I think. The clerk now shall report the vote, and my deepest apologies to everyone, but as you can see, the members have had problems, and they call in, and as chairman, I wanted to.
And we've had problems on both sides of the aisle, Mr.
yeah.
Chairman. I've been in 3 committees today, so.
But this
and
should
we've
be
waited for
should be a good example of why why we got to be here. We got to dedicate our time and attention. You know, we're dealing with pandemics. We're dealing with lack of broadband. And so, would you report the vote, please?
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 24.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And again, my deepest apologies to the committee. And I appreciate you helping us and being able to recognize the technical difficulties that several of our members had. And one, as you know, made a mistake and voted wrong. All votes are critical. So, where are we now?
Mr. Chair, this Fishbach
Yes.
has an amendment at the desk.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jimmy Panetta. I reserve a point of order.
It's Amendment 36.
Okay.
Yep.
Ruby, do point of order? What is that?
You reserve a point of order.
Oh, all right. The gentleman has reserved a point of order. What is that? Order? Your point of order is reserved.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Kelly. May I ask may I withdraw my motion that I made earlier?
What was that motion?
I made a motion to close the vote, which was seconded, and then there was a motion to table, so I am withdrawing, if you'll allow me, my motion to close the vote.
Okay, thank you. Is it? I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, there was a motion to table too.
Somebody reserve a, so he has to say this, right?
Here's where we are. A point of order has been requested, and I have reserved the point of order. Now we will go to, I believe, Mr. Fintra's amendment?
Mrs. Fishbach.
Ms. Fishbach's amendment.
Yep. And Mr. Chair, it's amendment number 36 at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will report the title of the amendment 36.
Amendment 36, amendment to committee prints offered by Mrs. Fishbach of Minnesota.
Mr. Chair, given that the
Without
majority,
objection.
I'm sorry, are you ready?
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And now I recognize Ms. Fishbach, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, you know, the majority earlier in the meeting, the majority refused to, wait for consideration on the spending bill until we see how it was paid for. So that was rejected. And just as we waited for very long for everyone to vote, the majority would not even allow a vote on the Feenstra amendment that would ensure that farmers would be held harmless, to hold the administration accountable. And Mr. Chair, I do want to thank all of the members, thank you, and all of the members on both sides of the aisle on this committee for expressing the deep concern over the Biden administration's proposal to eliminate the stepped-up basis and assessing capital gains taxes at death. And, I agree with you when you said in your June 2nd letter to the president that I am very concerned that the proposals to pay for these investments could partially come on the backs of our food, fiber, and fuel producers. And I close that quote. And I would like to, with unanimous consent, submit your June 2nd letter into the record of the committee, because I think that was very helpful to express your concerns regarding the stepped up basis.
By all means, so ordered.
Thank you very much. And that is why I'm offering this amendment that would give a sense from the committee from all of us, on a bipartisan basis, that it would unite around the opposition to those proposals considered elsewhere in this package that could drastically raise taxes on farmers and ranchers to pay for this new spending. And I'm proud to incorporate that, what you put so eloquently in your letter on June 2nd, and insert that. And part of that is actually contained in the amendment to express our sense from this committee. And I would think that it would be a helpful thing for the committee to come together and express that as this bill moves forward, that we oppose that kind of taxes on the backs of farmers. So I urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment? No. Ranking
Mr.
member.
Chairman.
Come right to you. Ranking member.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This hasn't been an easy day for this committee, Mr. Chairman. We want to find common ground with you, but so far it's been a real challenge. And I want to thank Mrs. Fishwalk for offering this amendment and trying to find that common ground. I understand why you couldn't adjourn until we could know more. I really don't understand that, even though it's the right thing to do. I understand why you couldn't agree to hold taxpayers harmless, even though it's the right thing to do. But Mr. Fishbach has offered that we should all be able to agree to. It's quite simple, really. It expresses the wishes or the sense of this committee to our colleagues in the Ways and Means Committee, that we should not raise taxes on farmers and ranchers and small businesses. You sent a letter, Mr. Chairman, on June 2nd, President Biden making the exact points in this sense of the Congress. They were the right points then, and I hope you'll agree that they're right points now. I share the serious concerns you expressed in your letter about how, quote, the proposed changes in tax provisions could hurt our family farmers, ranchers, and small businesses, end quotes. And that's exactly the same sentiment, right? Word for word, right there in the first point that this sense of committee represents. Time and time again, members of the agriculture industry have sounded the alarm over several proposed tax changes in this reconciliation package. I don't think there's anyone more qualified in the United States House of Representatives to at least weigh in with a sense of this committee to protect our farmers, ranchers, and foresters and our small agribusinesses, our rural communities. We are the folks that should be doing that. We are on the front line for rural America and for our farmers and ranchers. So, Mr. Chairman, this is the third amendment that we've had to try to get our committee to commit to protecting farmers from these potentially ruinous tax changes. We already know that the deck is stacked against us, Mr. Chairman. Now it's time we spoke with one voice, your voice, to draw a line in the sand together and oppose these harmful tax policies. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and I assure you that the letter I wrote to the President and to the White House is having an impact. We're not there yet, but we are working on it, and I'm still fully committed to doing everything we can to make sure that this stepped-up process is adhered to, and so that we can protect our farmers and small businessmen from this taxation. Is there any other member that seeks recognition on the amendment now before us? Anyone?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who's seeking recognition?
Representative Kamak?
Yes, Ms. Kamak, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, this reckless tax plan will cost our farmers and really truly just jeopardize the future of American agriculture. Some of my colleagues have pointed out, farmers and ranchers have complex ownership structures. There isn't always a dedicated heir, and a majority of producers would probably tell you that keeping their land in production is a top priority for them. I think regardless whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, we can all agree this should be a top priority. So not only are conservative voices speaking out, but those on the left. In fact, I have here a copy of a letter from a left-leaning organization that thinks that the administration should rethink the disastrous changes to the stepped-up basis and capital gains. Now, as the letter makes clear, capital gains taxes pose a particular burden to our small farms, young and new farmers. And as the youngest member of this committee, I find a particular sense that this is something that if we are truly to protect the future of agriculture, we need to rethink this and be united in opposing this. So those that are new or young farmers, socially disadvantaged groups, all of whom this administration and the majority talk about, we have an opportunity to really come together on this. And that's why I am fully in support of Representative Fischbach's amendment. I think this is something that we need to come together to protect and really stand up for those most vulnerable farmers. So we hear talk of exemptions and carve-outs there and exemptions here and there, but I want to be very clear. Under the tax changes planned by this administration and this majority, exemptions for family-owned businesses and farms will be untenable. It would be impossible to craft such provisions because 98% of the farms in the U.S. are family-owned. And to guarantee that 100% of those operations will be protected is simply unrealistic. So I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment, put the party politics to the side, and with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very, very much. And I just want to say that this stepped up issue, you're absolutely right. But what we have is a bipartisan Democratic and Republican support for this. We're working, this is very delicate. This amendment might throw off the negotiations. There are Democrats and Republicans that are working together with the White House to make sure that this stepped up is dangerous, and the impact it will have to our future of agriculture is being communicated by both Democrats and Republicans. And we got to be very careful as you're moving in and navigating in choppy waters as we are, that we do not disrupt the negotiations that are going forward, and we are making some progress. I can tell you that within this stepped-up progress. I've been out front on it, and I'm committed to it. And so I hope
Mr.
you all
Chair?
understand that.
Mr.
Does
Chair?
any other...
Michelle Fischbach, may I just comment?
Yes.
I would think that this being passed by the committee would help in the negotiations, because you obviously then have more of a voice, you have a stronger voice saying the House Agriculture Committee does not want stepped up basis. And I think it provides you more of power during a negotiation if those are going on.
Thank you very much for that, and I hope, but there are things working where we can get some alternative ways of doing it without affecting that. But I'm not going to say any more on that, and I just appreciate where we are, and that this is Democrats and Republicans both agree this will be very damaging to
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Yes. The last bill that we undertook under budget reconciliation, there were no negotiations. I mean, zero. What makes us think it's going to be different this time? I mean, this thing's baked. And so why are we even wasting time talking about it if it's baked? I mean, there's no need to mislead us here. This thing's baked. It's baked right out of the speaker's office and right out of the White House. And so, why are we even wasting our time here? And I'll yield back.
Is there any other member that wishes to seek recognition on this amendment?
Michael Cloud.
There's a point of
Chair.
order.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes. Who seeks recognition? Mr.
Costa from
Costa,
California.
you're recognized.
With all due respect, I will tell the gentleman who just spoke, who I have utmost respect for, that I must disagree. This is not baked. And there's a lot of discussion going on. If there were bipartisan involvement in the reconciliation process, you would know about the discussion that's going on. And it's taking place between the House and the Senate, and it's taking place on the appropriate committees that are dealing with the revenues. And that's why there's a lot of disagreement in terms of where we end up. And the chairman is correct. It's in a sensitive area right now. But I can assure you that the concerns that have been raised today are concerns that we all share. And at the end of the day, with the margins as narrow as it is, and since Republicans aren't going to be voting for any of this, all of our considerations are taken into account. It's not baked in my view. You may have a different opinion, but that's my sense of it right now. They are trying to figure out how they thread the needle in this, and it's not baked. It's the dough's not even rising yet, but they're trying to do it rapidly.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
this
Costa.
is Michelle Fishbach.
Mr. Cloud, you're next. 5 minutes.
Well, I'd just like to address some of the concerns that have been addressed, because we keep hearing that we can't amend the bill because it would amend the bill. This is the same thing we heard last time we went through the reconciliation process, when after almost a full day committee passed and was taken out of the Rules Committee before it went to the House floor, making really our entire committee hearing just a show. That seems to be what the process here is. Again, these amendments are not being taken seriously by the majority. And I would point out that the committee is supposed to be part of the negotiation. That's the whole reason we have it. The reconciliation process was intended to run through committees so that you would have discussions on the process, and that, yes, the process would be amended and changed as part of the committee process. And so there's been comments about, amendments being dilatory. This entire process has been dilatory. And if the majority wants the kind of respect it should have in this process, it needs to follow the intent and heart of the process.
Thank you, Mr.
Now you're
Cloud.
back.
Appreciate that. I believe, Ms. Custer, you are next. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to make a point of order regarding germaneness.
Okay.
To reserve a point of order regarding germaneness.
Okay, Mr. Panetta has already done that.
Oh, I'm sorry,
point
my
of
hand
order.
is up. I apologize, I'll take that down. I apologize.
No problem. Is any other member seek recognition?
Tell you the truth.
I'm going to go to point of order. The gentleman, Mr. Panetta, reserved a point of order.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the point of order that the amendment is not germane. And it's not germane because it introduces the tax jurisdiction to this legislation where it does not belong.
The chair is prepared to rule on that. You're right.
Mr.
It's
Chairman,
votes-
Hagedorn
Mr.
from
Chair,
Minnesota.
advice?
Okay, who seeks the recognition?
Hagedorn, Minnesota.
Mr. Hagedorn, you're recognized.
I'd like to yield my time to Representative Fishbach.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hagedorn.
You're recognized, Ms. Fishback.
Mr. Chair, just advice on germaneness. This does not introduce, policy on tax jurisdiction. What it does is it provides a sense of the committee. And what I have heard many, many times as we have met, and from letters and from members from the Republican side, from the Democrat side have sent letters. This is the sense of the committee, so that this bill going forward, they understand that this is the Ag Committee does not support taxing farmers in this way. And I don't think it's not introducing tax jurisdiction. It is simply saying that we are here to advocate for farmers, and this is something that we want to do. And I don't know what's going on with these secret negotiations that we continue to hear about and that they can't be talked about in public. But this is something that we absolutely need to stand out on and make sure that we are stopping this tax policy that will harm farmers like this. Thank you.
Yield back.
Any other member seek recognition?
Got some folks that need to be muting their
Pardon?
we need some folks muting.
Oh, yeah. Let me remind members, please, when you're not talking, please mute your phones so we can move along. The chair is prepared to rule on this issue of germaneness, as in previous cases. It's not within our jurisdiction. It's within Ways and Means. And so I am going to rule that the amendment is not germane to the subject matter before us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would appeal the ruling of the chair and
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the appeal.
All right, the question is on the motion to table the appeal of the chair's ruling. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 Yes. The ayes have it, and the motion is tabled to, is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I will be happy to not request a recorded vote if I could have your agreement that we could work together, yourself and the 9 of our Democratic colleagues have sent letters supporting the language of this amendment, expressing our concerns. If we could report, if your commitment to work together on report language to address that, basically the points here, that the sense of the House Agriculture Committee, our concerns of the implications of these taxes on farmers and ranchers, and report language is germane, period. That's something within our ability to provide input into. It's doing our job.
Well, report out of a jurisdiction is not allowed.
Was your letter to President Biden allowed? Is that my letter to President Biden allowed?
I've not finished what I'm saying. Is that you and I have worked together on several issues. And you and I have had to work through a series of processes in order to be successful. And sometimes it takes a little longer for whoever you're working with to come to your side, to be able to come to our side, but they have to find an alternative means to to acquire what they're after.
And report language is a great alternative.
Council is telling me that I cannot move out with any language at that, but you and I will, I'll gladly work with you. And let me tell you.
No.
You and I.
It's, you know, just.
Pardon,
Put together
please,
this sort of
members,
conclusion document and follow.
unmute your phones, please.
You know, and it's,
Whoever that, Mr. Costa, please mute your phone. Look, I genuinely believe that we can make some progress here. Right now, it's very delicate. I'm in a delicate position, and my position would be weakened. I want to keep myself strong in this, and you and I working together, as we've done before. I think we got enough Democrats on our side that we can make a difference in saving and helping our farmers not be subjected to the step up. And I look forward to working with you on that.
Well, I'd love that opportunity. We've just spent approximately 6
and
hours
you can
here.
also, I'm telling you, from legal counsel, that you can submit views. There are things that you can do that need to be done.
We will be presenting
but at
minority
this time,
views.
I can't do them as chairman of this committee. But you know what I'm talking about. We've been down that road. So all I'm saying, I think everybody knows where I stand on this issue. It's wrong. It will hurt our farmers. I've said it. Members have said it. And we got to grow those members. The more Democrats we can get, and they look to me to try to bring a few more Democrats. But I can't violate that position of my strength right now. I
don't agree with, I respect your perspective on it. Quite frankly, my view is always to do things in a bipartisan way with the Agriculture Committee. So I'm just very disappointed in your perspectives and the counsel you received on that. So,
okay.
So with that.
All right, where are we on that? Recorded votes have been requested on the motion to table the ruling of the chairman. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. McGovern.
McGovern votes aye.
Mr. McGovern votes aye. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Spanberger.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye.
Ms. Spanberger votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
Aye.
Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Bustos.
Aye.
Ms. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney votes aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Plaskett.
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran, aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Lawson.
Aye.
Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. Axney.
Aye.
Mrs. Axney votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Panetta.
Panetta, aye.
Mr. Panetta votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson votes no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Austin Scott.
Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Austin Scott votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Desjardins.
No.
Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mrs. Hartzler.
No.
Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Davis.
No.
Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Bacon.
Bacon is no.
Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Baird.
Vote no.
Mr. Baird votes no. Mr. Hagedorn.
Hagedorn votes no.
Mr. Hagedorn votes no. Mr. Jacobs.
Jacobs, no.
Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Balderson.
No.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Cloud.
No.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Mann.
Mann votes no.
Mr. Mann votes no. Mr. Feenstra.
No.
Mr. Feenstra votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mrs. Kamek.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamak votes no. Mrs. Fishbach.
No.
Mrs. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no.
That's it. Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will declare the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 27, the nays were 24.
Okay. On this vote, the ayes were 27 and the noes were 24. Is there any other amendments in Title E?
Mr. Chairman, this is Congressman Mann. I have Amendment 37.
All right. Who was that had the amendment?
Congressman Mann.
All right. Congressman Mann has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title and number of the amendment.
She's saying right now. Sherry, give me a second. Wait.
Mute your phones. Wait.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Custer, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I request a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, it said.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Who's taking my?
Custer had a point of order, Panetta had a point of order.
All right, we had 2 points of order, Ms. Custer and Ms. Panetta. So who was first?
Mr. Mann is recognized.
Oh, correct.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
point of order is reserved. Now, and you're recognized. Did we have, clerk, did you?
Mr. Chairman, this is committee amendment number 37, amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas.
All right. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Baird, Mr. Mann. I'm sorry, get in there so we can to speak on his amendment and explain it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I believe strongly that we should be in Washington, D.C. right now, sitting around the table having this conversation, or wait 10 days till we come back. But since we're not, I decided to drive to a sorghum field in my district. My district, the Big First of Kansas, is the #1 sorghum producing district in the country. We're also #1 for wheat production. We're #1 for beef production. I did 63 town halls all over my district, every one of my counties this summer. The elimination of the stepped up basis came up every single time. And Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I just heard you a few minutes ago say you were willing to do everything you could to make sure we preserve the stepped up basis. This is a great opportunity for you and every member of this committee to be on record, being willing to protect the stepped up basis. I'm a fifth generation Kansan who grew up on our family farm. I'm sorry, what? So I'm a fifth generation Kansan.
Hold on just a second, Congressman Mann. Members, please, when you're not on and speaking, keep your phones muted, please. Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Mann.
You know, I'm a fifth generation Kansan. I grew up on my family farm. The house that I grew up in is the house that my parents still live in today, and is the home that my great-great-grandfather ordered from Montgomery Ward catalog in the early 1900s. My brother now farms full-time with my dad. For our family, the farm is the way of life. And that's the case for thousands of farm families across my district and tens of thousands across the country. Families rely on the land and their crops for livestock for their livelihoods. So when we talk about eliminating protections for the very people who feed and fuel and clothe all of us, we're taxing those very people again and again and again on the same property like this field I'm standing in that's been in their family for generations. We better believe that it's going to get heated and personal. This change doesn't change the game for agriculture. It ends the game for tens of thousands of farmers. My amendment would establish a sense of this committee to protect farmers and ranchers and producers from the looming tax burdens that we are sure to see in this reconciliation bill. The amendment is based largely on the language from a letter that many members of this committee sent to other congressional leaders to make the proposed ag exemption to the new stepped up basis taxes a full exemption. Simply put, don't tax our farmers and ranchers and their generational property over and over and over again. Don't destroy their livelihoods. We should have their backs, and these are the people that this committee should be protecting, defending, and working to represent. Make an exception for them. Keep the 2018 Farm Bill's definition of family farm to include nieces and nephews and first cousins alongside spouses and children. We all know family farmers who have various family situations. This makes common sense. Permit common farming practices like leasing land without additional taxes to family members and non-family members. Provide equal treatment to all heirs regardless of their on-the-farm status. Do not impose the deferred tax obligation for any eligible heir. I urge you to support my amendment. Please, this is the very least that we can do. Mr. Chairman, I also ask that the letter from several of our Democratic colleagues to congressional leadership regarding their opposition to additional farm taxes like these be submitted into the record. This is an opportunity for everyone on this committee to be on record to say that they are for preserving the stepped up basis. It's time to put words into action and send a resounding message to the rest of this Congress, to the ag industry, and to the Senate that the House Ag Committee strongly opposes, unanimously opposes changing the stepped up basis. I yield back.
That is so ordered. Thank you. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on Mr. Mann's amendment? Ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is the fourth opportunity that we're going to offer you today to try to help protect our farmers from the looming tax burden that we all know are coming in the reconciliation bill. So far, we will offer you the change to adjourn this hearing until we could get more information. You decline. Mr. Feenstra suggested a novel way to protect farmers, but you declined that too. Mrs. Fishbach offered an amendment drafted from your own words, laying out a powerful case against laying new taxes on farmers, but you declined that as well. As you yourself have noted, Mr. Chairman, exemption from new taxes isn't good enough, and such an exemption will have a detrimental effect on farmers, especially young, beginning, and socially disadvantaged farmers just getting into farming. But that's where we're headed, because this committee cannot seem to find the will and the courage to stand up.
Reconciliation title, did you mean?
Excuse me a minute, member. Please, members, mute yourself until you get ready to speak to the committee. Go ahead, ranking member.
Thanks, Chairman. But that's where we're headed, because this committee cannot find the will or the courage to stand up to Speaker Pelosi and stand up for rural America. After all those no votes, I think Mr. Mann has rightfully concluded that no Democrats are going to lay down on the tracks for farmers and ranchers, and these increases in this partisan reconciliation bill that you're jamming through are as good as done. And you know what? He's right. This committee can't muster the strength to stand up for farmers. You can bet no other committee is going to. In the absence of any other effort to protect farmers from the myriad of new taxes in this bill, I hope we can at least agree on the absolute paramount importance of the details of the exemptions that the administration has promised but failing to provide us. If the exemption is going to offer some shelter to our agriculture community from these new death taxes, then it cannot simply be cobbled together. It must be robust and complete and have our input. And that's what Mr. Mann is asking for us to agree to today. His amendment puts our committee on the record together asking for exactly what Ms. Axney, Mr. Costa, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Harder, Mr. Carbajal, Ms. Craig, Mr. Delgado, Ms. Shriver, Mr. Garamundi, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. O'Hallahan, Ms. Spangenberg, and Mr. Schrader have all asked for already, to make the proposed ag exemption to the new stepped-up basis a full exemption, and to make sure that members who represent rural districts have a seat at the table to make certain that it is. Mr. Chairman, that is it. That's the bare minimum we can do. Democrats have given ground on letting us know what's in the bill and seeing the tax provision before we vote. They refuse to set up a meaningful mechanism to hold farmers harmless. They've even managed to announce that they're not against new taxes on farmers. So here, all we're asking is for Democrats to work with us and tell Speaker Pelosi that if she insists on imposing a bunch of new taxes on farmers, at a bare minimum, there must be a robust exemption from just one of the new taxes, the capital gains tax that this bill will impose. I honestly don't know what else we can do to protect our farmers, our ranchers, and small businesses from the train wreck that's coming. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to submit for the record this letter from over 100 leading agriculture organizations describing their concerns about the tax proposals. In addition to that, I have a letter specifically from the National Farmers Union, in addition to those 100, asking the same thing, not to alter or eliminate longstanding tax code provisions that are fundamental to the financial health of production agriculture and the businesses that supply its inputs, transports its products, markets its commodities, and support the vibrancy of the U.S. livestock and crop production. And they concluded, the letter from the 100 concluded by saying, as the economic backbone of nearly every county and rural community across the United States, the importance of American agriculture and related industries cannot be overlooked. Farmers, ranchers, and family-owned agribusinesses operators are responsible for producing the safe, affordable, and abundant food, fiber, and fuel supplies Americans enjoy every day. As the stewards of nearly 900 million acres of crop and rangeland, farmers and ranchers play an important role in terms of natural resources and land conservation. For agriculture producers, carrying on the legacy of our predecessors and setting the next generation up for success is critically important. It is with this in mind that we urge you to preserve the federal tax provisions that have long supported the American agriculture, and that's end quote. And quite frankly, I couldn't say it better than what they have. And so I submit this for the record, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the gentle lady, Miss Custer, has reserved a point of order. Ms.
Thank
Custer.
you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order on the Mann amendment that this amendment is not germane.
The chair is prepared to rule on that, and the chair finds that the amendment of Mr. Maine is not germane to the subject matter before us.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair. Ms. Custer, you're recognized to appeal. Is that correct?
Cousins.
Mr. Panetta has a point of order.
Thank you. I withdraw my point of order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, he texted.
To appeal the rule of the chair.
Motion to table.
The motion table. Ms. Custer, that was your point of order, correct? Is she on?
Mr. Chairman, my point of order was that the amendment is not germane, and you ruled on that. I have not yet heard a Republican appeal of your ruling.
Didn't you
I don't think the
appeal?
mic was on, so Ms. Custer didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Ms. Custer did not hear you.
Yeah, no, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chairman. I moved to table the appeal. I could not hear the ranking member.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
She said it before I appealed.
Jesus. It's the fourth time we've been on this appeal. The question now is on the motion to table the appeal of the chair's ruling.
Okay, you guys. Who wants to yell? Who wants to yell?
Please, unmute yourself if you're not on. Excuse me. The question now is on the motion to table the appeal of the chairman's ruling. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. Is there any other amendments on Section E?
Mr. Chairman, Hagedorn from Minnesota. I have two amendments.
All right,
Start with amendment number 10, please.
all right.
Hagedorn.
Mr. Pagidon has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title of the amendment and the number.
This is Committee Amendment Number 10, amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota.
Oh, thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be relatively brief. My amendment simply reinstates the work requirements for SNAP assistance, which was paused in the early part of the coronavirus back in, I think, March of 2020. And, right now, if you look at it, this amendment restores work requirements for those folks if they're able-bodied, childless. And at this point in time, 71% of people who fit into those categories do not even report income. So it's a pretty good indicator that we have a very large population of people in the United States collecting benefits who are able-bodied and prepared to go to work, but for whatever reason haven't gotten back to work. So I think, we want to make sure that that happens. Right now across the country, we have something like 10 million open jobs, way more open jobs in our country and in our state of Minnesota than we have people to fill them. And, if you look at what goes on with work for welfare, requiring technical training for welfare, it really works every time. Going back into the 80s and 90s, I used to work for a member of this committee, Congressman Stanglin of Minnesota, and we carried that bill, the Work for Welfare bill back then, which became part of what Speaker Gingrich and President Clinton enacted, I think in 1996, and it was very successful. And what you always hear on the other side is, that's heartless. It's heartless to require people to go do their work in exchange for welfare. But what's really heartless is trapping people in poverty. The compassion part of it is moving people from dependency, especially government dependency, to self-sufficiency and private sector work. And that's what we need to get back to, particularly with all these jobs that are available across the country. This is a perfect time for anybody who's able-bodied without dependents to get back in the workforce. Half of small businesses in this country in the recent survey said they're open and they need people to work. I mean, they're just begging for work everywhere you go. And so I think out of compassion for the people that are on the sidelines, that are in position to get back to the workforce, to be self-sufficient, we should pass this amendment and let's restore order in the SNAP program and help these folks across the country. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, it's McGovern. Can I strike the last word?
Mr. Governor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of things, but when people tell me that it's compassionate to throw people off of food assistance, that's something entirely new to me. Yeah, it is heartless to go after this population. One is we're still in a pandemic. I should remind my colleague that the majority of people who are able to work, who are on SNAP right now, actually do work, but they get paid so little they still qualify for the benefit. Of the able-bodied adult population that he's talking about without dependents, I mean, this is a complicated population. It includes veterans. You should talk to some of the veterans organizations. It includes young people graduating out of foster care. It includes people who are homeless. It includes people with mental illness. So the idea that somehow we're being compassionate by trying to throw them off of a food benefit when there's a pandemic still going on, please. Look, I get it. I mean, for some reason, it has become fashionable by some of my colleagues to beat up on poor people. But the people we're talking about, the population the gentleman is focused on, are not just poor, but they are extremely vulnerable for a whole bunch of reasons. If the gentleman would like, I'm happy to introduce him to some of the people who would be affected by this. I'm happy to have him talk to some of the people at USDA who can explain to him how complicated this population is. But please, enough. I get it. It's late at night, and everybody's trying to get their amendments in here. But this is a lousy idea. And again, I'm just sick and tired, fed up to the ears with people trying to get political mileage out of beating up on poor people. So I urge all my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, this is a bad idea, especially.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
I yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there,
Mr. Chairman?
Any other member seeks recognition?
Yes,
Mr. Allen, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
I'm going to speak real quickly to this, and I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Hagedorn. But let me just say this. We've been going through this since this program was initiated in 65 or 66, I'm not sure. But what we've done is we've trapped people in welfare. There's no question about that. I mean, they don't have a way out. If you want to keep people poor, you keep them on welfare. And this business about people, going hungry. I mean, we're not taking away the benefit. What we're trying to do is provide them a means to be self-sufficient. What in the world is wrong with that idea? That, in my opinion, is compassion. I mean, you talk to people who are trapped, and this is generational. I mean, initially, this was going to be a primer. It was going to be a primer to help folks get on their feet, and then somehow get then into the workplace. I strongly disagree with my colleague that just spoke about, what is compassion? Compassion is allowing people the dignity and respect they deserve with having a good job. Why is, drug use so rampant? Because people are without hope. We need to give people hope. And let me tell you, what I've been experiencing in my lifetime is the dignity and respect of a good job and allowing them to provide for their family. That motivates folks. And we know in the trials that drug use was reduced by 50%. And I'll yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. Hagedorn.
I appreciate my colleague yielding. Thank you, Congressman Allen. First of all, using the terms like beating up on people, the left doesn't intimidate us anymore, Mr. McGovern. I have to put that pointedly to you because you've used those types of words before. And when what I'm talking about here are able-bodied people without dependents, 71% of which show no income. Now, I don't know what kind of job you can get out there and show no income, but typically that means the people aren't working. And if they're in a position to work, they're capable of work, and they don't have any dependents, why wouldn't we want to require them to get into the workforce, particularly when there's 10 million open jobs in our economy? And I'd have to say that nobody's getting kicked off the rolls, as you say, more intimidation type tactics. We're making requirements. And remember, the taxpayers are the ones providing these benefits to folks who are down and out, no doubt. And we want to take care of people, but we also want to provide the proper incentives so they don't get trapped in poverty. And with that,
I'm gonna take my.
I'll yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
I actually,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks the recognition?
I actually still have, I reclaim my time.
Your time.
Yeah, and I yield back.
All right. Ms. Schreier, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I just had a couple of comments. First, as a physician, the term ABOD or able-bodied adult without dependent is very it's very misleading. In part because, as my colleague pointed out, many of these are veterans, PTSD for one reason or another, simply cannot work. The other thing I would just like to point out is that there's no job training or job placement program that is associated with food benefits. And so, if they went hand in hand, we might think about this a little bit differently. None of us want people just living off of the system, but I think that we're mischaracterizing people and misunderstanding the totality of the word ABOD. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. And I associate myself with the gentlewoman's remarks. I mean, we've heard a little bit of all the hot button issues here today. We've heard this cycle of dependency. Well, again, USDA information and data, even under the Trump administration, tells us that the average person is on SNAP for less than a year. So this, cycle of dependency that goes on forever and ever and ever. I mean, again, it's this talking point that is not based on fact. The problem is the narrative that my colleague is putting forth does not represent the reality. As Congresswoman Schreier pointed out, this is a very complicated population. Talk to some of the veterans organizations who are really worried about some of these work requirements on veterans who are suffering from PTSD. It is a real problem. Talk to some of the youth advocates who are talking about young people graduating out of foster care and not being able to get placement. So this idea that somehow let's just put more requirements in place, and everything will work out is fine. Look, in a recent study, USDA found no evidence that the so-called ABOD time limit increased employment or earnings. It doesn't work. And I can get my friend a copy of that if you'd like to read it, so that we can actually have a debate based on facts, not based on talking points that, for whatever reason, people think will satisfy their base. But I mean, this is not a good thing to do. And I would urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, enough of this. Enough of beating up on poor people, because that's what it is: poor, vulnerable people. And my other colleague who talked about compassion, let me just say, where's the compassion where we have people who are working in jobs that pay so little wages that they still qualify for SNAP? I mean, why aren't we advocating for better wages for those people? These people are working and they're still on the SNAP program. That should upset all of us. And with that, I yield back my time.
Is there any other
Chairman?
member that wishes to speak? Any
Mr.
other
Chairman?
yes. Who seeks recognition?
Representative Kamak?
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of this amendment by my colleague, Representative Hagedorn. And, when we're talking about this, I'm getting pretty frustrated because as, again, the youngest person on this committee who just 10 years ago was homeless, I am probably the person who can most effectively communicate about this issue, about government programs and dependency. And the notion that Representative McGovern is suggesting that requiring work requirements as part of this program that is designed to help people with a hand up rather than a hand out, that is infuriating to me. No one is taking food off of the table for anyone. There is absolutely not a member of Congress that I know of that would ever advocate for such a program. This program of actually requiring people to look for work, giving them the opportunity to really reestablish themselves in the workforce and restoring the dignity of work is what we need more than ever. I can tell you, Representative McGovern, while you have been in Congress, I was homeless, and homeless because of big government programs that are designed to keep people like me, working class, down. I have talked to our veterans community. I have spoken with people that are struggling to make ends meet. These programs are missing the mark. I cannot stress enough how frustrating it is that the notion that we as representatives, as good stewards of taxpayer dollars who want to have accountability and transparency and encourage people to get to work and help them do that, that is somehow not compassionate. I find that absolutely infuriating again. And as someone who, while many members on this committee were members of Congress, I was homeless because of big government programs. So I just want to stress that this rhetoric that has been played out for the last 20 years has got to stop. If we are truly to get back to a place of helping people with a hand up rather than a handout, we have to rethink how we're going to approach this. And I think requiring work requirements is a part of that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other
Chair.
member wish to
Mr. Chair.
seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hayes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole because we've already debated this and the Republican position has not changed. And like Representative Kamick, I also benefited from many of the programs that we're talking about. And we need to keep the door, what you're saying is it's okay for us to take advantage of them, but now to pay it forward for other people who are similarly situated in the middle of a pandemic to have access to supplemental nutrition. This SNAP benefits don't cover the full cost of a person's meals. It is supplemental. And 80% of people who access these benefits are in fact working. If a living wage was raised and people were paid, then these positions would probably be filled. But to throw people, which is exactly what this is, throw people off of these programs in the middle of a pandemic is something that we debated a year ago, something that we've been talking about. And right now, we are the ones who are trying to keep people fed and safe, our most vulnerable people. It does not disincentivize work. The research shows just the opposite. And it puts people in generational poverty. I sit now as a member of Congress. These programs are meant to be temporary support programs for families. And this idea that right now in the middle of a pandemic, we continue to debate this, to throw people off of these critical life-saving programs is just not something that I'm going to entertain right now. Last year, we had the or 2 years ago, the Secretary of Ag before the committee debating this very same thing, attempting to throw people off then. I have people in my district, their benefits, $36. $36. No one's high on the hog on $36 in SNAP benefits. So this idea that it disincentivizes work and people are choosing to stay home so that they can collect SNAP benefits is just wrong. It's just wrong. I urge all of my colleagues to reject this amendment, to make sure that we continue to keep vulnerable people safe. We keep hearing how we should be in Washington, we should be voting. We all want to be in DC. We all want to be in committee. We all want to be doing our work, but we are in the middle of a pandemic, a global pandemic that is not slowing down because people refuse to get vaccinated and just follow the science. So we have to do what we can at this moment until we can stabilize our communities. So please vote no for this amendment. Let us continue to be the party that supports people in their most difficult stages and stands in intercession until they could stand for themselves. I can say that I have been the beneficiary of government programs, and they helped to stabilize my family so that I could then pay it forward and be a tax-paying, conscientious, and productive member of society. And given the opportunity, I think so many other Americans will do the same. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Is
Mr.
there
Chair,
any
Fishbach?
other member seeks recognition?
Fishbach.
Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would yield my time to Congressman Hagedorn.
Look, I'll be very brief. Again, nobody's getting thrown off of anything. You're just having a requirement that if you're able-bodied and there's work available, which there is, folks should do that in return for their welfare. In this case, we're talking about benefits or food stamps. Okay, we get that. But usually folks are on many, many different programs receiving different types of welfare payments. And so there should be a comprehensive approach, no doubt about it. We're just talking about this today. And 2 years ago, within the last year, we spent $100 million on job training for folks to get them in the workforce. Now they're in a position with all these open jobs to get in the workforce, and we should encourage them as best as possible to do that. And if anybody is worried about folks who are working that don't have enough wages, I'm the first one that will talk with you about the concept of transition wages and things of that nature to get you past that cliff in welfare in order for the private sector work to make sense. And so there's a lot of opportunity here, but just to keep using these words of, oh, you're beating people up and you're kicking people off the rolls and you're going to starve them. The American people are way beyond that. Nobody believes that. And I'm not going to talk about polls, but in this case, look, this is an opportune time for folks to get re-engaged in the workforce. And by the way, as compared to 2020 in March, when these work requirements were paused, from there till now, the wages are probably much higher than when they were back then. So it's a good time. I yield back to my colleague. Thank you.
Is there any other member seeking recognition? Who seeks it?
Adams.
Vice Chair Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to just associate myself with both my colleagues, Johanna Hayes and Mr.
McGovern.
We have a lot of food insecurity here in my district in North Carolina. 156,000 people are food insecure. 50,000 of those are kids who go to bed hungry every single night. And of course, the pandemic has exacerbated that to a degree. I too benefited from food stamps. So it was stamps many years ago as I was trying to get through graduate school with my 2 children working on my PhD. But I'm gonna tell you that the issue is that all these jobs that you say that are available, they're not paying people enough. So if you're able-bodied, and I think really we kind of misconstrued what that means. And people need transportation to get there and so forth. I mean, there are lots of reasons why people need this assistance. And again, it's just a supplement at this point. And I see no reason for us, particularly now, as Ms. Hayes has said and McGovern, this is a very vulnerable time for people, and people are very vulnerable. We need to the way you give them a help up is, first of all, let's support raising a wage so that most of these people are working, but they're working 2 and 3 jobs. Working hard is not enough if you don't make enough. You're not going to be able to pay your rent and all of the other things that you need to do if you are taking care of your family. So to just say take any job out here, it's just not going to work. So I would certainly encourage all of my colleagues to vote against this amendment. It's pretty cruel, it's just not going to solve the issue that's before us. We've got to make sure that people have enough to eat. And again, that's a small amount that we're talking about. You're not going to be able to buy your groceries with that little supplement. But so I yield back. I yield my time to Ms. McGovern if he needs it.
I thank the
Whatever I have left.
I think she said it all perfectly, and I will kindly return the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank both of you. Any other member seeking time? Any other member? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the yeas and nays.
All right, a recorded vote for the yeas and nays has been requested, and further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments
I have a minute test.
on subtitle E?
Yes, sir. Number 15.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett has one as well.
Okay.
Alderson has one as well.
All right, let us.
Miller has an amendment.
Such great eager beavers. I love the energy. Who was first?
Draw mine if you would give me 60 seconds. to speak.
Mr. Baird, you're recognized with your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And before you do that,
It's amendment
I
number 7.
want to. Where's my other? Oh yeah, Mr. Baird is offering an amendment, and now the clerk will report the title and the number of the amendment.
This is Committee Amendment Number 7, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And now I recognize a distinguished gentleman, Mr. Baird, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, the recent cyber attacks against U.S. infrastructure, like the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline, the hacking of the New York City subway system, the local government agency breaches, hospitals, and critical components of American food supply chain cannot be ignored. As such, we have a responsibility to allocate the funds necessary to properly prepare for and prevent future cyber attacks so that our infrastructure does not fall victim to our adversaries. My amendments dedicates $100 million in funds over 5 years to enhance cybersecurity activities and preparedness at the Department of Agriculture to protect sensitive data, personal information of department employees and our customers, and secure business information related to our nation's food supply chain. Our adversaries, like China and Russia, clearly have no intention of stopping, and we cannot continue to turn a blind eye to their attempts to undermine our critical infrastructure. We have a responsibility to protect our food supply chain, and part of that plan includes dedicating the funds necessary to best prepare for the future threats. And I yield back.
Excuse me. Does any other member wish to speak? Who? Oh, hearing none, we will now vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, excuse me. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed, all right. And those, all right. And those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman.
The ranking member.
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments on Schedule E?
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman,
I
Dusty Johnson.
have an amendment at
All
the
right,
desk.
who is first there? Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia. You are, before you come on, Mr. Scott, clerk will now report the title of the amendment and the number.
It's number 15, Mr. Chair.
All right.
This is Committee Amendment Number 15, Amendment to Committee Print offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did not participate in the last discussion on SNAP because I knew that I was going to have the opportunity to talk about it now. As you know, the pandemic EBT, which I support some of the things that were done with that. I want you to know that. And my local school system did a wonderful job of feeding people. I went out with local missions who were feeding people. The local Peanut Butter and Jesus mission in Tifton did a great job in working together and making sure people who weren't close to the school system got paid. And I know that there were people during the pandemic that needed a little extra assistance. But I want my colleagues to listen to me briefly about how this is actually being administered by the current administration. You see, the PSNAP benefits were designed for people that were on receiving some assistance for their school lunches. But there's certain school systems, like in the city of New York, where everybody is granted the free lunch in the school system of New York, and that's a local government choice, and they have the right to do that. But the end result of the way the administration has done things, literally, if you're in a school system that provides free lunch to your kid and you make $1 million a year, you're getting $1,320 per child and supplemental nutritional benefits. Now, surely the Democrats didn't intend to give people who make $1 million a year SNAP benefits, but that is exactly the way the program has been implemented. And so what the amendment does is it changes it from 5 to 15 days on the qualification period. I'm going to withdraw the amendment because I recognize that the amendment would actually hurt some people who need it. But I want you to at least admit, as Democrats, that you didn't intend to give people that make $1 million a year $1,320 per child in SNAP benefits. And that's the way you've done things. And so, Mr. Chair, I mean, with all due respect, that's why we need to be in Washington having hearings on these issues. That's why we as the Ag Committee need to be having oversight. That's why, candidly, we need to bring Joe Biden's administration before the committee and have honest discussions about some of the ridiculous things that are happening in Washington, D.C. right now. So I won't take any more of your time. I just want you to all understand the way the Biden administration is administering the PSNAP program, regardless of your family's income, if you live in the right school district, you're getting $1,320 a month per child in the school system. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does any other member seek recognition on this
Mr. Chair,
amendment?
I have a bill.
Mayor Miller, would you like to speak?
I have an amendment.
Now, is there any on this amendment? If not,
Actually,
oh, he withdrew
he's
his
looking
amendment.
for recognition.
All right, his
on this
amendment has
amendment.
been withdrawn.
Okay.
Are there any other amendments in subtitle E?
Mr.
Here.
Chairman, Congresswoman Miller, I know has one, and Congressman Johnson has one after.
Oh,
hers.
okay, we'll take
Don't
it.
get Balderson, Dusty.
All right,
Oh,
we
yes,
have.
Balderson, of course.
Hold on a second. We have Congressman Miller has, and then Representative Johnson and Balderson.
And then Hagedorn, please.
Hagedorn.
Scott, after Hagedorn, please, sir.
And Mr. Chair, Fishbach has one.
Austin Scott.
And Mann has one.
Fishbach.
Mann has one.
It's man, but it's Fishbach. All right, thank you. All right, we got the lineup. First, we'll have Miss Congresswoman Miller and Clerk. Congresswoman Miller has offered an amendment. Clerk, please report the title and the number.
Mrs. Miller, just confirming this is number 14.
Yes.
All right, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I
Thank
now
you.
recognize Ms. Miller, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes to explain her bill.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, this committee has a deep history of bipartisan efforts to support rural America and help farmers and ranchers. I'm sad to see this tradition abandoned today. Our consideration of this hyper-partisan reconciliation title is disheartening. Not only were Republicans not involved in negotiating and writing this legislation, but we were concealed from seeing the final version of this bill less than 24 hours in advance of the markup. This is a disgrace. This has been a very, upsetting today. Despite what my colleagues may choose to tell you about this legislation, none of the provisions in this bill give assistance to farmers directly. This socialist spending package is going to ruin our economy and destroy our freedoms and civil liberties. And the Democrats are forcing rural America to foot the bill for their radical policies. We are not fooled. From the start, this process has been secretive and deceitful. Nancy Pelosi and Biden are seeking to pass legislation that raises taxes, increases the deficit, and perpetuates labor shortages, which will inherently punish American farmers, ranchers, and small business owners. It's a shame that we have to consider this legislation today, which is why I introduced my amendment to strike this title entirely. If the Democrats actually cared about rural prosperity, stepped up basis wouldn't be on the chopping block during this reconciliation process. Our farmers know that this is a sham. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
Thank you very much. Does any other member seek recognition?
Chairman Scott, Sablan.
Mr. Sablan, you're recognized.
Just point of clarification, are we discussing amendment number 14, sir?
Yes, by
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Miller. All right. Is there any other member seek recognition on this amendment of Ms. Miller? Anyone? Hearing none. Where am I here? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
request recorded
please
vote.
have a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, I think next in the queue was Congressman Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know we have had more than our fair share of partisan bickering today. And so, boy, for anybody who has been frustrated with that, boy, do I have a deal for you. I have an amendment number 4, as it's been pre-designated, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment and the title of Mr. Johnson's amendment.
This is Committee Amendment Number 4, Amendment to Committee Print offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
All right, thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Johnson, sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not an attempt to try to blow open some big partisan rift. This is an honest attempt to improve the bill. And I'm sure most everybody on the committee knows that we have a very real foreign animal diseases knocking on our doorstep here in this country. There are 75 million hogs in this country. That is a big number, and 30% of our pork is exported. That is a very big number. And African swine fever, that's ASF, it causes exceptionally high mortality in both domestic and wild pigs. And it would stop our export absolutely in the cold. It would just stop it. And if African swine fever was discovered in the United States, well, Mr. Chairman, it is getting closer. Just in July, it was discovered that ASF was in the Dominican Republic. And we've got to make sure that that does not get to the United States. Obviously, the Dominican Republic is not that far away from Puerto Rico. That, by the way, was the first case of African swine fever in the Western Hemisphere. Now, most reliable estimates say that if ASF hit our shores, including Puerto Rico, that could cost us $50 billion over 10 years. That is a tremendous amount of destruction. And because of the environmental and the economic impacts, we just cannot afford to take this threat too lightly. So with that, what Amendment 4 does, all that Amendment 4 does, is that it appropriates $75 million for 3 things, sir. First off, equipment for the National Veterinary Stockpile, including what they would need to handle animal depopulation and disposal in the event of an ASF outbreak. That's number 1. Now, number 2, the hiring and training of additional field staff to respond to and to address potential outbreaks of African swine fever or other foreign animal disease. And number 3, it would fund the National Animal Health Laboratory Network for early detection. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions my colleagues have, sir, and I would reserve the remainder of my time.
Is there any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. This is Bustos.
Ms. Bustos, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from South Dakota for offering this amendment. I agree with my Ag Committee colleagues and Secretary Vilsack that we have to stay vigilant about the threat of the African swine fever. I want my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, including our chairman, to know that I stand committed to ensuring that the USDA has every resource they need to protect our herds from this virus, including in upcoming government funding negotiations. With that said, I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and want to make sure that I was on the record as sharing that with you. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek?
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Fishbach?
Who is that?
Fishbach.
Ms. Fishbach.
I'll defer to my colleague, Ms. Fishbach. This is Ms. Craig.
All right. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
And Mr. Chair, I also appreciate Congressman Johnson's thoughtful amendment. My district is a top 10 in the country in terms of hog production. And one of the primary concerns that I hear from hog producers is related to foreign animal disease readiness and response. This amendment is critically important to them into protecting our domestic herd. As an outbreak would be devastating to our food supply and broader economy. And so I urge members to support this because it is critical to our hog producers. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
All right, ranking member.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just pleased to be able to support this amendment by the distinguished Republican leader of the Livestock Subcommittee. You know, we have a very real foreign animal disease threat, and it's knocking on our doorsteps. And it could be devastating, absolutely devastating. In late July, ASF was detected in the Dominican Republic, marking the first detection in the Western Hemisphere, as you heard Congressman Johnson report that. If the disease spreads to the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, we face enormous trade implications that could devastate a huge portion of the agricultural economy. Now, we're confident that industry and the department are doing all they can to keep this disease at bay, but it is essential they have the financial support necessary to bolster these efforts. And I'm happy to support this important funding effort and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other member seek to speak on this? Ms. Craig, you are recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to Representative Johnson for bringing this amendment forward. Thank you for bringing forward the other amendment related to the emerging disease threats. Like you, I appreciate the urgency and importance of acting on this matter. Producers in my district have made clear how essential it is that we get out ahead of African swine fever as possible. And I am absolutely committed to working with you to do so. While the budget resolution being considered in this reconciliation process isn't the best vehicle for the funding proposed in your 2 amendments, I look forward to working with you and our colleagues on the committee to secure funding for significant ASF prevention efforts. The entire pork industry and our constituents across the country deserve action on this. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. And now I recognize Ms. Axney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rep. Johnson, for offering this amendment. Dusty, it looks like we'll have a group of folks who can work together on this. You know, I strongly support the prevention of ASF getting here to our shores, and that's why I led on this issue with my bill that helped create more support for that through the USDA, so that we're actually helping, you know, making sure that those resources are there so that we can actually ensure that we're at our ports of authority keeping things safe. So I was glad to make sure that we could do what we can to prevent the disease, and I want to continue to do as much as we possibly can But like my other colleagues, I don't think this is the vehicle that it should be in. And I definitely look forward to working with you and these other members to figure out a way where we can actually get more support on this issue. So thanks for bringing it up, though.
Thank you, Ms. Saxony. And now the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that the members on the committee understand that it wasn't just a case or two that was found in the Dominican Republic. It was found in 11 of the 32 provinces in the Dominican Republic. They didn't just kill a couple of hundred hogs, they killed tens of thousands of hogs down there. And, all of these people that are on camera saying how they support doing something about it, vote for it. It's a good amendment. It doesn't hurt the other stuff you're doing. They had to kill tens of thousands of hogs in our own hemisphere, and it was found in 11 of 32 provinces. This is a very serious issue. You've got the opportunity to vote on it right now. And the bottom line is, if you vote no now, you know as well as I do, this is the last action this committee is going to take on this issue this year. We won't even have a hearing on it after this vote. So if you want to support your hog producers, and if you want to support the people that actually like to eat pork and buy it at the grocery store, this is a good amendment. And this is probably your last opportunity to show people that you actually do support the things that you say you do on this particular issue. And with that,
Gentlemen, yield.
Sure, I'll yield to Mr. Johnson.
Well, thank you, and I think that's exactly right, Austin. And I have heard people say it isn't the vehicle. I respectfully disagree. I would recall to everyone's attention the fact back in March when we were dealing with the American Rescue Plan, I offered an amendment dealing with animal health. I was assured by my colleagues that they would work with me on that topic. So I in good faith, withdrew the measure. And so, listen, if we're going to work together, let's have this be the vehicle. I don't understand why it can't be. Let's get it done. I was patient in March. We're now 6 months later. Let's do it today.
Mr. Acosta, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member of the Livestock Committee for this amendment. Clearly, not only is he advocating on behalf of the swine industry that he represents, but I think all of the members who have opined on this amendment are doing so. And certainly, working with Secretary Perdue and the last administration, this was an issue that we continue to monitor and focus on with Chairman Peterson, who represents a significant portion of the pork industry in this country. It's just not the Dominican Republic, it's China. There are other areas where we have to be very, very, very watchful in terms of importation of products that could possibly bring that, just as we have attempted to with hoof and mouth and other kinds of diseases that could be terrible to American livestock industry. There has been $300 million that we have provided for the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service in the previous COVID package. And I think that my commitment to you, my friend and my ranking member on the subcommittee, that we'll continue to monitor this. If you want to hold a subcommittee hearing on this, I'm more than happy to work with you on that. To add $75 million to the $300 million that we've already dealt with, I think we need to make sure that this money is all spent. And I'm willing to meet with Secretary Vilsack and you and others who represent the pork industry in this country to ensure that USDA is doing everything they should be doing to prevent the spread of the African swine fever and protect American pork producers. So I remain committed as the subcommittee chair to do everything possible, working with all of you. And notwithstanding the good intention of this amendment, I guess, Dusty, if you told me you were going to vote for the reconciliation package, I'd be more enthusiastic to helping you get this in here.
Well, as long as we're honest about the transactional nature of it, I guess that's something.
Okay.
Mr. Costa, did I understand you to commit to have a hearing on this particular issue?
Yes.
And when could we expect that? It's an extremely important issue to a lot of us.
Well, I'm got to look at our schedule and see what works in October or November.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request a
I would
recorded
call for
vote.
the yeas and nays, please, sir.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments to subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman,
All right, we do have Mr. Balderson. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment
Before
number
you
19
go,
to the
let me
table.
recognize the clerk so she can cite the amendment and the number.
Mr. Balderson, just confirming this is number 19.
Yes, thank you.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agricultural and agricultural research need new tech strategies, tools, and resources to meet the growing challenges to agricultural. In 2018 Farm Bill, Congress authorized a new pilot program called the Agricultural Advanced Research and Development Authority, AGARDA, to advance research projects focused solely on agriculture within USDA. The 2018 Farm Bill required USDA to submit a strategic plan for AGARDA 360 days after enactment, which hasn't happened. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 included report language that directed the USDA to submit a strategic plan 180 days after the enactment, which also hasn't happened. Earlier this year, many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, including Chairman Scott and 19 other Democrats on this committee, sent a letter to Appropriations to request funding for several agricultural research programs, including AGARDA. In that letter, they state, "We request that the committee provide at least $2 million for the purpose of completing research projects within the pilot program, only available upon USDA's completion of the AGARDA strategic plan." As I said earlier, we have yet to see any sort of strategic plan from the USDA, yet this committee print would fund AGARDA the first time ever at the level of $380 million. My amendment would restrict funds for AGARDA until after a congressionally mandated strategic plan is submitted and made publicly available. This is a common sense amendment that will provide proper oversight of a program that was created in the 2018 Farm Bill, and I urge all my colleagues to support that. Mr. Chairman, I also will be submitting a letter with this amendment for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. You've heard the gentleman's amendment. Are there anybody else wishing to be recognized?
This is the ranking member. Let me speak on the gentleman's amendment here.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Balderson for introducing this amendment. The 2018 Farm Bill required USDA to publish a strategic plan for the Agriculture Advanced Research and Development Authority within a year of enactment. Report language for the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 also directed USDA to submit this plan within 180 days of enactment. USDA has yet to submit this strategic plan as directed in the 2018 Farm Bill. It's concerning to me that we would provide such a large sum of money to USDA to carry out this program without ever seeing the strategic plan that they are supposed to submit. They should be not just submitting this plan, they should be before this committee. At a minimum, a subcommittee level, I would appreciate also at a full committee level so that we could ask those difficult questions of the individuals who are responsible for putting this plan together. But they have failed on all fronts, yet we're looking to provide them within this budget reconciliation bill a significant amount of money. This amendment would ensure that none of the funds given to AGARDA in this bill would be available for use until USDA makes a strategic plan for the program publicly available. Oversight of USDA programs is an important function of this committee. However, we've failed to do so over the past couple years. It's my hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment to maintain proper oversight of this committee. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone else wishing to be recognized? If not, the vote is on the Balderson Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I request recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. I think the chairman is he back?
He is.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you, Chairman McGovern, for substituting for me for a moment. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments in Subtitle E?
Chairman Hagedorn, I think I'm next.
Mr. Hagedorn, you're recognized.
It's amendment number 25.
I'm sorry. Before you start, Clerk, would you report the title and the number of the bill?
This is Committee Amendment number 25. Amendment to committee print offered by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota.
I now recognize Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota for his explanation of the amendment for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that, and the ranking member. This amendment's pretty straightforward, and I think anyone who's concerned about our livestock producers, particularly our pork producers, can support it. I offer this amendment with my colleague, Randy Feenstra of Iowa. What it would do is make sure that these top-off payments to our pork producers, $17 a head, are actually dispersed by the Secretary of Agriculture in a timely fashion. Many of us know that our pork producers went through a tough time, along with many other farmers, and especially in the livestock industry, during the coronavirus pandemic. And I had a situation where we had too many hogs to process. Hogs had to be, unfortunately, euthanized, and there was just no demand when the restaurants shut down and things of that nature for the finer cuts of pork. And that put our farmers in a tough spot. So Congress came together and said, let's give our farmers some help in this area. A $17 per head payment was made to the pork producers a while back, but this second payment, this top off, has yet to be reconciled and dispersed. The Trump administration, back I think in January, put together a regulation, a rule saying, okay, we're gonna get these monies out the door to our livestock farmers. Unfortunately, 8 months later, Secretary Vilsack still hasn't signed the order to let those monies go out the door. So our amendment would require that 30 days after enactment of the underlying bill, the Secretary of Agriculture must release these payments to these producers. The money is appropriated, the distributions are ready to go. All we need is a definitive deadline for the Secretary to act. In the underlying legislation, there was no deadline. So it could be open-ended as long as the Secretary chooses. But I think as members of Congress who know how important this is for our producers, we should be in a position to say, it's time to finally make these payments to our livestock producers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd encourage everybody to support it. I think it's just common sense, and I'll yield back.
Dr. Reddy.
Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Ranking member.
Thank you. I want to thank my my good friend from Minnesota for his amendment. It's thoughtful and it's timely. As I visit we know that the pandemic was a trying time for producers across the nation. And thankfully, Congress came together to provide much-needed support to help cover the substantial losses experienced. I think we voted on that bill somewhere around December 21st of 2020.
Yeah.
And although while we appreciate the department's efforts to get things right as they work to get the money out the door, we're now in September. And this, for some commodities, and specifically pork producers, they're still waiting, and it's just unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. As I talk with my pork producers and pork producers around the country, they've got two concerns, and certainly they have a number of concerns, but one of them was the African swine flu and the fact that it made it into this hemisphere. But the other is the fact that they've been being held hostage by the Biden administration and this USDA, and really can't get an explanation from USDA of why that's happening. Our nation's hog producers need the support that we provided them when we passed that December version of the CARES Act, and I hope my colleagues will support this amendment because it will actually meet the needs that by requiring that the CFAP 1 top-up payments for pork producers, will happen within 30 days of enactment of this underlying bill. With that, I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition? Hearing none, no further conversation. The question is now on the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Go ahead.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now we recognize Congressman Austin Scott of Georgia for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very similar amendment dealing with CFAP. Mine is not limited to pork, but mine deals with all producers. As you know, the Biden administration, when they came in, they froze the payments to the farmers of this country, this great country of ours. They stopped the payments to the American farmer once Secretary Vilsack took over. So
Point of clarification.
Well, my amendment says, I'm sorry, someone.
Which amendment?
Hold on.
The amendment needs to be.
16.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk has to read the amendment.
I thought oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Scott has offered an amendment. Clerk, would you please report the title and the number?
This is Committee Amendment Number 16, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia.
I now recognize Mr. Scott for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was such a good amendment. I got ahead of myself. I appreciate Mr. Sublime straightening me out. At least he thought it was funny anyway. All right. As you know, CFAP payments were frozen after Secretary Vilsack became the Secretary of Agriculture. All this amendment does is says that within the next 60 days, the USDA is to identify the remaining eligible producers for the CFAP payments, which I believe the vast majority of the people on the committee supported these CFAP payments for producers, as we usually do things in a bipartisan manner to support America's food supply, and send the payments within 60 days of enactment of this legislation. I'll just tell you candidly, if we don't get this in this piece of legislation, I don't expect the Biden administration to do anything to help farmers unless the House Ag Committee is actually able to force the issue with them. So this is an opportunity for us to vote to say whatever they were eligible for, doesn't give them new money, whatever they were eligible for, you have to identify that and you have to pay it out in the next 60 days. It's very simple, great opportunity for the Ag Committee to come together and do what we all say we do when we're back home and support our producers the way we tell our producers we support them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, very simply and simple and straightforward, money's already there. Let's do what we said we're going to do. With that, I yield.
Is there any other member seek recognitions to speak on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation on it, members are, now we will have the question on this amendment. And members, please be reminded to unmute yourselves as we vote here. All those in favor of Mr. Scott's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. And I believe we have one more, Ms. Fishback.
Thank you,
You're
Mr. Chair.
recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an
Chairman, if I could
amendment.
go after Ms. Fishback, I'd appreciate it, sir. Sorry, Michelle.
No,
Yeah,
that's all
I'm
right.
sorry, yes,
Amendment number 18.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, Ms. Fishback has offered an amendment. Clerk, will you report the title and the number?
This is Committee Amendment number 18, amendment to the committee print offered by Mrs. Fishback of Minnesota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished lady, Ms. Fishback from Minnesota, 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, we've all talked at great length over the importance about broadband access. And I know that we've gone over it in this committee, and many of the members are very supportive of it, particularly the fact that we passed unanimously out of this committee the broadband access bill. You know, in stark contrast, we passed that bill in stark contrast to the highly partisan process, you know, that we're going through today. And this committee came together and passed that broadband bill. And so it's shocking that there is nothing regarding broadband in this bill, and that we are passing out of this committee, that the Democrats plan on passing out of this committee today. And Mr. Thompson offered that broadband bill in its entirety earlier in the committee hearing today. And I believe it was voted down, if I can recollect correctly. But my amendment would simply insert the text of the Broadband Internet Connections for Rural America Act that we passed. It's the exact language that was passed unanimously into the legislation, using the remaining $24 billion left in reconciliation funding. So that gap that we have in our allotment and what is in the bill. Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I even included the full funding for the innovative broadband advancement program that I know is very important to you. And I feel that when we are dealing with those strong rural communities that we are all supporting and trying to make sure that we have to support our ag industry, we absolutely need to support broadband, and we need it in this bill. And so I urge support for my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Fishback. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Well, hearing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
And Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. For the proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, Mr. Mann, you're recognized And Madam Clerk, would you report the title of Mr. Mann's bill and the number?
Mr. Mann, can you please confirm the number of your amendment?
Yeah, amendment number 8.
This is Committee Amendment Number 8, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas.
Thank you. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes to explain his bill to the committee.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, trade is so important to agriculture today. And in addition to expanding markets and selling products in the U.S., we have got to continue to increase exports for all of our commodities and ag products because our farmers and ranchers here in the U.S. can't compete on the global stage unlike any other. We've got to make sure we continue to open markets. So this amendment will build on efforts from the 2018 Farm Bill to do increased support for trade programs with long static funding levels that help sustain international promotion programs that spearhead innovation, market access, development, and promotional activities overseas. Funding will be funneled through existing programs supporting domestic ag infrastructure and will be matched or exceeded with industry spending. Our trade promotion programs have longstanding records of success, are essential for our ag producers, and I implore you to vote in favor of this amendment so that we can provide some reprieve to our exporters as we continue to expand markets. Pretty simple and straightforward. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any other member seeks recognition to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. Hearing on the amendment, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, voting aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I call for the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote has been requested for the proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. We have one more?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Johnson?
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right. The clerk will first report the amendment and the title and the number. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Johnson, can you please confirm the number of your amendment?
Yes, I believe it was pre-designated number 28.
Thank you, sir. This is Committee Amendment Number 28, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
I now recognize the gentleman, sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes.
Okay, so we had a broad-based bipartisan agreement that we really do have ASF as a clear and present danger to this country. We acknowledge that we need to work together to better fund those efforts. And there was mention that we had done $300 million for animal disease in the American Rescue Plan. And so that's all established. That's all in the evidentiary record, if you will, Mr. Chair. So where does that leave us? Well, the $300 million that was in the American Rescue Plan was only for COVID, and it was only for monitoring and surveillance. It was a very, very narrow mission provided to those dollars. And as a result, I'm not sure that a single dollar 6 months later has actually gone out the door. And so I'm not asking for any new money. We have the money available. Let's just, with Amendment 28, let's broaden the allowable uses to tackle an incredibly clear and present danger in ASF and other animal diseases. So specifically, what does Amendment 28 do? Well, instead of just doing COVID monitoring and surveillance, this amendment allows research, it allows vaccination, it provides for the replenishment of the national veterinary stockpile, and it allows for staffing to respond to emerging animal disease threats like African swine fever. And so again, this is just a repurposing. And just as Chairman Costa said, let's focus on getting the $300 million out the door and properly deployed before we talk about any additional dollars. I understand perfectly where he's coming from. This amendment is an attempt to do just that. Thank you, sir. And with that, I would reserve.
Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Yes, the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentleman from South Dakota for his amendment. I certainly support it. It's our job to ensure that taxpayer funding is prioritized and used efficiently as possible. It's the best description of oversight, and where we have not been performing that function for some time, it is our duty and responsibility. Now, I remain concerned with USDA's lack of clear vision for using $300 million only for the purposes of conducting monitoring and surveillance of animals for signs of COVID. With foreign animal diseases like African swine fever at our doorstep, I think it makes sense to broaden the eligible uses of the American Rescue Plan funding already provided to USDA. This amendment does just that and is more reflective of the carefully considered and bipartisan animal health priorities outlined in the last Farm Bill. Now, even if this amendment is not adopted today, I'd appreciate a commitment to taking a hard look at this provision and ensuring USDA has the resources it needs to keep animal diseases at bay. That said, I support the amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Does any other members seek recognition? Hearing no further conversation, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested for the proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments on subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman,
Here.
I have an amendment today.
All right.
Congressman Baird,
Mr. Baird?
number 26.
Before you start, Mr. Baird, Ms. Clerk, Mr. Baird has offered an amendment. Please report the title and the number.
This is Committee Amendment Number 26, amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Baird, the sponsor of the amendment, 5 minutes to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as American farmers continue to endure the ongoing trade war with China, the difficulties implementing the USMCA, and continued negotiations of a trade agreement with the UK, it is crucial that the federal government prioritizes strengthening our trade relationships. According to the USDA ERS, U.S. agricultural exports brought over $136 billion to our economy in 2019. My amendment would block the availability of any of the funds in this section until nominees for both the USTR Chief Ag Negotiator and the USDA Undersecretary for Trade and Foreign Agriculture have been confirmed by the Senate. American farmers and ranchers cannot continue to wait for these important positions to be filled. Fair trade agreements are absolutely vital to the American agricultural economy. So we must ensure that our nation's farmers and ranchers are treated fairly in a global marketplace. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does any other member seek recognition on the amendment? Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Dr. Baird for this amendment. And this amendment has my full support. And its purpose is simple. No new spending until we have additional agriculture advocates at the trading table. I mean, that's important anytime, obviously, to agriculture, because trade is vitally important to production agriculture, and it's alarming these roles remain unfilled. It's even more important today because of the questions we have with the trade agreement with China, the China agreement, and USMCA. I mean, we look at just provisions that we all supported in terms of Canada with its ultra-filtered milk classification, where they They got around it by creating a new classification since then. Well, we have, agriculture does not have a voice at the table with those countries for oversight, let alone new trade opportunities that I know that you and I and the rest of the committee is looking for our farmers and ranchers. And so this is really straightforward. Expanding upon and forging new trade agreements will put America's farmers and ranchers in a much more competitive position
Hi, good morning.
in foreign markets.
Listen,
Hold
my
on,
name
Mr.
is
Chairman. Mrs. Bain, I believe, Sablon, please unmute yourself.
It put our farmers and ranchers in a much more competitive position in foreign markets by expanding U.S. exports, creating additional jobs, and generating opportunities for communities across rural America. I don't see where adopting this amendment would bog down in any way this budget reconciliation bill in its entirety. It's just a message to the administration: do your job and make sure that we have an strong agriculture voice at the table when it comes to trade discussions. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would seek recognition.
Mr. Scott of
I'll be
Georgia.
very brief.
Go right ahead.
I would just like to point out, all this says is the Biden administration should nominate and we should have people confirmed that are going to negotiate trade deals on behalf of our farmers. And the fact that the Biden administration has not even nominated the people that our ag industry is so dependent on, and you know it's the number one industry in the state of Georgia, my state and your state. And so again, I think that it's just a good, straightforward amendment that hopefully will, maybe wake President Biden up, get him to do what rural America needs him to do. Our economy is dependent on agriculture. We need these people nominated. It's very simple. I am all for it. And if the president cares anything about rural America, he could make those nominations before the end of the month, and then this would have no impact on your legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the question now is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman requests a
Mr.
recording
Ranking
vote.
Member. A recording vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Are there any other amendments now to subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Kamek, you are before that, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Mrs. McCormick has offered an amendment. The clerk will report the title and the number.
Mrs. Kamick, can you please confirm the number that you're offering?
Number 6.
This is Committee Amendment Number 6, amendment to the committee print offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Ms. Kamick, you are now recognized 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to revisit the points made in my rules, testimony, and floor remarks during July's appropriation process. When it comes to SNAP, this administration chose the playbook and the people of the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities to create a food stamp free for all. Democrats love to say hunger is a political issue. Their own side politicizes welfare at every turn by expanding dependency and securing every single last dollar without so much as a public comment nor hearing to keep families idle. We heard this same rhetoric earlier this evening. Any rational human would choose the tens of thousands of misguided dollars in public benefits over work. The Democrats have single-handedly spearheaded a cradle-to-grave safety net that traps people rather than lifts them up. In July, I went on to mention a significantly condensed and ultimately questionable process in updating the Thrifty Food Plan, which serves as the basis of my remarks today. The administration, without so much as a peep, increased SNAP benefits by 25%. Not only does this violate every tenet of the Administrative Procedure Act, but it reeks of impropriety. The Biden administration and his circle of toxic pro-poverty advocates choreographed a press and political effort laced with a predetermined outcome that undid 45 years of precedent in order to expand benefits and to continue to wield power over their voter base. Worse, the modeling input selected show what little regard this administration truly has for the health and well-being of recipients. In order to add another 6% to the benefit, the Biden administration added calories to the diets of Americans in need, ignoring piles of research that show that we have an obesity crisis on our hands, as well as an inactive population of young people. While their message would have you think otherwise, this is a deceitful process shift with zero research. So my amendment is simple. This disgusting overreach cannot be implemented until the GAO completes their investigation, as originally requested by the Republican leader Thompson and Senator Boozman. If this department and administration have nothing to hide, this should be an easy amendment. And while my colleagues may spin this amendment differently, I'm here to tell you that no one loses their benefits because of this amendment. No one loses their benefits because of this amendment. The food plan update under discussion might raise benefits, but this amendment does not impact eligibility. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it's McGovern. McGovern, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, here we go again. I want to say, oh my God, I can't believe that this is an amendment that we're actually discussing. Let's do a little history lesson. Do you know why the administration had reviewed the Thrifty Food Plan? They did so because Congress in 2018, when the Republicans were in charge and they controlled this committee, put it in the Farm Bill. All my Republican friends who were around, you voted for this thing. You asked the administration to do it. So they actually did what you put in the bill. And now you're shocked that they did that? Now, let's also understand what the benefit is. The Thrifty Food Plan, is used to calculate SNAP and used to try to figure out what constitutes a healthy diet. I know this may come as a shock to a lot of people on this committee whose responsibility is to oversee SNAP, but the average SNAP benefit before COVID was about $1.40 per person per meal. Now, the last time we looked at updating the Thrifty Food Plan, is another news flash to my colleagues, was 45 years ago. You mean to tell me nothing's changed in terms of costs in 45 years? Come on. And so what did the administration do? They did what Congress asked, and when they recalculated the benefit, they added roughly about $1.19 a day to the benefit. That's it. And that has my colleague all upset? That's what she's so horrified by? I mean, come on. I mean, everybody in this committee makes a good salary. You all get a good pay as being a member of Congress, but the average SNAP benefit without this, you can't even afford a cup of coffee with. And so they went through the process like we asked them to, and they, 45 years since the last update, came up with a modest, I wouldn't even say a minuscule increase. And people are upset about that? I mean, all of us on this committee who live a comfortable life, who get a decent salary, are going to say that somehow that this is unreasonable. Oh, and by the way, the gentle lady said, as if to imply that the benefit is so generous that we have an obesity problem. There is a link between obesity and food insecurity in the sense that people who cannot afford to buy nutritious food, who cannot afford to make those choices that all of us can make, oftentimes rely on foods that are high in calories, that are not really good for you, but they're cheap and they last longer. So that's the deal. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how people want to politicize this issue. Again, how people want to somehow make this a controversial issue. But that's the story. We're doing this because the Republicans asked the administration to do it. You put it in your Republican Farm Bill. You all voted for it, those of you who are here, and they're doing what you asked them to do. And what they have done is come up with a modest, minuscule increase, and you're all upset about that? I mean, an extra $1.19 a day? I mean, go buy a Dunkin' Donuts coffee or Starbucks coffee, which I think most of my Republican friends buy. I mean, you can't buy a coffee for the amount of the combined benefit at this particular point. So I would just say, enough of this, enough. Stop demonizing people who are struggling. Stop trying to discredit a program that is actually designed to help make sure people don't go hungry. And by the way, we have a hunger problem in this country, in case you don't know. Close to 40 million of our fellow citizens don't know where the next meal is going to come from. And again, let's stop this idea that people's desire in life is to be so poor that they could qualify for SNAP. You know, a measly benefit at this point of about $1.40 per person per meal. I mean, you think people just are dying to get onto SNAP? Come on. That's why it's so inadequate. That's why food banks are at capacity mid-month. So you want to beat up on people, fine. But bringing this issue up as somehow, some sort of impropriety is ridiculous. I'm ashamed we're even debating this, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there any other member seeking recognition to speak on this?
Yes, I'd like to.
Who
Mr.
seeks
Chairman, I'd like to
recognition? Mr. Allen of Georgia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The frustration is simply that since this program was instituted, all we've done is increase the numbers. Year over year, we increase the numbers. We have more and more people. We got, like I said, we've got 8 million jobs open in this country. We've got 10 million people sitting at home. And, if folks aren't working, what are they doing all day long? Work is very meaningful. The greatest privilege that I had in my life as a small business owner was give someone a good job and the dignity and the respect that they deserve to do that job and provide for their families and their church and their community. I don't understand why we would deny people that privilege. We know that folks.
Can we please just stop this conversation? This is, I'm with Jim on this. At some point here, folks.
Miss Sidney, Miss Axney.
You know what? Order.
Miss Axney.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Miss Axney.
Mr. Chairman,
This is out of order, Mr. Chair. This is ridiculous. They're working.
Let me tell you what's ridiculous.
Mr. Allen. They
Stop, please.
Mr. Chairman, let me tell you what's ridiculous. Here.
Now,
do the same thing.
We are going to have order.
Is insanity. Mr. Chairman, I have my time.
We're going to have order. Miss Allen, hold on, everybody. We're going to have order in this committee. Mr. Allen has the floor. Others that want to speak, just let me know. We got to respect one another, and we're going to do it. Mr. Allen, continue your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for restoring order and for your leadership in this matter, because this is a serious debate. This is a serious debate for the future of the country. All we're doing is we're seeing numbers increase. We're doing the same thing over and over. I don't see progress here. Let me tell you, I've done mission projects. I have been on the ground with folks, and I grew up poor as dirt. And, I just want these folks to have a chance at a real life where they're not looking for government, for bureaucrats, for dependents. And I'll tell you this, you take with our veterans and with other folks on government, that depend on government services, they are so disrespected, you cannot believe it. I mean, the bureaucrats treat these people terribly. And we spend more time in constituent services dealing with government bureaucrats who degrade these people. It is awful. And if you talk to folks, if you get on the ground and you talk to folks who have gotten off of government assistance and who are out there making a difference, it's a change of life. So why are we, either we're trapping people in this lifestyle or we're doing something wrong here, because the idea is for every American, and I'm talking about children. Right now we have children, and we just talked about this on Education and Labor Committee. We have children we're losing because we don't allow school choice. And I can give you examples of what we're doing in our community right now to save these children. And we're making rock stars out of them. But nobody wants to hear about those programs. And the government does not support that program. It is the local churches that support that program. To take these kids who are told they are losers in the public school system, and we bring them into Heritage Academy, and guess what? They're rock stars. They're recruited to every school, private school, and public school in the community. Folks, we have got to do things differently in this country. We cannot continue down this road. It is insane. And I am sick and tired of it. I mean, your rhetoric is deplorable. I mean, we have people like Ben Carson, who you don't respect, that lived in poverty, that became a neurosurgeon, for crying out loud. And you just disrespect the man because he came from there, and he is, he has made a difference in this world. What is going on here? This is what this country was founded on, my friends. And everybody can do it. But if you brand that person as a loser, if you brand that person as you're going to be on government dependence the rest of your life, and this is the way you do it, how does that going to work? And I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other member seek recognition on this?
Adams, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Adams, you are recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm a little tired of hearing this over and over too. We still have a hunger issue in this country, and probably even in many of the districts that are represented in this committee. But this amendment is not only not germane to the underlying bill, it would heartlessly cut SNAP benefits by 27% on average in the middle of this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Now, recently released data on food security from USDA paints a clear picture that more adequate SNAP benefits in conjunction with other COVID-19 relief have prevented widespread hunger during the pandemic. I've seen so many people, and I'm sure you have, who lined up to get food. The food banks are overworked. As a matter of fact, folks couldn't even go to the grocery store to buy food. They went to food banks. But however, despite that good news that nearly 14 million American households continue to struggle with food insecurity, and that's a fact. And so as this deadly Delta variant spreads across our country and others are following, other alarming variants continue to emerge, it's really not the time to slash food assistance for Americans in need. This much needed thrifty food program reevaluation ensures that. Both during and after this pandemic, Americans in need will receive more adequate SNAP benefits that better support their families' needs. And finally, I just want to reiterate what my colleague, Mr. McGovern, has already said. It cannot go without mention that the Thrifty Food Plan reevaluation
was a Republican mandate in the 2018 Farm Bill. I helped to work on that bill. And that USDA used the same methodology for the 2021 reevaluation that has been for decades. So you asked for it, this is what we have. It's clearly, we've got to feed, we do have a responsibility, I think, to help people so that ultimately they will be able to help themselves in that way. But we cannot have all these hungry people and turn our heads and turn our backs on helping them to eat. A lot of these folks that we're talking about are children, and that would be just a tremendous travesty to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to yield whatever time I have left to Mr. McGovern if he needs it.
Well,
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Justin.
Yeah, again,
I put my hand up and say something.
Mr. McGovern has the floor. We will come to you next, Mr. Lawson.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Mr. McGovern.
I kind of lost my way listening to this gentleman because the issue we're talking about here is the Thrifty Food Plan and the administration's recalculation of the benefit. It's not even a work requirement, but the idea that somehow on average $1.40 per person per meal is adequate in 2021. I mean, that is what the average SNAP benefit is. This increases it maybe by $1.19. That's what we're talking about, is what should the benefit be? And the idea that benefit is discouraging people from going to work, I will again remind my colleagues, the majority of people who can work, who are on SNAP right now, actually do work. They do work, but they get paid so little that they still qualify for the benefit. I wish there was a little bit more outrage over that. People doing all the right things, working, sometimes working multiple jobs and still earning so little they still qualify for the benefit. So come on, I mean, people are hungry in this country. There's not a congressional district in America that is hunger-free. Not a single person on this committee has a district that is hunger-free. We ought to care about it. We ought to do something about it, not blame people, or try to, go down rabbit holes that have nothing to do with solving the problem. Hunger is a political condition. We have everything we need to solve it, but the political will. And this amendment, again, demonstrates the tone deafness of some people on this committee toward this issue. I yield back.
Thank you. And now I recognize, I believe, Mr. Lawson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to say, we're not going to solve this problem tonight. And I think one thing they said, it might have been Congressman McGovern said that we need to have a think tank as well as a hearing on SNAP benefits and how you deal with the poor. During my tenure in the Florida legislature in the House and in the Senate, I worked in conjunction with the School of Social Work at Florida State University and Florida A&M University and the psychology department on the devastating effect that what happens with many of these family stuff that are on SNAP benefits. My district is a poor district that borders Georgia, Austin, Congressman Austin's district, of which there is a lot of poor people in those areas. And because I have represented, loggers and seafood workers in Apalachicola and Liberty County and all the other places, I know the devastating effect and how people feel that having to get food stamps. I represented them for over 28 years. The ones that they so-called rednecks and everybody else, but I worked with them because they was hungry just like everyone else. Emotions probably run high, because of the lateness of the hour. But I can tell you, even during my tenure, in coaching and going into all these areas of Georgia, in Alabama and places like that, there were people that was really, really hungry. When I go out to the food banks and people drive up in their cars, they drive up, ladies and gentlemen, because they really need the support for their family. When I go into schools and find out there's so many schools in my district that are on free and reduced lunch, 100%, and some of them, the cafeteria workers put food in their backpacks so that that's the only meal that they're going to probably get between now and when they come back to school on that Monday. I would tell you, if we need to study this issue, more, which would be great. So some people have no knowledge of how this really works. I grew up poor in the country, walking to school barefooted, and lost everything that we had in a fire, everything, and moved 5 or 6 times. Father disappeared for a while because of, didn't have no insurance, no fire thing. Yeah, but education is the equalizer. And if we can get a lot of these kids to see the opportunity of them staying in school and going on to the college and making a good living, we can reduce a lot of money that we set aside. You would just be surprised at some of the devastations that you see in these communities. I would urge my colleagues to take a different approach, and that approach that I would urge my colleagues to do is say, let us work. Let's work on this issue, not debate it to midnight, but work on this issue and see how can we come together. One of the things that Congressman Scott said that resonate with me is that many of these things that is happening, we probably haven't had the opportunity to study a lot of this, but we're trying to get a bill out of here. But it should be no reason, as reasonable people, where we can't do the best that we can for the poor, the less of those. Are we doing the right thing for them? That is the big question. How do we do it? It is so difficult to move people from poverty to prosperity. But one way that you can do it is through education and making sure that we're keeping these kids in schools, with this pandemic, making sure that we have food in their belly. And at the same time, if they make it out, we would have done something great because we have set them up to be successful in the future. And we know for a fact that people who have existed in these programs for year and year after year, they lose their motivation. They have a problem with what they're being paid. And there are jobs out there right now, and I think that the more that we can do as members, whether Democrats or Republican, independent, whatever you want to be, is if we work to focus and to look at things a little bit different, we can have the discussion, debate on both sides, and then come up with the issue that really affect poor people. We got a lot of poor people in this country that need our help. And this committee, I've always said one of the most important committees that I serve on, because I grew up in agriculture and environment, is an ag committee, because it means more for us to provide nutrition for people that are in need.
Mr. Lawson, unfortunately, your time is over. Thank you for your excellent comments.
So we can move forward together. I think we can solve this problem.
Does any other member seek recognition? Ranking member?
Representative Scott.
Ranking member, and then I will go to you, Mr. Austin.
Well, Chairman, I know the hour's late and we've got a lot of work left to do, and we've been at this now for a little over 8 hours, and everybody's tired. And quite frankly, this is a very emotional issue. It's an emotionally charged issue. To me, it's very important that we help our neighbors in need. But I just want to be clear that this amendment really isn't so much about how much assistance people give. You're absolutely correct when you said that within the 2018 Farm Bill, which was led by Republicans, we were in the majority at that point, this was requested. And our questions that I know I have, Senator Bozeman has, it's a bicameral interest, is just in the process that USDA utilized in making this decision, just asking for transparency. And so just for the record, so folks know, we did, working with Senator Bozeman, who's a ranking member on the Senate Agriculture Committee, well, we did reach out to the Comptroller General to just review the process. And we've asked them to do that, to look at the methodologies that USDA used, the models that were used, the comparison to previous iterations, and the general legal opinions. We're talking about transparency process. We're talking about oversight. That's what our job is, right? And so I just wanted to share with you the GAO has accepted that request, and I actually think it behooves us to wait for the outcome and truly understand what the process was that this administration did. No matter what their findings was, is not a question. Is did they do this in basically following the process that's always been used in the past? Did they actually do it and follow every tenet of the Administrative Procedure Act? So I know this is it's a late hour and it's an emotionally charged issue, but I just wanted to bring back clearly, if you've read the amendment, I mean, we heard a lot of different perspectives on what was talked about here, but if you really look at the narrow scope of what this amendment does, that pretty well summarizes it. We're just looking to provide the oversight that we need to do on the process that USDA used. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Is there any other member seeks recognition to speak?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott of Georgia.
I again want to, one, I appreciate Mr. Lawson's tone and his demeanor, and I appreciate his friendship. And I want to try to keep in that spirit. And I know Mr. McGovern well, and we've worked together on some global hunger initiatives. And but I want you to listen to this, if you would. Since New York City is a universal school lunch district, all public school families, regardless of income, will receive the benefits. $1,320 a month in food benefits, regardless of whatever your income is. $1,320 per child. That's not donuts, that's a Denali payment. And so if you have 3 kids, you're talking about $3,900 a month. That's just not right. And so I hear you when you say that the average benefit is $3 a meal. Well, something's not computing in the math, because if
$1.40 a meal.
I'll yield to you in just a second, Jim. I'm happy to have you part of this conversation. But if they're getting $1,320 a month per child, regardless of income in New York City, I don't understand how the Democratic Party can sit back and defend that and not want to look at the integrity measures in what's happening in the food stamp program. I don't want people standing in line watching somebody use food stamps to buy their groceries and then walking out and getting in a Denali. That's not what it's for. That's not what it's for. And we all ought to be able to come together to stop the abuses. So I'll yield to Mr. McGovern in the spirit of, but surely you can agree that this is not right for someone, regardless of income, to get $1,320 a month per child.
Yeah. Well, first of all,
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
You probably shouldn't yield to me, but because we have a very different opinion here. Again, what you're talking about is separate from this amendment, which is the Thrifty Food Plan calculation, number one. Number two, during the pandemic, in some school districts, meals were given to anybody who went in. That's a school meal. And now I guess we could have added to the bureaucracy and had people do, background checks on everybody and income checks on everybody. And let's add to that and see who qualifies and who doesn't for this. But we're talking about a school meal. And I would like to think, quite frankly, in a perfect world.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. McGovern, with all due respect, this is not school meals. They were giving these people, regardless of your income, if you live in the right school system, you got $1,300 a month per child. Now look, nobody wants to take anything from somebody who's working and doing the best they can. And it's a false accusation for the Democratic Party to make that accusation of us as Republicans. It's not what I want for the people in my district. But I can tell you, when someone's standing in line, that's a school teacher, police officer, soldier, pays cash for what they're getting in groceries, and they see somebody else pay food stamps and walk out and get in a nicer vehicle than they have, it's a problem. There's got to be integrity in the system. And so
there is integrity in the system. There is integrity in the system, and I stand by it. And the pandemic EBT, I think, was an important thing. And I just think we have a different set of values, I think.
You're standing by, well, obviously we do. If you think that the federal government can afford to give people $1,320 a month per child with no income limits in SNAP benefits, then you're absolutely right. And
if you think someone can live on $1.40 per person per meal, then we have a very different opinion on what is an adequate benefit.
Oh, Mr. McGovern, you're smarter than that. You're smarter than that.
But that's what it is. I'm giving you the facts.
My time's yielded. You don't get to talk anymore. Sorry.
All right. Is there any other member that seeks recognition to speak on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation.
I would like to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Carbajal from California.
All right, Ms. Carver, go right ahead. You're recognized.
I've been awfully quiet, and things have obviously gotten very emotionally charged, and we're doing what Washington does best. At the end of the day, try to debate policy, but then we get a little heated, and we become the gridlock capital of the world again. I'm hearing the conflation of school lunches with SNAP. And that's not what this amendment supposedly is about. This amendment's about SNAP, but yet I hear a lot of school lunches being thrown out and figures. So, I think there's always inequities we can look at, and we should look at inequities. But I think it's also important to be intellectually honest. And look, I am a son of a farm worker who used to work 6-7 days a week. And despite that, for a period of time, we were on SNAP. And my father worked his butt off going to those farms to help put food on the table.
All right.
Democrats
Are you
to make sure that members of the armed forces don't have to rely on SNAP, but can have access to it because they don't make enough money. I'm also conversely supportive of our farmers, despite the inequity that I see of all the subsidies that go to the rest of the country, but very little subsidies come to my farmers in California. Very little subsidies. We get some crop insurance, some specialty crop assistance, but do we get that extra subsidy like we do in other parts of the country? Absolutely not. Zero. But yet a huge subsidy does go to other farmers. I'm okay with that. We need to look at fairness and equity issues in that area as well. But I think there's a time and place for everything. But in the spirit of bipartisanship, I want to appeal to my colleagues to let's not get caught up in the usual gridlock of Washington and let our emotions get the best of us and get into the silliness that Washington is. Let's try to work together and move forward on these very important issues. We know that when one party's in charge, the minority's always griping, whether it's Democrats in charge or Republicans. This is a broken record. We see it all the time. So I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of hungry people, there's a lot of food insecure families, and we have to take care of them. If we want to look for inequities and sponsor amendments as such, we ought to do it for all the other inequities that exist. Let's not cherry pick. Let's not be selective. Let's do it across the board. With that, I'll yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Does any other,
Mr.
yes,
Chair,
who seeks
Pennywise?
recognition?
Fishbach?
Fishbach, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Representative Kamick.
Representative Kamek, you are recognized.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I go back to this amendment. People, everyone is getting particularly fired up. I mean, I wish there was this much outrage over the cancellation and termination of the Farmer to Family Food Box program that saw tremendous success in meeting the needs in a critical time. We can get very passionate about this issue, and I think we all have a story to tell. Representative Lawson, you and I, we share borders. Our districts butt up to each other. And so we see a lot of the same communities and the issues that are within them. And I think if we could work together, we could actually make some progress. But the political rhetoric, literally the talking points from the CBPP, this is what is part of the problem. I'm hearing people who have been engaged in this process for upwards of 2 decades using the same talking points from 20 years ago, and no progress has been made. Clearly, it is true insanity doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So I am 100% open to working with anyone on the issue when it comes to hunger and poverty and homelessness. As someone who was homeless 10 years ago, this issue is very close to me. But all we are asking for in this amendment is for the GAO to complete their report. That is what we are asking. It is not different than what the Democrats were asking for on the food box program. Why is it different now for us to ask that the GAO complete their investigation now instead of previously? So that's all we're doing. This is not the comments about this being heartless. This is not heartless. We're asking for accountability. Why is that heartless? We're asking for a study to be completed. That is not heartless. That is doing our jobs. And I know many people wish that we would just be quiet and accept that this near $1 trillion package that is being shoved down our throat, that we have had no time to debate, no time to discuss, that we would just be quiet. Well, we're not going to be quiet about it. We will not just sit back and take it. So I respectfully ask that my colleagues that are interested in working on these issues, we will work on them. I will come to your district. I invite you to come to my district and understand the issues that my district is facing when it comes to hunger issues and how the system has been abused, generationally abused. I will absolutely welcome that debate. I will welcome those visits to the districts where we can actually compare notes and look at solutions, real solutions, not rhetoric, but results. So thank you to Representative Fishbach for yielding me the time. I just wanted to make that clarification on this amendment, and that way we can move on. But thank you. I yield back.
And Mr. Chair, I yield my time.
Thank you. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Hearing no further consideration.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, who seeks recognition?
Mrs. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes, I think that maybe your TV may be a little loud. Okay, that's much better. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
She had to stand up.
Oh, she did.
No, I got to turn it off. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify just really quickly that $1,300 a month that we're talking about for students in New York was a pandemic EBT, and it averaged out to $82 per child per month for the time that they were educated fully remote. That was not $1,300 per child per month indefinitely. It was under the pandemic EBT process. It was about $264 per child for a family of 4. And that was a one-time payment to cover the cost of kids who were learning fully remote and the meals that they were having at home. That's all, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I think you're wrong on that. I'd like to see that.
This is still my time.
That's fine, but I think you're wrong on that.
This is still my time.
That's fine, but you're wrong.
This is still my time.
Prove it. Prove what you said. I think you're wrong.
Mr. Scott Austin, it's Ms. Hayes' time. Now, members, let's respect one another. We can differ, and I understand the emotions on this issue, and it's very important.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
and
No,
allow us
there's no
to
emotion here. Just,
respect.
I spent a lot of time doing this work on the Nutrition Oversight Committee. And that pandemic EBT for school children was meant to cover the amount of time that students were learning fully remote more than 12 days a month. And in the state of New York, when Governor Cuomo made that announcement, it averaged out to about $82 per child per month. And it was a one-time payment. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hayes. Now, is there another member that wishes to speak on the?
Sablon.
Who seeks recognition?
Sablon.
Mr. Sablon, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also appreciate very much all the members putting in time. I know it is 9 o'clock in the evening in Washington, D.C. For me, it's 11 in the morning. Of course, I get up here usually at the midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock to work to be consistent with the Eastern Daylight Time. I'm talking about food and food assistance. I know that I sound like a broken record because in my 13 years in Congress now, it is something that that I work hard to try and get some kind of equity for my constituents, because it is a program again that depends on the zip code you're in. Could be in my district and 30 miles to the south, I would go there and we'd have an entirely different food assistance program from a block grant to SNAP. And recently we have that thrifty food plan where farmers to families plan. It applied again 30 miles to the south and not to my district because of my zip code. And in my zip code, in that island that's 30 miles between here and Guam, I can show you a 3-pound frozen chicken from Springdale, Arkansas could cost as much as $14 to $15 each. That's how expensive it is. And so, talking about hunger, yes, I've seen hunger here in my district and I continue to see it, but I continue to find as much as I can, work as hard as I can to provide some kind of parity. It'll never be equal, but some kind of level balance way. And so I don't doubt that all of us want to, find a fair way to do this, but I do not think that, and I know for certain here in my district that people who are on food aid, they still use coupons. So that's how way behind we are. But I don't think that someone goes into a store and comes out and drives away in a nice car. It's just not possible with the amount of assistance they're getting. It's not possible. But if it happens somewhere, maybe it happens somewhere, but I don't think it's what's common. I think it may be that exception, Mr. Chairman. Cooler heads prevail. I'm very grateful to all of you members. I am very grateful. Never forget for a minute my gratitude to the American people for all that they do for my people. And thank you. But let's continue on. We still have some more work to do, and yes, some members are a little tired maybe, but that's no reason to stop work, Mr. Chairman. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, does any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing no further conversation, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
Aye.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments on subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, who seeks recognition?
Representative
Ms.
Kamak.
Madam Clerk, Ms. Kamek has offered an amendment. The clerk, will you report the title and the number of the amendment?
Mrs. Kamek, can you please confirm which amendment you're offering?
Number 30.
Number 30. This is committee amendment number 30, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Ms. Camrick, the sponsor of the amendment, for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, and I had mentioned in an earlier statement the nature of the food stamp free-for-all perpetuated by this administration. Now, with more taxpayers being thrown at programs that expand the dependence, we are seeing other troubling signs. Fraud within SNAP and other programs is at historic levels. This is actually backed up by data and facts that have been provided. Now, it is bad enough that this administration is using every single trick in the book to keep a historic number of Americans idle through expansions in programs, but it is made even worse when we turned a blind eye to the very integrity of SNAP and other programs. As was just mentioned, we went through this dialogue and debate. We all care very much for the integrity of this program. So I know my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, will be very quick to support this amendment because we want to ensure the integrity of the SNAP program. So since certain requirements for accessing, applying for, and using SNAP were relaxed in the name of COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen welfare fraud spike as states have either given up their tools for verification and enforcement or had them taken away by the federal government. This rise in fraud has consumed billions of dollars of taxpayer funds, dollars that could have gone instead to helping producers weather the storm of collapsing supply chains and a shuttered economy at the height of the pandemic. As communities have opened back up and people are getting back to work in person, school in person, doctor visits in person, more people are becoming vaccinated, it is time that we also resume in-person interviews for benefits. Agency staff and fraud investigators have told me time and time again that the very simple step of face-to-face interviews play a key role in helping maintain the program integrity and avoiding overpayments, but also understanding that individual family's station and how we can be helpful. We simply cannot afford to turn a blind eye any longer to a frenzied spending on SNAP and other programs that this administration has perpetuated while putting the program integrity on the back burner. My amendment today would help restore some level of sanity to this process by ending the waiver policy extended to states and require in-person quality control interviews to resume. Like my previous amendment, this amendment does nothing to restrict eligibility. What it does is ensure that those most in need are receiving the benefits because they will be able to explain and interview in person and ensure the integrity of the SNAP is resumed. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Kamek. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Who seeks recognition?
Adams, North Carolina.
Ms. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak against the amendment. So I move to strike the last word. Even before COVID hit, too many people in my district and across America couldn't afford the basic human right of access to nutritious food. So programs like SNAP are our first line of defense against hunger, but we just can't go back to the status quo where hunger impacted tens of millions of hungry families in the richest country in the history of the world. The flexibility that the temporary telephonic signature waiver provides is a lifeline for so many Americans. This flexibility has allowed states to reach more of the community and recipients to maintain much needed SNAP benefits. So I'm grateful for the leadership of Congresswoman Custer for recently introducing the Streamlining Nutrition Assistance Paperwork Act, which breaks down the barriers to the eligibility and it strengthens the SNAP program for millions of people by improving the SNAP application process by making the temporary telephonic signature waiver permanent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition? Hearing no further conversation, the question is now on the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves as we vote. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairman, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments on subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Who is that recognized? Ms. Who?
Representative Kamak.
Oh, Representative
Kamak.
Kamak, you have an amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Madam
Chairman.
Chair, Madam Clerk, Ms. Carmack has offered an amendment. Will you please
Number
report
29.
the title and the number?
Committee Amendment Number 29, offered by Mrs. Kamak of Florida.
All right. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the amendment, Ms. Carmack, for 5 minutes to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment today to provide an example of the solutions that we could have discussed if this process had been more open and transparent. Face challenges with the current base acreage arrangements. This is not a partisan issue. This is actually a bipartisan issue. As one of my colleagues here tonight, Representative Lawson, can attest to. As more peanut farms have sprung up, more new and young farmers are taking risks to expand their operation. Florida is one of the fastest growing states in the nation. A blessing for sure. However, this rapid growth indicates that much of the land currently put into production by our state's peanut producers slowed up in continued development. We know the action agriculture. My amendment today would allow flexibility for growers and to better incentivize people to grow multiple commodities. Diversification is certainly key. If it fits well with their portfolio, farmers like mine in North have peanuts in their rotation. While I intend to withdraw my amendment here today, I offer it to highlight the issue for growers in Florida and to point out to my colleagues here that this is just one of the many solutions that could have been seriously considered if the majority had wanted to move forward legislation that was truly intended to help our nation's producers. Without even a mention of farm safety net programs in this committee print, we have unfortunately had to set many of these conversations aside today, and we have missed an important opportunity. I withdraw my amendment and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I might also appreciate your withdrawing that amendment. Peanuts are our leading friends in industry in Georgia. May I now, are there any other amendments on the subtitle E?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, who's asking for the amendment?
Representative Julia Letlow.
All right, Ms. Butler, before I get to you, Ms. Clerk, Ms. Butler has offered an amendment. Would you please report the title and the number?
This is Amendment Number 33, amendment offered by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana.
All right, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the distinguished gentlelady, the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Letlow from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr.
For 5
Chair.
minutes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you know, my home state of Louisiana and the southeastern part of the 5th Congressional District was hit hard by Hurricane Ida. Since I've spent most of my time in the state surveying storm damage across our rural communities, meeting with local leaders and volunteers, and hearing the stories of farmers who experienced significant crop losses. What I've seen and the feedback that I've received is absolutely devastating. The rebuilding is a matter of months, not days. But for one fruit and vegetable farmer, this was their entire crop and years' hard work. While our agriculture community works to recover from Hurricane Ida, many other producers across our state still await assistance in the aftermath of Hurricanes Laura and Delta of last year. These are just examples impacting my home state, but I know that my colleagues on this committee and their constituents can share very similar stories and concerns, whether it be wildfires, severe droughts, or derechos. The time for agriculture disaster assistance is now. These are the priorities we should be focused on here today. Therefore, I am offering this amendment to extend the Wildfire and Hurricane Indemnity Program Plus, also known as WIP Plus, for disasters experienced in 2020 and 2021. My amendment would provide assistance to our farmers that incurred crop losses due to disaster events, as well as farmers with losses to on-farm stored commodities, and extend a milk loss program for the years 2020 and 2021. This provision has already passed the committee with bipartisan support, and that work has been well received and applauded by many throughout the agriculture industry. As a committee, it's my hope that we continue on a path of developing programs and fostering initiatives that support our farmers in providing tools that help them sustain and better their operations for generations to come. With that, we must stand up for the farmers that faithfully feed and clothe our country and the world, especially in times of recovery. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the
I seek
amendment?
recognition. Congressman Randy Feenstra.
You're recognized, Mr. Bistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Congresswoman Lutnow's amendment. It was just a year ago that I dealt with the same thing with the derecho, the largest thunderstorm to ever run through our nation in Iowa and destroyed 40% of our crop. And it's so critical that we create funding through the WIP Plus program that we can help the farmers, whether it be in Louisiana, Texas, the great farmers in California. This is time where the Agriculture Committee needs to do its job. And we did pass an amendment. Thank you. I was very grateful that it got passed. Unfortunately, the leadership, the Democrat leadership, has not let it go any further than that. And if we all remember exactly what happened in the last reconciliation bill, the Agriculture Committee passed my amendment for the WIP Plus program, and then it also got stripped out by leadership. So to me, it begs the question of where does leadership, where do the Democrat Party stand on helping out us farmers, the farming community that is getting destroyed by hurricanes, by derechos, by fire, by ice? To me, this is just so critical. This is our job. This is our duty as we on the Agriculture Committee should do. So I again ask that we all get together and support this amendment. We can do it one more time. Let's get it done. Thank you. And hopefully we can all support this.
Other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment. Hearing no further conversation, the question is now on the amendment. Members are reminded again, unmute yourselves so we can hear you. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by saying no.
No.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Now, are there any other amendments to subtitle E? Hearing none. Subtitle E is now closed. Do we have an F? Is there any further debate or amendments on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Desjardins, you wanted me to wait till the last section?
All right, Mr. Desjardins, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. The anticipation has just been killing me here. This is really probably the simplest amendment of the night, and I'm sure we can all agree on it. It would simply cut funding in the bill by 2/3. This is the fiscally responsible thing to do when leadership attempts to jam us with an unnecessary, expensive, incomplete bill that had zero stakeholder involvement. It is shameful that this committee would pass this partisan legislation crafted behind closed doors in a rushed and irregular process and without an understanding of the pay-fors. At $66 billion, with another unknown $28 billion to be included at some unknown point, this is a bill that we clearly cannot afford. My constituents are terrified of the potential tax implications of the broader reconciliation package needed to pay for this monstrosity of a spending bill. Policies like stepped-up basis that are being discussed would be devastating to our hardworking farmers, ranchers, and forest owners. We owe it to the people we represent to consider a carefully crafted piece of legislation, ensuring no harm will be done to our future generations of agriculture families. We cannot in good faith say that about this bill today and the costs it carries. So I implore my colleagues to cut this funding and come up with a more sensible solution that are responsible and responsive to rural community needs. And I urge all my colleagues to consider this. We have an opportunity. This debt that we're acquiring for this country is going to have to be paid for. We talk about caring for our children and grandchildren. We can do our part in ag by cutting the spending now and looking at this 3.5 trillion monstrosity that's coming down the pathway in the House. And so I would urge everyone to vote for this amendment and salvage the 9 hours we've just spent. And I yield back.
Is there any other member that would like to be recognized on this amendment? Hearing no further conversation, the question, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would, I'd like to speak in favor of the Desjardins amendment and just remind the committee that statutorily we hit the debt limit July the 31st. We're now here. What time is it? It's still September 10th. But my understanding is that according to Janet Yellen, she's going to have to start taking extraordinary measures pretty quick. But I think it would be wise to reduce the spending of this legislation, certainly until some of those other issues like the debt limit are addressed. And with that, I'll yield, and any suggestions from you, Mr. Chair, on how y'all would expect to handle the debt limit would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Is there any other members that want to be recognized at this point?
Mr. Chairman, Don Baker would like to make a comment, but not on this amendment whenever it's appropriate. Thank you.
All right. If there no one else that wants to speak on this amendment, then the question is now on the amendment, and we will vote on that. All members that are in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
All right, in the opinion of the chairman, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
That's a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Is there any further debate or amendments on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Don Baker would like to make a comment, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to stand up in opposition to the underlying bill. We have to be candid. This has been a totally partisan process. Not a single amendment from the GOP has been accepted. So it's clear our input wasn't wanted, and clearly not our support. Therefore, we got to see it for what this is too. It's a part of a larger bill, of a $3.5 trillion bill that has been put forward by Bernie Sanders. And it's going to be part of a democratic socialist agenda that he's brought forward. This bill is not supported by the vast majority of Americans. In my district, between 60 and 70% of constituents of our district want a hard infrastructure bill at about $1 trillion. But you start talking $3 trillion, and those numbers go down to about a quarter. And then when you try to link the two together, it undermines the bill that most Americans want, a hard infrastructure bill. This bill is fiscally irresponsible. It's going to take us over $30 trillion in debt as we're coming forward to raise the debt ceiling, of which after a $1.9 trillion COVID bill that was passed on party line vote without a single GOP support, and if this bill passes the $3.5 trillion without a single GOP support, this will be on Democrats to raise that debt ceiling, because this has been done quite unilaterally. This current plan of the 3.5 does raise taxes. You look at the business taxes, it's going to be higher than communist China's business tax at 28%. That's what the proposal is. China's is 25%. And somebody said when we started this out tonight that we needed this bill to compete with China. But what this bill will do, the overarching bill, will create what we stopped 4 years ago. And businesses are going to start going overseas again and leaving America. You're going to see more and more of these inversions. And they're going to go to China. This bill will help out China compete against us better globally. And the raising of the capital gains tax and getting rid of the stepped-up bases, as the chairman said, will be devastating to our farmers. And as far as I can tell, that is the current plan in the overarching bill. Again, I want to stress something I said earlier. This bill is going to undermine the hard infrastructure bill that most Americans want. Because when you link them together, the support for the smaller bill, the hard infrastructure bill, goes down. So it is my hope that we can find at least one Senate Democrat that's got fiscal common sense to them, or at least 4 House Democrats to sink this monstrosity of a bill that's being put forward by Bernie Sanders overall. He's the overall architect. And let us focus on things that most Americans want. That is hard infrastructure. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Will the gentleman yield? Mr. Bacon, will you yield?
Oh, yes, I'll yield to the ranking member. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to say today's markup showed us just how ravaged Washington politics have become. And we spent more time debating administrative overreach than tax policies that will burden families with tens of thousands of dollars of tax burden. But germaneness only matters when it's convenient. We came here with thoughtfulness, with thoughtful, realistic, and necessary amendments that we know will protect farm and ranch families. But shame on me to believe that our Democratic colleagues would provide some legitimacy to this process with honest consideration of our bipartisan ideas. Instead, we fell victim to technical issues and radical progressive ideologies that are destroying rural communities. We held votes open rather than allowing more fulsome debates of the policies being jammed down our throats and Republican amendments to course correct. This was a disgusting process from start to finish. Decorum went out the window, and I'm afraid we're on the irreversible course to the partisanship seen in every other committee in the House, never seen in the Agriculture Committee before. Mr. Chairman, I ask you again to report this instruction on favorably as we eventually complete this process and say no to your leadership and the progressive arm of your caucus that frankly hates rural America, its farmers, its ranchers, and its citizens. And I thank the gentleman from Nebraska for yielding, and I yield back.
All right, well,
Mr. Chair, I yield back to you, sir.
thank you, Ranking Member. If there are any further debate or amendments on the bill, let me hear from our members now. We have completed each of the sections, and
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr. Scott?
I want to go back to the national debt. I want to assure you that if the Democratic Party pushes forward with reconciliation, there's not a single Republican that's going to vote to increase the national debt limit. So at least attach the national debt increase that you're going to cause to the legislation, because if you pass it without it, you're effectively bankrupting or pushing it, at least pushing the country in default. Even if you pass it with the debt limit, you may be bankrupting the country. But this is a very serious issue. And if the Democratic Party, and I mean this specifically more for the Democratic leadership, thinks that you're going to pass this reconciliation and then Republicans are going to help you pay for it by voting to increase the national debt, you've got another thing coming. And when your leadership thinks they're going to put us on our knees and pull the hammer back, they damn sure better be ready to pull the trigger this time. With that, I yield.
All right. Well, we've come to is there any further debate or amendment on the bill? Anybody needs recognition on the bill? With that, then, members, we've had a very spirited and very productive session on this. And this committee is now going to stand in recess until the call of the chairman. Next week, staff will be following up with each member to schedule as soon as we are able to vote on final passage at a time when all the members, we do not have many of our members on attendance at this time or on the board. And we want to make sure that we have thorough communications, and staff will be getting in touch with each of you. It's important that we schedule the final vote on all 18 amendments. Pardon?
Mr. Chair?
30 amendments we will vote on and final passage of the bill. And staff is working now to schedule the time. It will be in the early part of next week. We have to work it so many other committees are doing similar action, and some of us are on multiple committees. We want to make sure that it's scheduled at a time when we are able to make it convenient for every member of this committee to be present when we make the final vote on this reconciliation package. My best estimate is from staff that it will probably be at the first part of the week, either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Ann, is that correct? All right, early next week, our staff director has told us, and staff will be in touch with everyone.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, this is Michelle Fishbach.
Yes,
I
Ms. Fisher.
just was curious about the process because are you going to make sure that every single person is available when you schedule this? I mean, many of us have been on here for 9 hours and are waiting to vote. And so I'm just wondering because next Monday and Tuesday, I'm sure that there's plenty on my schedule. I believe I already have one markup, as many people do scheduled. And so I guess I would suspect that it would be very difficult to find a time when everybody is available, but those of us that stuck it out and are still here 9 hours later should have the opportunity to vote.
Yes,
Chairman?
Mr.
we
Chairman?
will definitely do our best, and we will make sure it's
Mr.
at
Chairman.
a time.
Mr.
when
Chairman?
everyone can-
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Who seeks recognition?
Adam,
Cloud?
Joanna.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say, yeah, we've been sitting a long time and I've had 3 meetings myself today. But you know, it goes, and I know everybody wants to have their say, and I certainly am not opposed to that. But that's why we're here so late, because of all these 30, 40, whatever amendments. So, you know, we have to keep that in mind as well. Maybe when we start out on the process. So, you know, whatever you work out, I'm going to try to readjust my schedule to make sure that I'm able to vote. It's a very important bill, and again, you know, we're here because 30, 40 amendments later. So I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Dusty Johnson.
Thank you very much. The committee is
Johnson, sir.
in recess until the call of the chair.
Congressman Allen.
Every one of you.
Dusty
Appreciate
Johnson,
it.
sir.